A Court of Fairies and Fiction. Akafath Girls Podcast. Hosts Mel Liv and Aka. A bookish theory and discussion podcast for the Akatar, Crescent City, and Tug series, as well as other romantasy books. Guest episode, Read, Rage, Repeat, with Sam and Theresa.
All right, hello everybody. We're back with Sam.
Hi.
Times two.
Times two.
Times two. And we were chatting about Illusion, shocker,
Shock.
earlier, and I was sending her some Taylor Swift songs, which I have probably gushed about to you guys before, how I was saying Guilty as Sin is not an Elriel song. It is like one of the most Illusion-coded songs I have ever heard in my life. I sent her some clips of it.
I feel like people who ship Asriel and Elaine will always take like clues and stuff from the book that are so to me
So out of
Elaine
pocket,
and
like
Lucian.
so out of context.
And they're like, oh, it's Elaine and As, and I'm like, is it?
Dude, Sarah did a video before Hofast wearing a Bambi sweatshirt, and they're like, it's Elriel, it's Elaine. I was like, it's Lydia. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, Lydia's a deer shifter. She's talking about Crescent City. What? And it was Lydia,
What?
obviously.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I was like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now they're like, she's wearing a blue ring, and the blue ring with the flowers behind her is Elriel. And I was like, she's also wearing a crimson ring, and crimson and cobalt are day court colors. So.
Oh, so true. Do you think that she did like Asriel siphons as cobalt as well as like it being a day court to be like, here's a red herring?
That would be so funny. Yeah. It's so funny.
She's too clever to not do something like that.
But then also she's like, Gwen's invoking stone. And then Nesta's like, it looks just like Asriel's siphon. And I was like, Sarah, you literally have the best accent ever. So I can listen to you talk all day, honestly.
I think that must sound like such like a, I was going to say bogan, but do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Do you use that word? Okay, yeah. So I feel like that's probably what I sound like to other people, is just like,
oh my God. It's so good. I love it. I was like, oh my God, Sam's accent is the best. I love when I get a voice note. I'm like, I get to hear her.
a voice note. They're the best.
It's a voice note.
Yeah.
It's awesome. But yeah, I'm like
saying like, where's your accent from? I can't tell if it's English. No.
But yeah, I'm like, really? So we have cobalt for Asriel's siphons, we have cobalt as a day court color, and we have cobalt for Gwen's invoking stone.
There's too many. We can't draw a specific line to two people when there are that like, many things of that color.
Yeah. And then it's like Elaine wears amethyst, Farah wears amethyst, Nesta wears amethyst. So it's like,
yeah,
they all, you know.
They all intermix.
But we do know she looks shitty in black.
She looks shit in black.
Night Court black drains the life from her.
Let us move out of Night Court.
That is probably the best thing Cassian's ever said, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Do you know what really irked me with Cassian was how he spoke to Eris at the end of Silver Flames?
When he calls him a coward.
Yeah.
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 I was like, I really like Cassian as the okay, you go.
I said, says the dude that doesn't even stick up for his own mate.
Right.
To his brother.
Like, I really like Cassian as a character. I love his character in the book. I hate him as a mate. I think he's awful and terrible and the worst ever. And then I was like, I can look past the mate stuff because, you know, hopefully there's a storyline here where it gets better. But then he said that to Eris, and I was like, nope. Down a peg on my list of characters that I love.
Also, I hate how everyone uses against Nesta how like she calls him a brute and a bastard, and I'm like, okay, first of all, Cassian calls himself that.
Yeah, he does. 100%.
Like, he's feeding off of his own inner monologue here and being mad that people are just feeding back to it, because it's like,
yeah,
oh, I'm just a bastard to you, huh? Like, what?
Yeah, but Nesta is also like the first person to defend Cassian when someone else says that about him. So it's kind of like, you know, and when we're all angry, we lash out, right? Yeah. We all say things we know is going to hurt the other person because we're all heightened and triggered. So of course she's going to say the thing. Like,
yeah. But I love how it's never reversed. So like, she will protect him against everybody, even though she says it when she's mad. But then when he says shit when he's mad, he lets other people also
People,
shit talk him.
yeah,
And it's not, I'm like, that's so not, just bothers me
it's
so
so
much.
not mate behavior
It's not mate behavior
at all,
at
at all,
Mm-mm.
at all.
But
I
I was
saw something
thinking,
the other day that was talking about like Cassian and being Nesta's mate and stuff.
yeah.
And I was reading the comments, and someone had said like, "Oh, like Cassian like lets people shit talk all over Nesta all the time, you know." And oh yeah, when I'm finished, um, you can have a plain one when I'm finished. Oh no, I lost my train of thought. So you go.
Cassian lets people shit talk Nesta, the comments you were talking about.
And then there was like someone had commented about how awful Nesta is to Cassian and rah 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 rah. And then there was like one person who commented who just like shut everyone down, and I was like,
I love it. I saw that on Facebook today. I saw that on Facebook today. Someone posted, so I started seeing this girl's like post randomly. I guess she has like just a Facebook page for herself where she just posts ACOTAR stuff. And so she posted like this whole like, I love how Cassian loves Nesta. And everyone was like, Cassian deserves better. And then there was this one person that's like, are you guys high? Like, are you kidding me? They're like,
you're wrong.
They're like, he treats her like shit. And then there was
so
one
terribly.
and then there was one other person that was like, he never even said I love you. Like, what?
Yes.
And people are like, he doesn't have to. His actions speak louder than words. And I hate that so much.
His actions
I'm like,
are
his
him
abusive
continuously
actions.
punishing her because that's what Reese wants.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't get it.
I'm like,
What
his actions were shit, actually.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? I don't know, just him laughing when she fell down the stairs and like actually hurt herself is the exact same scene as Reese laughing with Farah at the Weaver, and I can't let it go.
Yes, so true.
I'm like, Cassian is like becoming like a Reese, and it bothers me. And then people always say, people's biggest like argument is like, I want ACOWAR Cassian back, and he was so bad in Sif, but I want ACOWAR Cassian back. And I was like, okay, but you guys are only thinking of that one scene where he thinks he's gonna die, so he's saying nice shit like, I wish we had time, because he thinks he's gonna die, right?
Exactly.
But then you're also not remembering when, you know, Nesta was having her moment with him in the tent trying to wrap his hand, and what happens?
Yeah.
Moore walks in and he pulls his hand away. He yanks it away.
It away. I've only just recently finished listening to that scene because I'm re-listening to Ward, and like Nesta is so in love with him, even then, you know, like, and she's so worried about him, and it's so obvious, and
that hurt her so much when he yanked his hand away. Ugh. And then she was just like looks at them and then just like kind of makes herself scarce, and I was like,
why more such a bitch?
Such a bitch.
She's such a bitch. And like, it's awful to Nesta, but like listening to it, I'm just like, you are cruel. Like, you are actually just so evil in the way that you treat this woman who has been through some of the most traumatic events ever.
I hate the people that are like, what are you talking about? Nesta's never been abused. I was like, oh my God.
I mean, mother and grandmother since like an infant, essentially.
Since birth. Thomas, Cassian, the Kelpie, Reese,
the Cauldron, Reese,
Hybern, Bellius. What are you talking about? Yeah. It's just like, even just the sheer amount of times that she's been sexually assaulted, awful.
Yes. I genuinely believe that obviously
Elaine.
she uses
Elaine is frosting of cupcake.
Obviously she uses that as a coping tool, we noticed from Silver Flames with the alcohol and the various men. But like the scene where Cassian goes to see her after the Kelpie, right? Just like,
oh my God, I get so heated.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Like
you
can't tell she's using you to cope.
Yeah,
He
exactly. Like
doesn't
you're meant to be
care.
500 years old.
He just doesn't care.
I
He just
don't
wants to get laid. Like, all right, you have scratches all over your face from this monster's freaking teeth.
literally, or is it Amron who says you look like a
Uh-huh.
like something like that?
Uh-huh.
Like,
Yeah.
how? How are you doing this
That
to this
was
woman right now?
cruel.
Hey, babe. Yeah, it was messy. That was not good.
Amryn was fucking cruel to her after that. It was
My
awful.
Elaine cupcake.
And Amryn's also the one that had told us, oh, the Kelpies don't breed, they just rape and torture. So you know what it was
You
doing.
know what she was about to do.
And you're
Yeah,
like, you
like
look
what was
like
about to
shit.
happen to her.
Like, what?
Why is Amron so dirty with her? Do you know what I
Ugh.
mean? Like, what happened between them? There's got to be more than what was said in the book for Amron to be that dirty with Nesta because they were pretty
Yeah.
close. And I remember
Yeah.
reading them going, I could see a friendship
Yeah.
between them. And I think
Yeah.
SJM could have done something really cool with that. Look, obviously,
Amryn's
it's not her
Amryn's
story, and that's
rage
fine.
at Nesta was because not just that she refused to train with her, it was because Nesta called her out for choosing Feyre over her. And she's like, you stupid girl, I didn't choose anybody. You were being blah, 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 blah,
Right.
blah to your family, spewing the same bullshit. But I hate and I love. So I love that it
Mm,
comes out that Amryn simply wanted to train her to be a tool to make Rhys High King. And I
super
hate,
true.
hate that Nesta was not fucking there when it was talking.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hate that because she fucking kneeled to this bitch. And
Yeah.
afterwards, Nesta's like, just use her to be High King. What?
Yeah. It's messed up.
I loved Amryn in book one and in book two and even in book three. And then in
Yeah.
fucking Silver Flames, I cannot stand her. I was like, you should
Yeah.
have stayed dead. Sorry.
Well, do you think that, so you know how Rhys is like more evil?
Yeah.
And I know that you think that that's because there was a price to pay for coming back to life, right?
Yeah.
We all know that
Yeah.
that's a common theme. Do you think that like Amron and Rhys, given the fact that they both have Valg in them, do you think that they're both suffering with the same, this is your repercussion for coming back to life, and they're just getting like more and more crazy and unhinged?
It definitely could be. Because
Totally,
like I
right?
said the last time, she still has some power and she's keeping it hidden for
She
whatever
does.
reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that. So
Mm.
I need Elaine to spill all the tea. I need her to be the next Suriel. I need her
She
to
knows
be
everything.
like Rowan. You know how Rowan was just spilling the tea, spilling the tea, spilling the tea,
Yeah,
gave
yeah.
no fucks. I need Elaine to be like that.
I can see Lucian doing that.
Solution
Like,
to
even maybe on behalf of Elaine.
yes,
Like, maybe Elaine confides these things in him, and then he's just like, fuck this.
100%.
It out.
Like Rowan sits down was it the first time he meets Lysandra? And she's like, nice fangs. And he's like, are you looking to copy them, shifter? And everyone's like, huh? What are you talking about? He's like, she's a shifter. And then when he first meets Adian, and he's like, you look really familiar. I believe I met your father. And they're like, huh? He's like, yeah, Gabrielle, your dad?
Yeah, yeah, right.
I can't, oh my
It's like
God.
Aiden never knew his dad, right? I had no idea who he was. Hog once, so the storyline is a bit.
So I'm like, I just need like, oh my God, someone's gonna do that to Lucian. It's gonna be awful.
Do. I'm so ready for that story. I'm more ready for
Yeah.
Lucian's backstory and Elaine's story than I am for
Yeah.
Asriel.
I can actually see SJM writing it where like Elaine, like she didn't go to any of the High Lords meetings or anything. I can see
Yeah.
Elaine getting Baron confused for Helion. So like when she remembers that Lucian says, "Oh, I'm the seventh son of the High Lord of the Autumn Court," if she knows that
Oh,
he's Helion's son, like maybe she thinks Helion's the Autumn High Lord,
Autumn. Yeah, wow. I could
right?
see that.
So she's like, "Yeah, you're Helion's son," and he'd be like, "What are you talking
Where
about?"
is Elaine when Helion comes to the Night Court with the trove when
Not
Nesta gets attacked
there.
by the Kelpie?
Not there.
So
Actually,
back in Valaris with Nuan and Karen, like not
yeah,
Nuan.
yeah.
You know who I
When
mean?
they go to
The twins, the
Hume's,
twins.
I don't think it's that time, but there's one time that they go to Hume City, and Reese is like, "Oh, one of you has to stay and just like be here in case Elaine needs you." And Cassian and Azriel are like, "Not it," and Reese is like, "We're
Mm.
pulling sticks," and
And they
like,
draw straws,
and Cassian draws the short end, and he's like, "Fuck."
and he's got to stay.
But
Yeah,
but I'm like, is everyone forgetting how excited Azriel was that he didn't have to stay with Elaine?
have to stay. Yeah.
if he was that into Elaine, he would want to stay with her,
Oh, wouldn't he want to stay?
right?
And there's a line in, I can't remember what book. I've only just listened to it, so it might be Wings and Ruin,
Yeah.
where is it? I can't remember. Elaine is showing Asriel the plans for the garden, right?
Yes.
It's just like whether or not the Shadow Singer even fucking cares, I don't know, or was just being polite.
Oh, that's Akafas. Yeah. When they go upstairs, like after solstice, she's like, oh, Azrael was
That's
still
right.
sitting with my sister and she was talking to him about the flowers and her thing. Whether he cared or not, he didn't
Yep.
let it show.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was like, what? And then, like, the first time he's just looking over spy reports and people are like, he's the only one that cares and pays attention to her. I'm like, he doesn't pay
He's
attention at all.
not paying attention
He
to her.
doesn't
He's
give a
then doing his
fuck about
own
what she's
work. They're just
talking
in the same room. Like, it's no different to Cassian and Feyre being in the same room.
I know. It's like, what is happening right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
also,
Yeah.
can I just point out, because I don't think that I'm wrong, but can I just point out, Elaine has never met Helion.
No, 100%. She hasn't.
She has not met Helion.
No.
Nesta has met him like twice, talked to him
Yeah, and has no
about the
interest in him
Pegasus
whatsoever, which
and
I find
everything.
hilarious.
Hi, I don't care.
I don't care. Who's
With
your
that
friend?
hand.
Hi, I don't care.
Did love the
Hey.
conversation in Akasif when she's like, "Is that your Pegasus?" She's like, "He's
Yeah.
beautiful," and I go,
Yeah.
foreshadowing.
Yes.
And then that's the exact scene.
Interested how that story's going to go
Ugh.
because we've already had Nesta's point of view. I'm like, whose point of view are we going to get it through? And Asriel's makes sense.
It does.
If all of the clues are lining up, like,
Yes. Because
it
he's
does
a
make
Dust
sense
Court
to do it from
prince.
yeah, it makes sense from his point of
Starborn
view.
prince.
So I do think that his story might be next, just because it would continue on from Hofast so well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally both of them make sense at this point. Like I was on Tumblr the other day and there's this really amazing post that breaks down like urgency versus non-urgency. And so they had all the quotes of where like the urgency is, which was like a Lucian's book, and then like where there was not a lot of urgency, where like things could take years for like Winriel's book. So I was like, huh, this makes a lot of sense actually.
Interesting.
But I'm which I just thought of the other day, and I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, but everyone is saying that the secret book after ACOTAR 6 is going to be like a Minorian novella or a Tog book or whatever. I think I always said and wanted it to be the Rhys and Tamlin's sister prequel because there's
like
so much there, but
yeah,
it could be the Dusk Court book. And I didn't even think of that.
Do you mean like Dusk coming back to life in Prythian, or like
a multi POV Dusk Court book? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Because she's like, I'm not going to tell you what characters or what world it's in. I'm like,
oh my god, I would eat that up.
Like, let Minorian lie, because if she does something with them that the fandom doesn't like,
like
right now, you can make your own headcanons of what happened to them.
Yeah. 100%,
leave it open. Leave it up to the fans. I'm not a fan of the Minorian.
I don't feel like she'll touch Tog. I don't think she's going to add another book to that. Like, and she said it's complete, right?
Yeah, but yeah, there's this one little clip of an interview, and she's like, you know, maybe like one day, like in the far future, I might touch on it again. I don't know, but for now, it's finished. And so people are like, she's gonna do a Minorian novella, and I freaked the fuck out. But like, honestly, I've said this before, but like, I'm not a Minorian fan. Like, they're fine, they're whatever, but I'm just not a Minorian fan. It's like a crime in the Tog fandom. Just because, like, I feel like it's so cliche. Like, oh, a king with a queen. Yeah.
I love them. I love them. I adore them. I love them. I love everything about them.
Okay.
I'm obsessed.
I'm gonna say something that you're not gonna like, but they remind me of Messian. I just can't do it.
Really?
They do. They have so much sexual tension, 100%, but like actual love.
Yeah.
I think they used each other in their darkest times to heal.
To cope. Yeah.
I can see them having a relationship. I can see them having a future, but I still feel like it's cliche because, like, okay, the king of Adarlan ends up with the witch queen, and I was like,
witch queen. Yeah.
Okay. To me, I was really upset. Like, I actually like cried when Sorsha died. I was really upset. Like, her and Sam were the worst.
Character that much. Oh, I bawled when Sam died. Like, that was horrific.
Because even when he was flirting with Manon, he was like missing Sorsha, and I was like, I just feel like that would have been such a better endgame because like you're telling me this like no status healer that was poor
Mm.
just falls in love with like
Yeah.
a king and like her becoming queen when she had like no status, no money, no nothing, just because
Yeah.
of love.
That
That
would be nice.
that would have been such a good story, and I'm still
True
upset
love
at
always
Sarah.
possible.
I'm still upset at Sarah for
Yeah.
that.
You putting me up now too. There you go. Boosting my feet up a
Uh,
bit.
so like I do not hate
Yeah.
Minori, and they just really remind me of Nessian, where they're just kind of using each other to cope.
I feel like Dorian is so much nicer to Manon than Cassian is to Nesta
Oh
though.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah, 100%.
yeah, yeah,
I feel like
definitely. Like he's a
it's swapped.
sweetheart.
Like Manon is the Cassian, and like
Yes,
Dorian is the
yes.
Nesta. Yeah.
I see that. I see that. Yeah, yeah. Manon reminds me a lot of Nesta. Like they're so similar.
Yes.
Thanks, babe.
But yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just like,
for sure.
But I was like, yeah, and then I was like, am I dumb? Like the secret book has to be like the dust book. I don't know why.
Really? Or like at least like what's Moore been doing?
Yeah. Well, Moore's getting a
Like where
novella.
has she been?
Moore's getting a
Is that
novella.
confirmed?
Yeah, she said in an
Okay.
interview that the next three are Elaine's, Azriel's, and Moore's stories, but in no particular
Okay.
order.
Oh,
No particular order. So
no
yeah. So
particular
Moore has
order.
the novella because her cliffhanger was off of Akafas. So
Yeah.
Akafas is 3.1 technically
Yeah.
novella.
Yeah.
So on Goodreads, when she announced that, there was a 3.2, which was on there. So I'm like, that's Moore's novella because she was in
Yeah, it's
Dublin
gotta
and that's
be.
where the cliffhanger is and all that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so I'm like, it would be crazy if they dropped the next book without the novella. Like, I'm still convinced it's going to be a double drop because you're spending
Also
4 years on
because
one book.
yeah. Also because Koshi, which is like the next big villain,
Yeah.
right? That's who we got to fight. Like he's
Intro
on
to
the continent,
Koshi.
which is where
More.
like it would make so much sense to
Yeah.
then go, well, this is where Moore is. Let's tell
Yeah.
them about the continent. Let's get
Yeah.
them there, and then it just makes
Exactly.
sense. Like, how can you not? Yeah,
And like, I
100%.
still
Just
kind
makes
of believe
sense.
that Moore might be like the Snow Queen retelling. And the Bone
Oh, I
Carver,
don't
because
know
the
that.
Bone Carver says about the cauldron, he's like, oh, this is my story. And I saw someone quote that on Tumblr the other day, and I go, I totally missed that he's like, oh, this is my story. But he says, oh,
Yeah.
we came over, and then he says, like, Koshi's his brother, right? And then he's like,
Yeah.
the cauldron was in a frozen lake in Lapland. So I was like, the continent's
Koshi's like,
frozen. It was in Koshi's lake. And I go, this was the Bone Carver story. So the siblings hid the cauldron in the lake before somebody
damn.
took it out. Fionn, hello? Are you there?
Oh shit.
Right? And now he's dead.
Oh,
I'm so mad. We only have Koshi
I
now.
was so sad when he died. Oh, I was like, no, like I loved him. He was never
Yeah.
awful to any of them. Like he
He
was,
was, yeah. But that
yeah,
makes so much sense because if you think
yeah, it
about it,
does.
the Bone Carver was the Sin Eater in Tog.
Yes.
And if this is his story, and he what came to this planet and then what hid the kill switch in Koshi's lake for some reason with his siblings. Weird.
Why?
Because the cauldron has word marks on it. So if he
Yes.
was from the Tog world, he knows what
Do
word
you think
marks
they
are.
used that to like get there?
Probably. I don't know. Like, was the cauldron
Mm.
originally from the Tog world?
From the Tog
Because
world.
remember in the first Throne of Glass, it says, oh, the king has journeyed to stir a cauldron.
Does it really?
The king of Outerland. Yeah. So my initial thought was, okay, so if the Valg are world walkers, right? And he was infected
Yes.
by a Valg. I was like, if he
He so
world
could
walked,
have.
if he world walked to Prithian, this would make
Yeah, he
sense
can.
because in Hofas, it says that there were two other shadowy figures near the cauldron. So I
Oh my
go,
God.
this
Twins
is
plus one.
so I'm like, this is Oleana who blessed the blades, because we know she blessed the blades
Yeah.
and was there,
Yes.
and the
Yes.
fucking king of Outerland.
That's insane.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Because
I'm like
then,
so ready for like the Tog to weave into
right?
the other. Yeah.
Because then when he's like, have you come to save me at last, Aelin Galathinius, or whatever? And then what does Aelin do? She has to fall through the worlds?
Insane.
Come on. Come on.
That's crazy.
Come on.
Has to
I want to
be.
know why the King of Outerland had, like, what he had to do with the cauldron. Like,
Yeah. Like when he was possessed by the Valg demon, you
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because if
Who?
he
He was
journeyed to
possessed by
stir the,
one of the princes?
he was, yeah.
Yeah. One of
But Reese is a Valg prince, and he can also jump time.
when does he jump time?
In Akafas when he's talking to Cassian. And I bring this up so much because people forget all the time. He's talking to
Yeah.
Cassian. He's like, oh, I wish I could just skip this week. It's been so stressful. Da, 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 da. And Cassian goes, with that power of yours, you could. And he's just like, it's like Reese gave him a withering glare or something. And then he's just like, that power of his that his family doesn't balk from, and he has never scented their fear, and he's so grateful for them, or whatever. And it goes into like this little monologue of how grateful he is that they're not scared of him. And I go, are we just skipping past the whole line where he can time
I
jump
feel like I feel like Sarah does this though. Like she drops like massive things
in one
and then
sentence?
just yeah, in
Because
one
going
sentence
back,
and then just
yeah, I was talking to someone on Threads yesterday.
nothing.
Yeah, I was talking to someone on Threads yesterday, and they're like, I keep wondering about Tamlin's stone heart." And I was like, "It was over after the curse." I go,
It's
"All
done.
of the
It's not
High
stone
Lords had
anymore.
stone hearts." Yeah, I go, "All of the High
Yeah.
Lords had stone hearts," and they're like, "What are you talking about?" Like, no, they didn't. I go, "Yeah, they did. It's one line in during the third trial where it goes, oh,
Yeah.
I've never heard his heart beat because his heart is stone," and then she goes, "That's how she controlled him. How she controlled all the High Lords."
All of their lords.
It was
Yeah.
the tether to their magic, just as she
Yeah.
tethers Durian's soul to his bone.
To his
Like,
bones. Yeah.
yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
like, everyone forgets that. So she dropped that there. And then she's just
Just
dropping that
one
Reese can
sentence.
fucking time jump and
Yeah.
Akafas. And I was like,
Oh my God. Do you think he's ever used it?
I do. I have a little bit of
When
a
do you think
crack
he's used it?
theory.
Go, tell me.
I have a little crack theory that he had time jumped under the mountain and that he actually knew how everything was going to play out. And that's why he branded her skin because he knew about the lever trial.
Damn. Yep.
And that's why he was the
Okay.
only one who bet on her in the worm trial.
In the worm trial.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
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 I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. Okay.
And the fact that when he goes in the dining room scene, when he goes and confronts, Tamlin and Lucian and,
Yeah.
he didn't know that she was glamored, which he gets so pissed about.
He's so
He was
angry.
so pissed.
Yeah,
Like,
like irrationally so. Even
yeah.
for him, who is
Yeah.
psycho
Irrationally
anyway, but
pissed. Yeah.
irrationally angry.
Like, oh, there's something I didn't see or something. But then he
Yeah.
goes, oh, well, she would have been yours. Too late, though. And I was like, what do you
How do you
mean?
know that?
What do you mean? What do you mean she would have been yours? Would have been yours? It's almost as if he knew that he was going to end up with her.
Yeah.
And
It is
then
a bit like that,
his,
isn't it?
yeah, but then also his story about when, or his stories of when he knew that she was his mate are so
Mhm.
inconsistent. They're so inconsistent. Because he looks shocked under the mountain, right? And he stumbles
Yes,
back
he
and he knows
does. But
away.
he stumbles back.
But then he
Yeah.
tells her later, oh, when I saw you during Kellen May, I think I knew. And I knew what you were to me.
Yeah.
I had to walk away before I took you with
Yeah.
me. And I
Yeah.
was like, so then why you acting shocked under the
So why are you so
What?
surprised when it actually does click into place then? Like you wouldn't be
Yeah,
that surprised. You'd be like, oh,
right?
yeah, I expected that.
Right?
Yeah.
It's so I'm like, I think he was like just time jumping. And I think he probably saw like maybe he saw multiple possibilities or something. But
Yeah, for sure. Because yes, with futures, like it changes
yeah,
dependent on people's
yeah,
choices and decisions and
yes,
paths. And yeah, of course, there are
yes,
always 100
exactly.
different variables. Yep.
Exactly. Right?
So
So I'm
maybe
like,
when he said, "Oh, she would have been yours," he was like, "Well, yeah, because I've decided I'm gonna take her."
yeah, or there was one of the futures that he saw where she was his.
Yeah.
Because it's always weird to me that Feyre smells like lilac and Tamlin smells like lilac. It's weird.
Oh,
It's weird.
why?
Why?
Do you think it's a Starborn thing? No. What sense do you think
Yeah,
a Starborn sense?
I do think the lilac is the starborn.
Yeah. Do you think it could be that?
It could be that, yeah. But it was still
Yeah.
weird to me when he's like, "Oh,
Still
her
weird.
lovely lilac and pear scent." I was like, "Wait a minute. Tamlin's lilac and cedar." And
That's
like
so
new
weird.
grass and rain or whatever the hell. He's like a million different scents.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I think he was like
Weird.
rain and rain and
He
like
was definitely cedar.
grass or something when she was human, and then
Yeah.
lilac and cedar or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
I'm like, I think Reese, like, if Amarantha was sleeping or something, he's like, let me just time jump and see how this all works
Yeah.
out, right?
Well, why wouldn't you if that's the power you've got? Like, you'd be
Oh, I
stupid not
only have
to.
the last dregs of my power. Okay, but you use every single one of your powers except for
Yeah.
missing.
And because like he's the most powerful High Lord, so
Yeah.
it's like, well, you stated like you have more power than the others
Yeah.
anyway. So
Yeah.
dregs to you is
Mhm.
vastly different to dregs to them. Like
Yeah.
you can't compare them because
Yeah.
your powers aren't at the same level. Like
So I'm like,
so
I
we
want
don't
to know.
actually know how much power he still had.
Yeah. I want
Yeah.
to know, like, if he's ever actually used this, like, more than once. Like, what did
Like
he
the time
know?
jumping.
Because,
Yeah.
yeah, like, did he? I'm trying to think. Like, did he know the sisters were going to be turned Fae? Like, I don't know. It was weird how he's like, oh, we have to meet with them at their house. I was like,
Yeah.
weird. Weird. And then Amryn, I think it was Amryn, and she's like, well, that makes sense because I doubt they'd come to Prithian or whatever she says.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was like, it has to be their house, though.
Yeah. Why couldn't there be like a neutral
Yeah.
meeting
Right?
place?
And then Feyre
Yeah.
on the way there, she's like, well, if they say no, maybe Rhys can just force them with his powers.
Say that about her own
She
sisters.
literally says that. I was so mad.
Do you believe in the like Reese is controlling her mind?
I do think he has some sort of control over her mind, yeah.
Yeah.
It's always
I
sketchy
don't
to me
know.
because he was like, oh, well, an expert Daemati could like never let you out of their head and make you believe that they
Yes.
did,
Once you got in.
and your
Yeah.
choices would seem like yours, but you were really just a
Yours.
puppet. I'm like, bitch,
Why is that in there?
why are you
Mm.
telling us this? And like the way that he
Yeah.
smashes Ianthe's hand is the same exact way that
It's the same
Feyre
way that
smashes her
Feyre did it.
hand. Yeah,
There's a lot of things there, which like could
weird.
also just be Feyre being like, well, you know,
If Reese did it this
I
way,
saw the
I can do
vision,
it
so
this way.
yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it this way too because
Yeah.
Reese is amazing. Oh my god. Um, um,
Ooh. But yeah, like going back to
yeah.
like just the under the mountain thing, like he just knew so much that he shouldn't have known. It's just sketchy.
That would have been impossible for him to know.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. I'm
Because
still
I don't
kind of
think,
convinced that he's the one that told. So if he time jumped, right, and he saw
yeah,
everything, and he
yeah,
knew that if it was like a specific type of trial that Feyre would pass it, right? Maybe
yeah,
he's the one that told Amarantha she couldn't read. And that's why Amarantha did the lever trial with the riddle.
possibly.
Because I'm like,
And then
how
did the
does
hand thing to
Amarantha
like
know?
make sure she still won.
Yeah. But then everyone's
Well,
like, well, maybe she just didn't know she couldn't read and thought it should just put a riddle in there. But I was like, that's very particular though.
it is, but then she also had her riddle anyway. So
Yeah.
like maybe
So
that's just part of her vibe, you know?
yeah. But I was like, if she
I
already
don't
had
know.
a
Like I don't
riddle,
know if
why
she
add
knew.
another one? You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Because
That's true.
her first trial was like physical. It was just a worm thing. And then the
Yeah,
last
yep,
one was just like, oh, stab Tamlin. Da, da, da. So it didn't seem
yeah.
like it didn't match up with those.
No, it didn't.
That was
Although I
such
guess because Lucian was there, like and Feyre's very well. Book one, Feyre. I
yeah.
don't think she's like this anymore. Book one, Feyre. She was very like protect the innocent. Do you
Mhm.
know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
he's
yeah,
not
yeah.
done anything wrong. He's my friend.
Just
So
pick
like it
one.
sort of yeah.
I love him. Poor Lucian. Oh.
Dragged around, doesn't he? I'm like, stop, like this man. Oh,
Stop. Like, just stop.
leave
But
him
yeah,
alone.
he's just so sketchy. Like I feel like he knows so much.
Yeah,
And like he
he
had
does
like
have that like air of arrogance. Like
yeah.
I know more than you all the
Yeah.
time. Yeah,
All the time.
all the time.
Except for the
I'd be
pregnancy, which I
really,
thought was hilarious because he was actually panicked.
yeah.
Well,
Do you think it's because he didn't know that when Feyre shifts, her anatomy shifts as well?
no, he knew that because he tells Cassian that. But
Oh,
I don't think he knew that the baby would have wings because I still think
right.
that it was a consequence of them, breaking
Yeah,
the ceasefire of the thing. And that's why Nyx had wings. That's why the Bone Carver didn't when they
yeah,
first saw him because it was before
yeah,
the meeting. I still think that. And so I think there are things he can't account for, like you said, different choices
yeah.
and different,
Different choices. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Yeah,
And so I think that's why he was panicked and stuff. But just the fact that like everyone forgets that when in Silver Flames when Nesta comes back and she's asking them about like Lanthus, and he's like, Lanthus, I forgot about Lanthus. Like I forgot he was even in the prison or whatever. And Cassian's like, I didn't, because he has a huge scar from him
Yeah,
from
it's a
before,
huge scar on it.
right? And Rhys takes out this huge book from his
Yeah.
bookshelf, and he's
Yeah.
like, let's look through all the history. And I was like, what? You just have a book of everything, and you've never
A history book.
once
And you've never
referenced
once brought it out or
not
referenced it
before
at
the
all.
Highburn War. Like, what?
Oh my God, that is sketchy.
Yeah. And he's like, well, Lanthus did this and this and this. And then she was like, well, what's the Wild Hunt and what's this? And he's like,
Yeah.
yeah. But he's talking about Theon and Gwydion and what they had in the history book or whatever. And then he's like, oh, well, they just thought that Amren was the same kind of monster and they threw her in the prison. And like she says nothing. And then Nesta's just like, whatever, I don't care about Amren. What's the Wild Hunt?
Yeah.
That's
What's
like,
the Wild Hunt? Please, we want to know about Amren. I'm begging for more information.
Yeah. But also, like, how is the Wild Hunt going to come into play here too? Because
It's been
talked about
mentioned a lot. Yeah, it
lot.
really has been.
Yeah.
Even in Crescent City, it's talked about.
Yeah.
I feel like Rigelus might mention something to Bryce. Maybe I'm
Well,
getting all mixed up.
Lanthus was a Valg / Asteri, so that makes sense.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
it's
also found it, I think you said this. Doesn't Lanthus take on like
Mist
Cormac's
form.
features?
Oh, that was my theory. Yeah.
Didn't you say, was that you? That was youngster, it was you.
I was like, what if he shifted into Cormac? Because they're like,
yeah,
golden skin and his flowing blonde hair.
Blonde
and I'm
hair.
like, I think I was talking to you about this last time, and I was like, well, if Cormac has been, suffering in Prithian for however many months or whatever, if his hair was already this long when he got there, it would be long.
Yeah.
Right?
That would be crazy.
I still haven't done my reel on that.
I feel like Lanthus and like, those Valg, they would be able to know who her real mate is, right? Like,
yeah. I had to look up the Lanthus scene.
Did you just do it now?
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, first of all, I fucking love this foreshadowing because it says Cassian beheld the open door to Lanthus's cell and knew two things. The first and most obvious was that he was about to die. The second was that he would do anything in the world to prevent Nesta from meeting the same fate. Really? You sure about that, bro? You sure about that? I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure about that.
Especially not at Rita's hand.
Yeah.
Like,
I wondered when you and I would meet again, Lord of Bastards. I love that so much. I also love that that Lanthus is like a mist. Because like I said, mist.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
Also, the only two people that are said to have a laugh like a crow's caw is Lanthus and Amren. Yeah.
Oh my God, I never
Yeah.
That's like, crazy.
What? Yeah.
You think they're related? I want to know where Amren found that body to get out of the prison. Like
she just made it. I think she just made it like Maeve.
Just made it.
I think she just made it. Yeah. But it would make sense,
right?
It would make sense if she like jumped a body too, though, because it looked like Nuon kind of. So I'm wondering if I don't know, because
very,
if you're thinking
Dawn Court looking.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking like, okay, well, if it was before, no, it was after the courts were formed. So I'm like, I don't know. Unless she just happened, unless those were like the first people that she saw when she came into the world. That's all she could conjure up.
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. Where is it? All right. It says Cassian said to the monster he feared above all others. Okay, what about Bryaxis? Liar.
Yeah, he's like terrified of her.
You plan to swirl around like a rain cloud? What of the handsome form I saw in the mirror? Handsome. I love how Cassian's jealous of like Lucian and Eris's hair, and he's calling Lanthus handsome.
Well, even Nesta was like, damn.
Yeah. Is that what your companion prefers? Are you a witch from Orid's dark heart? That's a name I haven't heard in a long while. You do not smell of Orid's heaviness or despair. But then it says, which this reminds me of Thanatos in CC2 with Bryce, 100%. It says, an inhale still behind them, blocking the way out. Your scent, he sighed to Nesta. A pity you've been marred with such a scent with Cassian's stink. I can barely distinguish anything on you besides his essence. Like the starlight has a smell. Remember when Thanatos was like, your starlight smells so pure, like I want to eat it. Right?
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, and then he mentions also remembering the final note of the harp, which we know Thea
Yep.
did, right?
Yep.
And then he says, "What wonder it spins. Everything pays fealty to the harp, seasons, kingdoms, the order of time and worlds.
Oh,
These are of no consequence to it, and the last string, even death bows to that string." I go, the fucking order of time and worlds got me. Got
yeah.
me. Like, Tog has to be the past. Has to be the past.
Has to be.
Yeah.
Is there any trove mentioned in Tog? Like any of the little, I mean, like, because there's 4 items. Are any of
Yeah.
them?
Not that I know. I think
Not
just the
that I
cauldron.
remember.
Just the cauldron.
Yeah.
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 But also what wonder it spins, that makes me think of Clotho, because in mythology she's the spinner of fate.
Oh, that's so
She's one of the
interesting.
three forget what you fucking call them, but she's like one of the three fates because there's the spinner, the cutter, and the allotter, and she's the spinner of fate. So she determines
Oh,
people's like paths.
paths. Yep. 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 Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then like all the cutter is the death, and then like the allotter is the life,
Right.
and if she determines that's good for them and stuff for that. So I was
Right.
like,
Right. Right.
so when Clotho is so like, I need to give the necklace to Gwen. I'm gonna give the necklace to Gwen.
Yes.
You have to give the necklace to Gwen. And I was like, what? What, Clotho?
Damn.
She knows. She
She knows.
knows that Gwen is his.
Clotho is so like sneaky. Not sneaky, but
She's so
like those
sus.
people you look at and you're like,
Yeah.
you know things that I don't
Yeah.
know, you know?
Yeah. But I still think the craziest part of Clotho is the fact that when we meet Gwen, she's like, "Oh, nobody goes beyond level 7. Like that's where Briaxis is and everything."
Right.
And then when they're at the service, she's like, "Yeah, like Clotho made us learn these songs. She found them below level 7." I was like, "What?
So Clotho just
She found them where?
casually strolls down there all the
She
time.
found them where?" Yeah, because then Clotho says that the monster in the library doesn't bother them because they've already lived their worst nightmares.
Oh,
And he's like, people's worst nightmare, but she's like, we've already lived our worst nightmares, so it leaves us alone. So I was like,
that makes me really sad a little bit.
I know. So it leaves the priestesses alone. I know that's really sad. But I was like,
I
what
quite like
the?
Bryaxis. Like, she helps Feyre and Nesta. Like, yeah, she freaks Cassian out because maybe she is fucking terrifying to look at. But, like, come on, man. You're meant to be, like, this big ass general. Like,
He's like this giant cloud of black that just chews through people like they're fucking
yeah,
ice cream.
pretty scary.
Yeah. They're just all the blood mist everywhere.
Yeah. Is Bryaxis a boy or a girl? Like, male or female?
I the voice on graphic audio is male.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, because when I read her, like, I automatically go her. Like,
I always
think
said he,
yeah.
so that's so funny.
So interesting, isn't it? There's different people's like
Yeah.
perspectives of things.
But I'm like, so she found the songs and she makes the priestesses learn them. And it's the song that Gwen sings that lures Nesta to the harp.
Nesta to the scrying, yeah.
So I'm like, she knew about Nesta's path.
Yep.
She knows
And
about
she knew that
Gwen's
Gwen
path.
and Nesta would also.
Yeah. Because she was like, look at the sign up sheet. I was like, she was getting
How did Nesta and Gwen first meet? I know it's in the library.
Because
think...
Nesta was giving up and she stopped looking at the sign up sheet and Clotho was like, go look at the sign up sheet. And like Gwen's name was on it and Nesta was so excited. So I was like, did Clotho tell her to sign up?
Probably. Do a little nudgy nudge.
So she's like, she's gonna be friends with her and this is gonna happen and then it will get Azriel in the mix and that's his mate.
Oh,
like she knows all the
I hope so. I hope so. Okay. What do you think is gonna go down with the necklace?
Oh my god.
Like,
okay.
Oh.
Eka and Olivia think I'm crazy, but I don't think it's going to be brought up ever again.
What? Really?
I honestly don't. Because it was assumedly given to Gwen by Clotho after the bonus chapter. That was but that was between chapter 58 and chapter 59. Gwen didn't wear it the whole rest of Silver Flames. So she might be like, I don't know who this is from, so I'm not going to wear it. Like, or Clotho just like said that and never actually gave it to her just to keep people wondering. Like, I don't know. She's suspicious.
Maybe.
Or she's gonna give it to her.
Weird.
She's waiting for a specific moment to give it to her.
That could be. That might be more likely.
Like, I feel like she would pull like Azriel left this birthday gift for you or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
For sure.
And Gwen would be like, you got me a birthday gift. And Azriel would be like, what? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No. I
That
gave
was
you a
like a
gift that I was
solstice
going to
gift.
gift to someone else, but then my High Lord got me in trouble. So
But like, it's just weird. I'm like, but first of all, then you have to think of like, it was a rose necklace. So like,
yeah,
I don't really, I don't
I
see,
don't see how that win.
yeah, I don't see that how that's Gwen. I didn't really see
Yeah,
how that was Elaine either, but I do understand the symbolism there
well,
where she was getting cut up by the roses and it wasn't for her
yeah,
being
yeah.
the whole
And
Elreal
she's,
thing.
the flowers
Yeah.
and the gardening, and like I feel like that.
Yeah.
I also feel like that was a nod to the
Yeah.
fact that Asriel only sees Elaine at such a surface
Yeah.
level.
And
Oh,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna get her a
say
flower because
something.
she gardens. Like it's
Yeah. I'm gonna
like
say
there's so much more
something
to her than that.
that I absolutely fucking hate and do not believe. But
Okay.
the only way I can see the necklace relating to Gwen begrudgingly, because I hate this
Yeah.
theory, is if Tamlin's her dad.
Her dad. Yeah.
But I still think
I
it's
don't like that either.
I still think it's Eris, 100%.
There's way too much Autumn Court history for
Yeah.
it within Gwen
Yeah.
to
Like the
be
crackling
a
magic
Tamlin.
and the yeah, it's not.
Yeah. And the
Um,
hair, like, come on.
I know. Like
Make it more obvious.
it's gonna force the truth about Mor to come out. It's gonna force Azriel and Eris to be civil for Gwen. Like,
Yep.
come on.
Yep.
The drama.
The drama.
Please. Yeah. But then I also still think that Roslyn is a secret Vincera sister, so
Yeah. I feel like she's brought up a fair bit
she is.
to be like a bit of a nothing character.
Yeah.
You know what I
Like the
mean?
other
Like
priestesses are not mentioned as often as Roslyn
nowhere
is.
near as much.
Oh, her
Nowhere near
deep
as
red
much.
hair. Oh, her ruby
Yeah.
hair. Oh, her
And Gwen being
amber
able to
eyes.
know who it is because of her scent.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also the amber eyes. The only person we know with amber eyes is Eris and Helion. And I've still said I think Eris is also Helion's son, but I digress.
Yeah, I don't know. I would enjoy it.
Yeah.
I would enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like because
Yeah.
I just there is something about Eris that really intrigues me, and I'm like, there is so much
Yeah.
depth to this character that we are not getting yet. Like you
But
just can tell.
I just think it would be hilarious if he like knows all about Lucian and he's keeping it from Lucian, all this stuff, and it just comes back to bite him in the ass because it's his secret too that
Because
he
it's his
doesn't
dad
know.
as well.
You know?
Yeah. Do
And
you
just
think
the
that
fact
Eris
that like
knows?
I go back and forth. I think he
Yeah.
might. I think he has an inkling. But
I
I
think
just
he
think
knows
it's
about
weird.
Lucian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it's weird that all of the Vansera brothers have the russet eyes and the red hair, and then Eris has
Yeah.
amber eyes. And I was like Helion?
For sure.
Like Helion?
For sure.
Huh? What?
Because what does the Autumn King Baron have? It's just brown, right?
Brown hair, brown eyes.
Brown hair, brown eyes.
Yeah.
And it's Lady A who has the big red hair.
And
what
russet
color eyes
eyes.
has she got?
Russet.
Russet eyes.
Yeah, and Lucian had russet in her red hair, and Helion's dark. So I go, if Lucian gets the tan skin, Eris
Yeah,
gets
then maybe
the amber
Eris
eyes.
gets the eyes.
And this is why, see, the only reason why I say Eris might know is because, again, in the Akawar scene, when they're meeting with him and he's like talking about the ice, and he's like, oh, I was sent to go and do it with 3 of my brothers.
And he pauses, yeah.
He pauses.
He fully pauses.
Stutter.
My dot
brothers.
brothers.
I was like, what? What?
What else was he gonna say?
Because I was like, but this is also the same scene where Azriel's like, oh, well, in exchange, we'll bid for him to be the High Lord of the Autumn Court. Like, he wants bids.
Yeah, wouldn't the power just go to him?
Why do you need, if you're the heir, why do you need bids? Wouldn't the power choose you? Unless he knows that Lucian's more powerful than him, but he knows that Lucian is Helion's son.
Helion's son.
But if
but
he
does
also
that mean
knows,
that the magic could still technically go to Lucian because Lady A?
No, because it's paternal.
Autumn Court.
It's paternal.
Okay.
Because it was always the males, right? So I'm like, but I'm like, if Eris knows that he's maybe also Helion's son, and he knows that Lucian is more powerful than him, he knew that he wouldn't get the Day Court throne.
Yeah.
And he's been training to get the Autumn Court throne.
To get a throne, yeah.
So, and you know what Lucian calls him in Akawar? A snake.
A snake, yeah.
That you know what like, Helion? You know what Helion wears around his back? The snake.
Is there symbolism? I remember writing this in my notes. Is there symbolism between like an upside down snake and an upright snake? Because I thought it was really like pointed that Feyre said like she specifically mentioned the upright snake cup. Like 2 or 3 times.
I'll have
she
to look up the symbolism for that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be worth
cool.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah. It just struck me. I was like, why do we need to, like, one would assume that it's an upright snake. Why are you mentioning that it's an upright one? Like, why? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I just thought that was a purposeful word.
Upright serpent symbolism. Let's see. Oh, in the ancient Egyptian culture, which could very much be Descartes, togas and shit,
Yes.
the
Yes.
upright or rearing cobra symbolizes sovereignty, royalty, deity, and divine authority.
Well,
Often depicted on the
High
crowns
Lord.
and
Yeah.
masks of fire. Okay, yeah, that makes
There you
sense.
go. Masks of Fire.
Huh?
Did you say Masks of Fire?
Pharaohs.
Oh,
Yeah. But commonly employed as a protective icon. Huh,
interesting.
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 Also associated with fertility, healing, and rebirth.
Okay. Okay.
That makes sense though.
That would make sense.
Yeah, that's funny.
Because
But
babies are
anyway,
rare, but not for Lady A.
yeah. Yeah, right? Okay, Lady A.
It's like pop, 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 pop.
Yeah. Also,
Yep.
the trauma this woman has endured, please spare her from Baron soon. Oh my God.
Oh God, yeah.
Because
I
you
also
know
find
that
it really
half of those
interesting
kids
that
were not like on purpose. Like,
oh yeah, totally.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's totally like
Yeah.
assaulted her. Let's be real.
Definitely. Definitely. 100%. I think it's crazy that a lot of people are like, oh, they're married, so sexual assault doesn't exist. It's like,
Yeah,
no,
like marital assault
that's not
exists.
fact.
Let's not,
Yeah.
let's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Going back to Lanthus real quick, I love how every time that he's like saying a sentence like that alludes to them being mates, it's cut off. And I love that because I go, every single time that he tries to say that, oh, you're mates, or what is alluded to be, oh, they're mates, it's cut off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's so
As in like Lanthus
purposeful.
about Cassian and Nesta.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
that's so
says,
interesting.
yeah, it says, based upon your scent alone, I would say that you two are, and then it gets cut off, and it says Cassian released Nesta's hand and lunged forward, spearing his blade into the mist before Lanthus could say one more damning word. Damning. Damning. Does he like know that it's not a real bond?
Stop. What do you think he was gonna say?
I don't know. Also, Lanthus gathered in the darkness a cobra ready to strike.
Oh,
Hmm.
interesting. Interesting.
Interesting. There's another part where Nesta counted the strings, 26. She touched the first, the smallest, to free herself from the harp's power. What did the others do? Gwen's voice floated from far away, recounting Meryl's earlier research on dimensions of the possibility of 26. We shall move through space and eons together. The small strings are for games, light movement and leaping.
Yeah. Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. Obviously. Also, the fact that her silver fire could wreathe her hands, even in silver flames, is amazing.
Super cool. I really want to see her train her magic.
I know.
I actually read this fan fiction.
Yeah.
Because I was upset at the end of Silver Flames. I was like, my heart is hurting and I need a different fucking outcome. Yeah. And it was so good. It was an Eris and Nesta fic, and Eris like came and saved Nesta on like the death hike. Have you read it?
Yeah, I don't think I read that one, but I've
it's so nice. And he's just like the most lovely person ever. And he doesn't force her to become this like warrior and wear pants and stuff that she doesn't want to do. But like helps her train her magic. And I was like, yes. And he was so gentle. And I was like, that's what she needs. Like that is what she needed, not like brutality. And I don't like calling Cassian brutal because
he is a brute.
Sweet. Yeah, I mean he is, but he's also like he has been sweet. Like he is sweet to Feyre. Do you know what I mean? But like he did not give Nesta the same treatment. And I'm like, but that's your mate. Wouldn't you think that you're the sweetest for her? It struck me as all types of wrong.
I am still like really shocked by Eris's like foresight, I guess you could say, because we know that he knows about the Sister Mountains. But
yes,
like when he says to Nesta, like, stay in the night court and you risk your ruin.
Yeah.
I was like,
and you're wasted in the night court.
But risk your ruin?
That's very specific language.
That's scary.
Very specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at Hofast. She's bowing her head. She's curving inward. They're literally ruining her.
They are ruining her.
It's awful.
She's a very different is a very different character in Hofast in front of
Mm.
the inner circle compared to Silver
Mm-hmm.
Flame. Like Silver Flame, she
Yeah.
still had her bite, she still had her fire, she was
Yeah.
fighting back. She was like, "Don't you talk to me like they
Yes.
like you are not my High Lord. Like
Yeah.
this is not my court." Like
Yeah.
she was really
Yeah.
fiery, but
She
yeah,
does
he
say
was
that a
like the
couple times
opposite.
in Hofast, but then she's also like, Amren's like, okay, you've served your purpose, goodbye. And then she like says
Yeah,
nothing. And
and
like,
then
it's
just
so
goes.
weird.
Yeah. Do
Ugh.
you think Cassian has said like off page, like just do what they say?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
100%.
Like,
100 fucking percent.
yeah,
Because
me too.
because Azrael's like, oh, Cassian won't be happy. And Amren's like, I don't give a shit what Cassian thinks. Go get her. So I was like, what the fuck?
Oh god.
Just the fact that like Cassian doesn't even go with her, too, is just weird.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird.
Into the cave,
Into
do you mean?
Well, down to the Human City dungeon where everyone is, first of all.
Where everyone is.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
like he never asks her about the caves or anything. It's just so weird. Their
It's
dynamic
so
is so
bizarre.
fucking weird.
It's off.
It's odd.
Like it's not normal.
Um,
I have always thought that. I've always been like,
yeah. I'm like, this
mates
is weird. It's odd.
historically, yeah,
It doesn't make
talk to
sense.
each other and open up to each other, even when they don't want to, even when they don't mean to.
Yeah.
They just do it. But I feel like Nessa has never done that with Cassian.
No. No.
No, and he
No.
doesn't with her either.
No.
Like it goes both
It's like they
ways. Like he
don't
doesn't open
actually
up to
trust
her
each
either.
other. Yeah.
They don't trust each other.
They don't.
There is no trust there.
I do love how the mother is like, Nest is my protected queen. And
Yeah.
it says the mist pressed in, and she could have sworn she felt a hand reach for her. It was enough to set her moving. So like the mother's
When
pushing
was
her along
that?
here. The mother,
But in what book?
Akasif with Lanthus.
Oh.
Yep. Drawing her sword in the same movement in which she shot to her feet, she slashed a perfect combination. Lanthus screamed. It
Oh.
was nothing like what she'd heard before, ear splitting, pure shock and fury. She hefted Ataraxia, settling her weight between her feet, making sure her stance was even. Unshakable, the blade began to glow. The
Shit.
mist contorted, shrinking and writhing as if it fought an invisible enemy, and then it became solid, blooming with color. Now, this is where I was like, this could be Cormac's form. Because it
Yeah.
says, a naked, golden-haired male stood before her. He was of average height, his golden skin
Yep.
sculpted with muscle, his sharp-boned face
Yep.
soaring with hate. Not a repulsive, awful creature, but one of beauty.
With hate. That's like, isn't that something that Bryce like always comments on about?
She's like, his eyes are like
he has resting
dead.
bitch face
Yeah.
essentially. No, that's too much.
He didn't change his eyes though. But Amren says the one thing you can't get right is your eyes. So his eyes were still pitch black. Because it says his black eyes narrowed upon the blade, and he hissed, that is not Narbin. But then he says, which death god are you? The silver fire sizzling in her eyes. Deanna. She's fucking Deanna.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That goes without
That was
saying.
so,
Anyone who's
yeah.
read Pog even once
I mean,
puts that connection
Tog,
together, surely.
which also goes with the siblings coming over. I'm convinced Lanthus was
Totally.
a sibling, like, right? Lanthus cringed away from the blade, just like Kier cringes away from Truth Teller, I want to note.
Why do you think he does that?
Because he knows, and he just never told Reese the history because he fucking hates him.
Hates him.
What
old
is
is
that blade?
Kier?
His golden
Does he
hair
know?
swayed down to his waist as he backed away again. Oh yeah,
Max.
he burst out laughing at the name, the sound like a crow's cawing, hideous compared to his beautiful form. And also, mates, he was the most beautiful male I've ever seen. She was the most beautiful female I've ever seen.
Beautiful female he'd ever seen.
Go on! I rode in the wild hunt before you were even a scrap of existence, witch from Orid. I galloped at the head. The Fae and Beast bowed before us.
Compared
so
to
he's
a witch.
definitely a fucking Asteri.
Oh, Lanthus definitely is. But I want to know why Nesta is compared to a witch so often. A witch
because
and a queen.
She is. Witches can scry. Her and Elaine are both witches.
Do you think Mama A was a witch? I do. I think she was a witch from the Prythian world. Maybe one of like the last ones.
Yeah. I also think though that all of the female Illyrians are witches.
Yeah, babe.
And I think that they have, I think through history, they've covered that up so much so that they've forgotten their power. And that's why they don't have Illyrian killing power, because they have witch power and they just don't know it. And I can't wait for Emery to figure that shit out.
That makes so much sense too when we think about Pog, that the witches are literally Fae and Bound.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Daglan created the Illyrians.
And they're
who are they going to use? Probably witches.
Yeah. Yep. And just like how the Asterian Crescent City bred out the Fate Years, the Illyrians
Yeah.
shoved the history down into the dirt, so the females had no power, forgot that they had any power. And I'm
Oh my
like,
God.
I need Emery to figure out that she has
To
fucking
figure it
magic.
out. Yeah.
Like,
She
especially as
will.
a blood right winner.
She
Like,
will.
I need her to fucking scare the shit out of them. It would be so amazing.
I cannot wait to see what
Yeah.
happens with
Yeah.
the fact that they won the blood right, because we have
Yeah.
no scenes from after that, right?
Yeah. But okay.
Like, no,
So
well, we have scenes after it, but
yeah. So if okay, so we know that the females don't get siphons, only the males get siphons when they win the blood right. So if Emery is owed siphons, are the siphons going to bring out her witch powers? And is this why they don't give the
Ooh.
females fucking siphons?
Excuse me. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That would make so much
Like
sense.
it would make so much sense as to why they were pissed that she won.
Yeah.
They're afraid.
Well, they put her in there, so it's their own damn fault.
Well, technically Briolin did, not knowing the fucking
Well, yeah, I
history,
suppose so.
but yeah.
But by going through
Yeah.
her own cousin, like,
right? Yeah. And also, because I have said this 5 million times and people are going to get so mad at me for saying it again, Reese's mother was a fucking witch.
obviously, she has the necromancy ring.
She has the necromancy ring. She tied her fucking
There's
soul
no
to
way.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I
And
agree.
this
I
and
agree.
this is why, and this is the power I think that Reese uses to create the language bean in Hofast. I think that was the point of the language bean. Because everyone's like, why the
Oh.
fuck? This was the stupidest thing. I go, no, because he literally
Power.
winnows out and he comes back with a little bean,
with
little
a little
spelled bean.
magical potiony
Where'd you get that?
Like a medwitch? Like
Yeah.
a medwitch, maybe? In CC?
Exactly. And Hypaxia was a medwitch and a necromancer.
Yep.
Hello? He knows. I'm telling you, he fucking knows. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on.
I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it.
And
for
like the
sure.
witches, even in Crescent City, the witches in Crescent City are like so mean to Hypaxia. So I could 100%
Yeah.
see his mom being an Illyrian witch and being like, your mate has to deserve you. She can go get the ring that my
Yeah.
soul is tied to. Like,
Yeah.
if you have this ring,
They're
I'll be with
brutal.
you
They
always.
are known
What?
to be brutal. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're
They're
witches.
known to be brutal.
Yeah.
Like,
And
actually
just
how they're
like,
fucking raised.
and when he tells Feyre that she was like, oh, well, as long as you have this ring, I'll always be with you. What? What?
Creepy.
Come on.
Well, I also find it really interesting. I think it's in Frost and Starlight.
Yeah.
Where Reese reveals that all of Feyre's like dresses and stuff that
Yeah,
everyone
we're from
loves
his
is
mom.
from his mum. Not like his mum's, like his mum made them for his mate. So tell me how all of these dresses fit Feyre perfectly.
I was just gonna say that. What if she like put a spell on them so that it would just conform to whoever his mate was?
Oh, maybe.
Right?
I thought I was going more down the road of if Reese can time jump,
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
his mummy could.
I mean, I was always under the assumption that she knew about the future from Azriel's mom, because I think Azriel's mom is a seer.
His mom is a seer.
That.
Yes, yes,
But
yes, yes.
if the Weaver and Valaris can make the void, right? That fabric after her husband died or whatever, that literally no light can go. I'm like,
no, yeah.
What if she just put a spell on the clothes and it conformed to whoever his mate was?
For sure.
That would make so much more sense.
Yeah, it would.
Because everyone's like, how the fuck would she know her measurements and all this stuff? I was like,
yeah.
Well, like when she touched it, it probably just conformed to her body.
Yeah, like when she puts it on, it just.
Oh my god.
There's so much, isn't there? There's so much. Like,
which is why Reese was like, oh, she kept being a seamstress because she loved it, not because she had to.
She had to.
So I was like, she just making like magical fucking clothes for people. I could see her making like magical clothes for the Illyrian women, like to protect them.
Oh,
can you see her making like rape clothes for the women?
Yeah,
and shit?
I could.
Oh my god! If
I'm right, she was strung up about to be clipped, right?
Yeah, he showed up right when.
And then Reese's dad showed up. Yeah.
But if I'm right, and Azriel's mom was her sister, and Azriel, like as we've said, is like literally the product of rape, right?
Yes. Yeah.
She could be like, all right, I'm spelling these clothes to protect these women, you know? Like you can't protect them from being clipped, but you can protect them from the males assaulting them. I mean, that would be so cool. That would be so cool.
Yeah.
Like have his mom, like the ring thing for Pharaoh is so out of pocket. Like I want to know something good that she did too.
Yeah, I get ya.
Right?
She was nice to Reese. Like,
Yeah.
you know, as far as mothers go, like
Yeah.
she did generally treat him with like motherly love as much
Yeah.
as probably
Yeah.
she could or would be
He's
expected
like, oh,
of
we would
her,
sneak out and
and
go flying in the middle of the
flying
night.
together.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. And like he never, yeah, she would always get angry at me and then we'd go off and fly together.
Yeah,
Like she never
right.
really actually cared. She just gave you a little bit of, please, what the fuck are you doing?
Oh, yeah. All right, let's go fly out the window.
Mad. Mom, I know when moms are mad.
Right. Yeah, I was like, I can't believe I just thought of that, like the siphon thing and the clothes thing. I was like, this just
That's
came to me.
crazy.
What?
That's crazy.
That's totally why they don't give the female siphons. Are you kidding?
It has to be. They don't want them to access their power.
Yeah.
I reckon, and like, and Lord Devlin being so scared of Nesta because she's a
Yes.
witch.
Yeah.
Why are you so
We need to
fearful of a
burn
witch
the
coming into
we
your
need to burn
town?
all the weapons that she touches. What?
Why?
Why?
Because
Why?
you know something, Lord Devlin? Like,
I know.
dang.
But
Those are all of those Illyrians.
can I also mention that the only other person who mentions that she's a witch is Tamlin?
Oh, really?
Yeah, remember, put that finger down, you witch.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And his dad was best friends with Hybern and Amarantha,
Mm,
Valgasteri.
Valgs. They're gonna know who a witch is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
He spent a lot of time in those meetings with his
Yeah,
dad.
he did.
He,
That's so
I was like,
interesting.
he called her a witch. I hate that scene, but he called her a witch
That's
and he was
so cool.
terrified of her too.
Yeah, yeah,
Which is weird because
yeah.
like he's a
Because he
High
was
Lord.
there when she pointed at
Yeah. He was
Hybern
like
with the finger
shrinking
too. So
back.
he was like,
Yeah.
fuck off with your death point. Like, yeah.
She's like, I'm glad you remembered that what happened to the last person I pointed out. I was like, come on, Esta. You're in his land. Come on. She's
Yeah,
like, if
be
you
nice.
tell anyone that I'm meeting with Eris, I'll rip your fucking head off. I was like, okay, calm down. You're on his
I
land.
get that she's mad at him though, because I think a lot of her, obviously, her
Yeah.
trauma
Yeah.
is related around Tamlin, and I think
Yeah.
that for her,
Yeah.
he's the easiest person to put the blame on. No, I
Yeah.
don't think that is fair.
Natalie said that like while he wasn't a direct, connection to her being thrown in the cauldron and
Yeah,
shit, he's still ground zero because the
yes,
first thing was him taking Feyre
yeah,
technically. So like,
100%. Yeah,
I was like, damn
yeah.
it. And I'm trying to find the second part of when he mentions that they might be mates and they stopped it. But also, can I mention this too?
Of course.
This is when he's like in his Cormac body, right? Lanthus.
Hmm.
And it says he extended a broad, graceful hand. You do not even know what you could do. I shall show you. He smiled again with two long teeth, turning his face from beauty to horror with a quirk of his lips. So he's doing this on purpose. Come with me, Queen of Queens. We shall return what was once lost. We shall rebuild to what we were before the golden legions of the Fae cast off their chains. Obviously, he has that whole thing with the wild hunt, blah,
Yeah,
blah. We shall build palaces of ice and flame, of darkness and starlight. Magic shall flow.
ice and flame. Hang on, hang on. Cold, because Ness's flames are cold, but then Cormac has flames. So ice and flame. Okay, yes, continue.
And darkness and
Could also
starlight.
just be Nesta coded because
Yeah.
her flames are cold.
Yeah. She saw herself on a black throne, matching crown and her unbound hair. Enormous onyx beast, scaled like those she'd
Yeah,
seen on the hewn city pillars,
Hewn City.
lay at the foot
That
of the
always
dais.
struck me.
Lanthus sat there, his hand laced through hers. Their kingdom was endless, their palace built of pure magic that lived and thrived around them. Just like when Bryce liberated Avalon.
Yeah,
The
and
harp.
I feel like in Celine's monologue when she is talking about the Dust Court, it's
Mhm.
very like
Magic is
really
everywhere.
about
Yeah.
the magic like
Yes.
ruling the city. Like it was really that was
Yes.
so ingrained in it,
Yeah.
more so than other courts.
Yeah.
From my perspective,
Yeah.
the way I took it anyway, like
But it's
I
also
felt like there was so much more of that.
it's also like wild though how Prithian's like the most free-flowing magic world technically, right? But then
Yeah.
Lanthus is like magic shall flow untethered again. So like there's something
That
about
was
it that is
tethering it.
still suppressed somehow,
Yeah.
right? Which we know the
That's
first
really
light cores
interesting.
are still there, untouched.
Yep.
And there has to be other Daglan under the other mountains, right? The harp sat behind them on
Totally.
an altar, the mask too, but the golden crown wasn't there. It rested atop Lanthus's head as king.
As king.
And that was the snarled thread that pulled her out. The threads to Cassian are snarled. Threads to Cassian are
That's plural.
snarled.
Yeah.
And then she's like, oh, coercion, enslavement, blah, blah, blah. That's when she sees the horn on the altar, veiled in
Yeah.
shadow. Um, and then obviously the whole sex thing. I think
Yeah.
so funny. So funny. And then it says another snarled thread led outward. These are multiple threads. These are fucking
Yeah.
past the
That's a
illusion.
spell.
Past the illusion. I feel like it's not just Lanthus's illusion, you know. Um, I can take care of that problem, he snarled toward Cassian. You will forget those ties soon enough. What? Um, Ataraxia sing, which I find hilarious because, okay, twice it says Ataraxia sings, once in Silver Flames and once in Hofast, and in Crescent City
Mm.
too, or in Hofast, Bryce says that Ataraxia and Gwydion are made the exact same, that they're like the exact same. And so Cormac says in CC2, I hear the blade sings for my bride.
Oh
I love it. Yeah.
my
Right?
God.
Yeah.
And I find it so, I just think it's an intriguing tidbit, right? That
Yeah.
Cormac was so certain he would get the Star Sword.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
It just took the
and I
long
just
way
feel like,
around.
yeah, I think it might be a little bit of foreshadowing for the fact that he's going to get one of Nestor's,
Yup.
like, magical swords. Like,
Yeah, the Kingmaker that hasn't chosen anyone
yeah,
yet, you know?
that literally hated recent.
Yup. 100%. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
The only
100%.
other person I could see that going to is Lucian.
Yeah. I also want to know what the hell she changed. Okay, I think that it's gonna sound really kind of discombobulated, but
Okay.
when they're leaving for Valaris, it
Yep.
says that Cassian barked a warning, but she plucked 3 strings this time. Three. Three
Okay.
strings. So did one of them, it says she didn't want to know where all 26 strings might take her if strummed or if someone made a melody. The world vanished. Again, she had the sensation of falling while standing still, and then she landed on the river house, whatever.
Yeah.
But I was like, okay, so with, say, time slippage, if she
Mm.
plucked a string that has to do with time, was that when Cormac was pulled to Prithian? And did he fall through again time? And that's how he was the swirling shadow
Holy
previously
shit.
in Akafas. Because I go, she can't just strum 3 strings and nothing happens.
Holy moly.
Adis was Thea's mate through realms,
Through worlds. Yeah.
like calls to like, flame and flame, dusk
Because
prophecy, dusk prophecy.
she plucked
3.
one originally.
Yeah.
Did she pluck one originally?
She plucked 1 originally to winnow to Cassian, yeah.
Yeah. And then 3.
3. She's like, oh, well, if 1 took me to Cassian,
One
maybe
took
3
me
will
to
take me
Cassian.
all the
I
way to
need
the
it.
river house.
Yeah.
Girl.
Shit.
Because it
Maybe
says,
just number 2 would have gotten you there, babe.
no, because it literally says seasons, kingdoms, time, order of worlds. Has to be time.
Too much.
It
Has to be. 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 Has to be.
I will literally scream if I am right about Cormac. Like, I have to be right.
You will scream. You will just like absolutely die.
I will absolutely die. And all the fucking people that I blocked are getting unblocked and messaged.
Just so you can be like,
I told you so, bitch! And you were harassing me, saying I was crazy.
I think given we've been given a storyline about a mate from a magical world and then a mate from hell coming from completely different worlds, and the whole thing is like these stories like repeat themselves until the history can be fully rewritten and everything's brought to right.
Yeah.
How yeah, like,
but it's also the fact that it was Thea, and the fact that, you know, Thea is the only one who could wield all of the trove at once. Nesta is the new Thea.
The only one.
The only one who can wield all of the trove and summon them at will.
Yep.
Go figure out what these blades can do for you.
Can do. Because now she's got the Star Sword. Right.
Star Sword, Truth Teller, the entire trove except for the horn, obviously.
Yes.
Just like Thea. It was depicted. It was depicted on the walls. The queen on the throne with the 3 tropes and the blades.
I remember.
Right? And like the males or something standing, and I was like, ugh.
Standing like around her and
Yeah.
behind her. Yeah. Yeah.
I go,
Oh my
okay,
God.
Azriel, Balthazar, Cormac. Come on. Come
That
on.
would be so nice.
Come on. I need it. I need it. I need it to be Cormac
Do
so
you think
much.
that Dusk, like, where do you think Dusk's location is in terms of Prithian? Like,
So
do you think that, I
so I
think Reese is
think
going to
the
lose land and
seat
it's going to be a huge thing.
I think the seat of power is the prison. Kind of
Hmm.
like how
hmm
Reese's
hmm
seat of power is
Like
above the
Moon
city.
Palace. Yeah.
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 So I think the seat of power is the prison. I think
hmm
that Valaris and Orid are also two parts of Dusk because they're shrouded in mist.
Oh,
They're the only two other parts shrouded in mist.
yeah.
Because
So
when
what do
Reese
you think
lands,
might happen? Yeah, she goes to the river house and it's all misty.
all
And
mist.
she was thinking about hell and it's Azriel who finds her with the
Yep.
demon wings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. But Avalyn was shrouded in mist.
Miss.
Valaris
Yeah.
is shrouded in mist. Orid is shrouded in mist. And Orid is also
Yeah, that would make so much
covered
sense.
by evil, just like the prison.
Yeah.
That's where Under the Mountain was. There's a First Light core there
Yeah.
still.
A
But
100%.
the okay, going by like Natalie's theory, and I keep thinking of this because I kind of really want it to be true. The fact that
Okay.
she's like, okay, well, if Valaris belongs to the Dust Court and it does like naturally defect to Nesta, which I think this is why the house naturally defected to Nesta. But
Yes.
there's gonna be some sort of fight with her and Faizan because like this is his baby.
Of course.
Valaris is his
Yeah.
fucking baby, right? And it's
I find it really interesting also the timeline of Valaris.
Oh, 5,000 years ago. So a descendant of Selene could be one with more dusk powers than night powers,
Hmm.
which is what I'm
Yep.
thinking, right?
Yep.
Which is
Yep.
why, which is why it's funny that Moore is also like that Reese is also like, oh, it's Moore's city. I was like, what? Like when he
What?
like betrayed her to Eris or whatever, he's
Yeah.
like, oh, like Moore's city or whatever. And I was like, what are you talking about, Moore's city? Is this why she
Talking about
hates
your
Nesta?
city?
I'm like, this would make sense as to why she hates Nesta if she could see the
Because
truth
she knows
that she's
truth.
the queen of Dusk and not
She's
Moore.
gonna take. Yeah.
It makes so much sense.
Damn, that does make a lot of sense. She's
Yeah.
so hostile towards Nesta from
Yeah.
the very beginning.
Beginning.
From the very beginning.
Yeah.
Like there is not an ounce
Mm-hmm.
of kindness
I
from
know.
Moore toward Nesta
I
at
know.
any
Any point.
point.
I know.
Any point. Even
She's
when
so
she's still
pissed.
human.
So
She's so
pissed.
angry. Hates
Because
her.
she knows that she's gonna take Valaris. If there's a
Good.
fight between, and Natalie said it could have been Moore and Nesta, or Reese and Nesta, or even Reese and Azriel or something. She's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
Cassian as, the general, even as Nesta's mate and their brothers or whatever, he's gonna come between this fight. And
Cassian is.
Reese's power
Yeah.
and Nesta's power clashing. If they hit
Huge.
him at the same time,
He has
gone.
no hope. He'd have no hope if even one of them hit him. Let's be honest.
I
Like,
know.
yeah, he's a badass in battle, but that's
And I
kinda all
feel
he's
like
got.
I feel like Sarah's, because something giant has to happen for Reese and Nesta to at least be civil to each other. So
Oh,
if
yeah.
they have a blow up and their magic fucking kills him,
Yeah. They
can
would
you
definitely. It would be
imagine?
enough. They would both hate themselves so deeply.
Oh my God. They'd be like,
And they
okay,
would both
we
be like,
cannot,
we
like, we
can't do this.
cannot do this anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also Feyre losing her best friend. Ouch. Another
Yeah.
loss. But
Yeah.
to be fair, she killed Nesta's best friend in book 1. So she
That's
killed
so
Claire better.
true.
So,
She did.
I mean,
Yeah.
fair is fair.
Comes around.
I'm just, now after she said that, I was like, I'm so convinced that's how he's gonna die now.
I think so. I've always sort of thought that he's gonna die coming between
Yeah.
them. Maybe he finally
Yeah.
stands up for Nesta in the very last moment.
Oh, I
and-
was like, his last words before he dies is gonna be, I love you. 100%. She's waiting.
Ugh.
She's waiting for it, right?
I
But
would roll my
actually,
eyes so hard.
I actually just thought of this, but I had a theory that I voice noted to the girls a couple weeks ago. And I said, all of Cassian's death foreshadowing is very like self-sacrificial. And
Yeah, it is.
when I was saying how like the bone carver didn't carve his bone when he went to visit the prison, which
Yeah.
is really weird because you kind of like the truth for a truth is kind of like your sins, right? And if he's the sin
Yeah.
He's carving your sins into the bones so you can pass on to the other world, right? And he takes it from Cassian and he puts it on the floor. He doesn't touch it, which was always fucking sus to me. And I said, okay, Nesta has both blades, right? So I was like, if she has to use those blades and it comes down to, you know, putting Koshi into a black hole like the rest of the Astarian Crescent City, I can see Cassian like fucking tackling him into the black hole.
Doing it. Yeah.
Because it's not a death. He just ceases to exist.
To exist.
Right? Yeah. And there's no mech suits or shit to go get Cassian from the black hole.
Yeah.
He's just gone.
And he would. That is so what he would do.
Yes.
His whole self-sacrificing gotta be the hero. Like that is his coping mechanism from his trauma.
Yes. Yeah.
Like he self-sacrifices because he's like, I don't deserve better. I don't deserve better. I don't deserve better. I give myself because I'm a bastard and I have nothing. Like I'm nothing.
Yeah.
No one will miss me when I'm gone.
And I had this weird theory before that like maybe Rhys's father didn't want him and Tamlin to be friends because they were like the personification of like the sword and the knife. Because one is warm and one is cold and shadow, right? But
one is light and one is dark.
Yeah. But Nesta is silver.
I have 1 minute.
Nesta is silver and Rhys is, you know, black shadow. So what if it's them? And what if they create the black hole when they're fighting? And it sucks Cassian in.
And I have to go and you've just left me with this.
Like, they just suck him into the black hole and it's like a void and then it just like shuts. And they don't know how the fuck to activate.
And they're like, what happened?
He's done. He's gone. It's like misting. Which is, I think, probably similar to what happened when Tamlin put Lauren through the portal. I think maybe it closed up before she got to Lunathian because he definitely thinks she's dead.
Yeah, 100%.
So like, but I think Cassian will probably die. Like if
I think Cassian,
because you can't survive in that void for that long.
No, well, Bryce was technically dead, right?
Bryce was technically dead. They needed the mech suits to get her back. And everyone
and then Jessica had to say, "Here, have my soul. I'm ready to die."
Yeah, there had to be some sort of
sacrifice. There had to be someone else there to self-sacrifice.
Yeah. Or oh my god! Or can you imagine if can you imagine if it's like fucking?
I really have to go.
I was gonna say if it's like fucking Mor and he like sacrifices himself for Mor, I would be so pissed.
I'll vomit. I'll be so angry.
It would be better if it was like Azriel and he self-sacrificed for Azriel.
Yeah. But, honestly, it would be better if he self-sacrificed for literally a random person that he doesn't know.
Yeah.
Genuinely. Yeah. I'm so done with the Cassian and Mor story.
Regardless, he's gonna be the one sucked into the fucking black hole. And like they're gonna hate Rhys and Nesta are just gonna be like beside themselves.
Yeah.
And then Cormac's gonna pop up and the mate bond is gonna fucking snap. And she's just gonna go
and she's gonna be like, what? I'm so confused.
Because Amren is like, oh, when you explode, girl, make sure it's felt across worlds.
Foreshadowing. Across worlds. Like through worlds.
Yeah. All right. We are back with Theresa from Instagram. I have been very lucky to have a few guests on the last couple months. It's been a lot of fun. But anyways, I woke up today and I don't know why I'm surprised because this pretty much happens every day. But I woke up every day and I'm checking my Instagram and I'm checking my threads and all this stuff. And of course, the first fucking thread that I see today is just utter nonsense that never fucking happened in canon. And it's even worse when they are actively reading the book.
Oh my god.
It pisses me the fuck off.
Oh my god.
Because it is always the cauldron scene. Always.
You mean where Lucian says, "You're my mate"?
Yeah, that cauldron scene.
So so are they completely getting it wrong and acting like Lucian was in Elaine's face and screaming, "You're my mate"?
No. This was in regards to Tamlin because usually it's in regards to Tamlin.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
Tamlin put the sisters in the cauldron.
I am not going to say the username, obviously, but I will say the tweet and then I will say my reply because I was so done. But anyway, it says Akamath spoiler, which it's only a spoiler if you're actually saying canon, but I digress. Tamlin really thought he could break a mating bond just because he was possessive. Get out of here.
Oh my god. That is so not even what was happening.
Not at all what happened.
Like, he just wanted the bargain broken. He had no clue about a mating bond.
And then when he did, I said, no, canon matters. But if you want to talk about that, Feyre, not Tamlin, tells the king, break the bond.
Yeah.
As she is playing Rhysand's victim.
Yeah.
Tamlin simply believes her and later on says, just break it and be done with it. Followed by, she will get her revenge on you someday and I will back her up.
Yeah.
Meaning, this pisses me off because everyone's like, he wants to just get revenge on Rhys and he wants to control her and da-da-da-da-da. If Tamlin truly wanted to control her, he would say, I'll get you back for this one day. But he doesn't. He says, she will get you back for this one day and I'll be happy to back her up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How does that come off as possessive, misogynistic at all?
Yeah.
When he's the one saying, you know, when she's in her full powers one day, she will get revenge on you herself.
Yeah.
For what you did to her.
He's giving Feyre the freedom to choose what she wants to do to her abuser.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
So, because at this point in time, he thinks she's been abused.
Yeah.
Well, not even this point in time, because she goes further into
he already knows
in the spring court. But at this point in time, he still thinks she was kidnapped. He thinks she's brainwashed. The bargain still... He only knows about the bargain with the eyeball in the palm.
Yeah.
Like,
she says that, yeah.
So that's the bargain that he wants broken.
Yeah.
I don't even... Did they go over that they were mates?
Yeah. It comes out that they're mates, and that's why Feyre says, he made me, he forced me, break the bond.
And she goes she goes way into, like, her story,
victimizing,
her lie. Yeah, in Spring Court, which is when things just go ridiculous, because she's like, I can't believe they actually think Rhys did that. I'm like, you're telling him that they did
She's
that,
like, oh,
that he did that to you.
She's like, yeah, like, he most likely did, like, assault me, and I don't have any of those memories, but he probably did. He's Rhys. Because he saw him do it under the mountain.
Yes.
And then she's like, I'm gonna get revenge on them for believing Rhys could ever do something like that. Are you kidding me?
Exactly.
Are you kidding me? But yeah, anyways, I said, yeah, Feyre is already begging for it to be broken to the king. He never would have said that if he didn't believe Feyre was being genuine about what she went through this entire time.
Exactly. But he's just taking her word for truth, especially when he has no other way of knowing if it was true or not, you know?
Yes. And
Lucien can't confirm or deny anything either, because even Lucien was confused over what happened in the forest when he found her.
Yep.
And she sprouted wings, and she told Lucien, well,
Lucien.
If you stare, like, too long into the darkness, sometimes the darkness will stare back. And then Lucien threatened Rhys and said, we will get our, like, we will kill you over this, you know?
Yeah.
Like, but he's not threatening Feyre. He was threatening Rhys.
Because he genuinely believes that Rhys is mind-fucking her.
Yeah.
Like, she leaves the spring court, okay? To put this in perspective, she leaves the spring court. It has been 3 months. She already, like, trained her powers and learned how to read in 3 months. Are you kidding me? Weird. Weird as shit. But anyways, how the fuck is Lucien supposed to think, oh, she knows how to read and write everything, and she knows how to control her shape-shifting power and all this shit in 3 months, unless Rhys wasn't helping it along mentally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I 100% hate that scene, because there are 2 Dematis being confronted by a desperate man who is never shown to be this desperate.
Oh, and then when he says, you left us.
And I'm just like, you didn't decide to go in his mind and find out why he's being so desperate, to the point where he came into a whole other court's land. Like, he secreted himself plus 3 soldiers into the land of night, where people don't go, because Rhys has made sure people don't come to his land, to find Feyre.
Literally.
And he is so desperate. Terrified. He's like, I need you home.
Yeah.
Like, he says, I need you home. It's so
bad. You left us. Oh, later on.
Yes.
I hated that.
He's like, you don't understand what Ianthe is, and then he cut himself off.
Yeah.
Like, I need you home. I'm like, that's a desperate man.
Things are bad. Things are bad.
And you decided to, first of all, be hostile to him because he tried to grab you, which, I'm sorry, I would grab you too.
Makes fucking sense. Like, before Rhys could missed him, like.
Yeah. But, like, you're mad at him, so you're hostile to him. You don't want to listen to anything he has to say. You don't want to meet him in a civil conversation. You know, this is not someone who just jumps off the rails and does stupid things. Yes, Tamlin can sometimes jump off the rail. He is emotionally charged, okay?
I mean, even Lucien at times, but again, it's when he's desperate.
Yeah. So neither one of those two Daimati, one who's over 533 years old, decided not to go in his mind to find out why the hell is Lucien acting weird.
But this is why I say that the minute Rhys aided Feyre in coming back to life and becoming Fae, she became his cardboard cutout. Because I know we went over the whole thing, how he's like, oh, I'll help take down Spring from the inside. And then she literally says the same thing like a chapter later. But even here, when, Feyre first goes into Lucien's mind at, I think it was the townhouse or something. And Rhys is like, oh, what a miserable place to be. Like, I don't want to go in his head. He's miserable.
Oh, and yeah, she went into Lucien's head.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is right after Feyre does the same fucking thing in ACOWAR with Tamlin. Like, oh, I don't want to see what he's actually thinking. What a dark place to be. Like, this would have solved all your goddamn problems.
You can't do that. You can't just cut someone off and put them into a box of, I'm not dealing with you. And I don't want to know what your actual thoughts are or what you're like. You are a Daimati. Like, use your goddamn powers and figure out what's going on truthfully.
Especially because we have seen that Tamlin does not have mental shields. Nobody ever taught him about mental shields. Not even Rhys. Because if Rhys had, he would be using them against Rhys.
Yes. Yes. And
why would his father have ever taught him when his father was best friends with Hybern? And I'm still convinced that the Hybern twins were the ones who went into Tamlin's mind and gave his father the information on Rhys's family.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He was best friends with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And nobody remembers that.
I have an entire Tumblr post.
Oh, yeah.
Like that of like, it was not, Tamlin didn't give that information over willy-nilly. Like, hey, just so you know, I'm going to go visit the High Lord of Air, the heir of Night Court for the weekend with his sister and his mother. I hope you're okay with that, Dad. No, that's not what Tamlin did.
One, he had no motivation to do that. Two, Tamlin just doesn't decide, oh, today would be a great sunshiny day to betray my only friend.
Yes.
And three, again, with all the fucking clues we are giving in canon, there was something going on with him and Rhys's sister, and I'm never letting that go. Oh, yeah. He would not betray either one of them willy-nilly for no reason to a father he has openly said he loathed.
Yes.
It makes no sense. No. And Rhys was not there. The people saying Rhys said this, Rhys said that, it's a canon fact. Okay, it's a canon fact in Rhys's head. Feyre says a lot of shit in canon that we know is untrue.
Yeah.
So because a character says something does not make it factually true, especially when followed up with, but I wasn't there.
But we even get that proof. We even get that proof when Tamlin tells Feyre about Lucien's past.
Yes.
And then we come to find out, oh, Tamlin got the information wrong because there was one brother that did not hold down Lucien.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not Lucien's fault that Tamlin gave over the wrong information.
Unless, I do have a theory about that too. I remembered that all of the High Lords have a glamoring power.
Yeah.
So I think that in order to turn, because again, going by context, narrative, Lucien and Eris were the closest brothers, right?
Yeah.
Eris adored Lucien, right?
Yeah.
I wholly believe that Baron glamored one of the other brothers into Eris while Eris was in the dungeon.
Yeah.
And that's why Lucien hates him so much.
Yeah.
Openly. That's why he tells Tamlin, it was my two eldest brothers that held me down. That's why he calls Eris a snake.
I didn't think he said it was the oldest brothers. I just thought
it says the two eldest.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought Tamlin just said that his brothers held him down.
No, the two eldest brothers. While his two eldest brothers held him down. Made him watch. Yeah. That was always weird to me, especially because what we get at ACOWAR with Eris saying, I refused. It's the one thing I ever refused my father. He put me in the dungeon the whole time. And when I came to, I immediately wrote that note to Tamlin anonymously saying, get the hell over to your border.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if Eris knows that Baron pulled that.
Yeah. If he doesn't know.
I would assume just because Lucien hates him so much now. But yeah, because then when Lucien's, as emissary for the Night Court, he's like, Eris is a snake and da-da-da, and he's going off about Eris. And I'm like, okay, well, is he acting? And then I thought back and I was like, he can't be acting because he told Tamlin that Eris helped hold him down.
Yeah.
And that's where the anger and the rage comes from, because you can't tell me that if Lucian knew Eris had nothing to do with it, that he wouldn't try to at least have a civil relationship with him as his blood.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what Lucian is.
Yeah.
What Lucian does, right? So this would be exactly like Baron to do. Exactly, which mirrors Rhysand's father here.
Yeah.
Because what did he do? He separated the Bat Boys. He
Mhm.
loathed that Rhys was friends with Tamlin.
Yeah.
And he wanted them gone, right?
Yeah. Well,
So-
it also reiterates Tamlin's father too, of like if Tamlin's father knew about this friendship between Tamlin and Rhys and wanted revenge and decided to
Yep.
kill Rhys
Yeah.
and the sister and
Yeah.
the wife,
Yeah.
then he's going to drag Tamlin with him,
Mm-hmm.
just like Lucian was dragged into the throne room to
Exactly.
watch Minda die.
Yeah.
You know? So
Like, this is what happens, consequences, because they
Yeah.
were tyrants.
Yeah.
Which, I know how you feel about Rhys's dad,
I
but
have-
with what we have
theories.
so far,
it's just a theory.
In
I'm not
canon.
saying it's true. I just think
in
it's a theory.
canon, he's a shitty person.
I don't know that. I can't say yes to it.
Just the fact that he killed Tamlin's mom with no reason other than, oh, she's the wife of the guy.
That is a bad. Like, ooh, that was not bad. That was not a good idea. But that comes down to, I feel like, mate rage.
Opportunity. They were both asleep.
Yeah, but that also comes down to mate rage, I feel like.
True, maybe. But like, if she didn't do anything to them.
Yes,
but
he seemed like he was in a complete and total rage when Rhys finally found him.
Maybe.
Because
But
he was
I don't know. I thought there was, maybe we should look it up, but I thought that Rhys said when the whole confrontation happens, I thought he said that him and his father like stopped and just like looked at Tamlin before the father attacked him. Maybe
I don't
Rhys
know.
said
I
that.
feel like, okay, so Rhys took out the brothers outside of the house.
Yes.
The father took out the other father inside the house in the
And
bedroom.
mother. Yeah.
And the mother.
And
If he
their
went
bed.
into a mate rage while looking at the father, he probably also took out the mother in that rage. And then Rhys
He was like, where's the air?
Yeah. And then I think Rhys says that when he felt the death of the High Lord of Strength.
So he comes in the house.
Yeah.
He smelled the blood. Tamlin smelled the blood.
Yeah.
And he said his father was going to go kill Tamlin.
Yes.
And he was going to try to stop it.
Yeah, because that was the agreement that we wouldn't touch Tamlin or the mother. And his father already broke one part of the agreement. And he's going to break the other part. And I think it's mostly because he's in a
I find it annoying that Rhys actually didn't try to stop him, though. He was just like following along. Like, don't do this. Like, you can fucking mist people. What are you doing? Your father is terrified of you.
Yeah.
You're more powerful than him already, and you're not even the High Lord. Like, don't do this, Daddy. You could literally stop.
Well, that's another part of my whole entire, like, I don't think Rhys's dad is as bad as you think, because Rhys still didn't want to kill his dad. He worked with his dad for revenge for the death of the mom.
Well, he wasn't as bad. He wasn't as bad as Tamlin's dad, obviously.
And he's
fought
not
against slavery and all this shit. But I think it's hilarious because to me, him and Rhys were like equal. Like they were equally as bad.
Yeah.
Because Rhys was like, oh, I hated him because, he let Kier try to sell more like a brood mare and he didn't, put out a law to stop wing clipping. And I was like, so you also with Illyria and Nesta.
Well, we also don't.
What?
We also don't know how often Rhys stops selling of girls into marriages either. So you can't hold that against
him. He
doesn't. Like, that is a thing personally.
Yeah.
Personally, yes, a High Lord can trump the father of a girl in a society where political marriages are important, But
with Illyria, it's the wing clipping that he doesn't enforce. In Hewn City, it's the selling of people he doesn't enforce because he just doesn't give a shit about either of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, I do have okay, you're going to hate me. I do have a little bit of I do give Rhys a little bit of a leeway with the wing clipping because it's a 15,000-year-old tradition. How hard is it to stop a tradition that's over 15,000 years old?
Well, when you can mind fuck all 7 courts at your whim.
I am of the belief. Someone said this in the group chat that we're in. I don't think he's part of the group chat anymore. But he said, and I still agree with it, that the way to stop the wing clipping without killing males, which means that you're going to hinder your entire army, or putting males in jail, which again would hinder your army, because these Illyrians are not scared of being killed, and they're not
literally just change their minds.
No, not even that. Clip the males. Clip the males. See how quickly the males will fall in line when they have the fear of losing the ability to fly. So but here's that happens from now on.
I want to know what the consequence of the law is.
Yeah, I do wish to know, like, what is the consequence, because we don't see what the consequence for Moore's father is. He still was able to go to war. She was clipped during the 50 years because
Emery,
sorry. Yeah. He was clipped during the 50 years.
Yeah.
And
of Rhys's reign.
But Rhys was stuck under the mountain, and Cassie and Azriel were stuck in Valaris.
It actually isn't said when she was clipped, because she's a couple centuries old.
Oh, I thought she's only like 27.
No,
I thought
Gwen is 28. Emery's a few centuries old. So she was clipped. So we don't really have a timeline, but she was clipped when she was young, because she said her mother died when she was young.
Yeah.
And then she had like a brother that was also killed and all this stuff. And then when her father basically beat her mother to death, he then turned it on her. But I think she was already clipped at this point. So Rhys was High Lord, assumedly.
Yeah.
But even if he wasn't, like, you're not going to ask around. Like, the fact that he went and saw her with, like, Nesta and all this stuff and saw that she was clipped, and then he was like, well, maybe we could fix them. And how about you fucking enforce the law?
Yeah.
That would make her feel better.
I just think
false sense of, oh, maybe I can make it right now. Like, no, too little, too late, dude.
Yeah. Again, I think if you start clipping the males
as the consequence, you clip a female, you get clipped.
From this point on, okay, let's not even worry about the past 200 years of Rhys being High Lord. Yeah. From this point on, the decree is, if I find out any female with intact wings are now clipped, we will be taking every single male out of the household, father, grandfather, son, and clipping your wings in the middle of the street where everyone can see. And the moment the rest of the males in a city see all these males in this house getting their wings clipped, they will stop their wing clipping because they value their wings more than anything else in their life. So, and it will be faster because, again, they're not afraid of death. They're not afraid of jail.
Yeah.
Because they know they have Rhys by the freaking balls.
I know.
He needs them.
He needs their army. It's the biggest army.
It's not just the biggest army. It's the only army that can not say no to him. Darkbringers can say no to him.
Yeah.
So this is the only army that cannot say no. And
bargain tattoos.
And he doesn't ask freaking hippy dippyville to go into the army, because they're just painters and singers. They can't do shit. But hippy dippyville doesn't do shit for him. So he has to have them as an army. He says they know what happened outside the city. They know what happened in the other courts, that they've been destroyed and they've been ransacked and they've been oppressed for so long. But also, they have no issue when Rhys tells all the leaders of Valaris that they can tell their
the governors,
the governors of Valaris, that you can tell the citizens that when Human City residents show up, they don't have to allow them. Okay, so
at that point, I was like,
So they have to know what happens in Hume City, or they have to have an idea of what happens in Hume City for them to decide, I don't want Hume City residents in my toy shop buying toys for their kids.
Yeah. This is Rhys, because he'll tell Moore whatever she wants to hear. And then he'll tell Feyre whatever she wants to hear. And then he'll tell whoever whatever they want to hear. And it's like, what's the truth? What did you actually tell them? And this drives me up a wall, because it's manipulative of everybody, even his inner circle. Like, I don't like Moore, obviously, but that was a really shitty thing to do.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Moore.
Moore.
I don't even think I want to talk about Moore. She just drives me up a wall. She's so useless. So fucking useless.
I know.
So fucking useless. A year and a half in Valahan. And
she's still in Valahan and Hobas.
Okay, and you want to know something? You posted it. The other day. You posted about how Rhys was praising. He was actually praising Lucian, and he says Lucian's talents were wasted on the Spring Court. You motherfucker! Send Lucian to fucking Valahan. You're not using his talents either.
If Lucian and Elaine went to fucking Valahan, they would get it done in a day.
I swear to God, I am telling you now.
They're both going to be
Lucian would show up in Valahan a week late. Okay, so he would be sent. You're going to Valahalla. He's like, okay, I'll be there in a week. He's like, no, I need you to go there now. He's like, I'll be there in a week. You can tell them I'm going to show up now. Yeah. Shows up with paperwork from Rask and Monteser and puts it all on the table and goes, if you don't figure your shit out, this is what Rask is doing for us. This is what Monteser is doing for us. You now have to figure out where you want to be with all four of us.
Yeah.
And he's going to get it done. Because he knows what he's doing.
I know.
He's showing up to the table with the table.
I know.
That's how
see. I have an issue with the lack of world building of the continent too. That is a whole other thing. Yeah. Because like, how the fuck do they work? Because we know that the island has 7 High Lords. All right, maybe 8 soon. We know the island has 7 High Lords. Yeah. But then Valahan has a king and a queen. Mm-hmm. And then Hybern had a king, and the Mortal Lands have queens. How is this working?
I would love to know how the Fae world works on the continent.
What is happening?
Like, why is all the magic in Prithian? Is the continent like lower Fae? They can't be high Fae.
Oh, they're high Fae.
They're high Fae.
Yeah.
It's just, it makes no sense. Like, what is their power? And there's also Zion. So there's actually 4 places on the continent.
So, there's a ton. There's Monteser, Rask, Valahan, Zion. And then on the mortal side, there's like Vass's village, which is like Scythia. Yeah. And there's a couple other places, I think. Yeah. Like, what? What? What?
Supposedly there's another continent underneath the Mortal Lands. There's another big southern continent. I heard somewhere, probably on Reddit.
Well, there's the Mortal Lands off of Prithian, and then there's the Mortal Lands off of the continent, because it's just a line straight across the sea. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what they're talking about, where the Mortal Lands, the southern part of the Mortal Lands was like Vass's. Yeah. But again, that brings up, what the fuck did Papa A know? Because he knew Vassa.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is happening?
Oh my God, so much. But I just want to, like, I just wish that they would use Lucian to their abilities, you know? And instead of just being like, oh, well, he's down there for us. And it's like, well, I understand it's important for him to be in spring because he's the only one who knows how to actually run spring. Yeah. But he also has so much more potential than what anybody's allowing him to do.
I know. And see, my thing is with Moore is that she has so much potential, and I don't know if Sarah's gonna give her that much of
a storyline.
Like, I know she's gonna have a novella, but if you think of like Akafas, honestly, how much can you put in a novella, right? Yeah. So it's like everyone has all these amazing theories about Moore, like, I don't know. Like, she could be a witch queen. She could be a fake queen. She could be something entirely different. Anything, right? Yeah. And, like, I know that Sarah loves the Snow Queen story, and I would love for the Snow Queen story to go to Moore just because it makes sense. Like, she's friends with the Winter Court, and Valahan is a snowy place, and she has that secret castle in Valahan, which is exactly like the Snow Queen story. And I've been over this on another episode. We went through the whole Snow Queen story in terms of Moore, which was really cool. Okay. But it's just like, I don't know if she's gonna give her like a good story, like to make her more likable, even if she's like bad, right? You can have an amazing villain, right? Yeah. So I'm just like, I hope she does something with her, because right now I just cannot with the Regina George shit. That's all it is like, I'm bubbly, I'm nice, I'm the cool girl, but fuck you, and you can go rot in Hewn City if you're not part of my clique. Like,
she definitely hit a brick wall with Moore, like, storyline. Like, there's just not much.
She's just not doing anything.
Yeah.
She's floating around and drinking.
Yeah. And it's why I just don't connect with her. I liked her in math when she was making friends with Feyre, because Feyre needed friends.
It's when Sarah purposely changed her story to appease the fandom, which is why I think she stopped going on social media, because I think she knew that it put her into a brick wall. Yeah. Because I've said this a million times, but this is a fact. People can look it up. But there was a lot of hate after Akamath when people realized that she wanted Azriel and Moore to be mates. And there was a lot of hate because people were bringing up, there is no LGBTQ characters. Okay. Yeah. I get that. But at the same time, this is the author's story. This is not your story. Yeah. So even if we're pissed off, it's still Sarah's story, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't believe anybody should be forcing anything in any of their books, whether it be, LGBTQ stuff or even like a gay author writing straight people. I don't think they should force anything that they don't want to write.
Yeah. Exactly.
So the fact that she was like, oh my God, they're going to cancel me. They're going to, threaten me. She made more gay in Akawar, which still doesn't make sense because she's still, she prefers females, but she sleeps with males. So, okay, she's bi. Fine, you're bi. The thing that doesn't make sense is like, there's bi people in Prithian. We have Helion.
Yeah.
It's a High Lord. Nobody has an issue with it.
Nobody.
Like,
they live in Hippy Dippyville. Hippy Dippyville is all like weirdo, like not weirdos. Sorry, not weirdos.
Rita's is a gay bar. The fact that like nobody's supposed to know that, but Moore is weird to me. But Moore is like, yeah, Rita's lesbian. It's a lesbian bar. Like, how is nobody in this inner circle realizing this? It's just hilarious. Like, especially Azrael. Azrael, come on, he has to know. Spy Master? Come on, dude.
Well, I will admit, okay, so when I was reading math and I was meeting the inner circle, my girlfriends kept asking me, okay, what do you think of Amran? What do you think of Moore? Because I was reading it differently and I was having a lot more insight into things. So I was like, oh, Amran is a vampire. Like, how did you get that? I was like, well, first of all, like she refused to eat the food. And she just seems vampire-ish. But then they were like, okay, well, what do you think more? I was like, oh, she's bisexual. Yeah. And like, how did you get that? I was like, she just seems like the type of female that's very comfortable in her sexuality and will sleep with whatever comes across her that interests her. And then the fact that she's like, but I have to hide it from my family because this is the only part of me that I have. And I was like, this makes no fucking sense. It doesn't at all. I'm like, what? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense, Sarah. I never understood her bi. Who the fuck cares? But why is she terrified to tell the inner circle? Yeah. I don't see, especially Reese. And this just goes again to the fact that she has to know something about Reese with her truth powers. Possibly. But I don't know. It's I don't just think more is that weird. Insightful. Because have you seen the theory that so I guess Kier and Baron made a bargain for Eris and Moore. Okay. But then when so when Moore it wasn't really said to be a bargain, it was just like an arranged marriage and it wasn't really talked about how or why. Oh, I thought it was used. I thought bargain was used in the wording. No, because then Reese says, oh, I don't Kier was going to sell her like a broodmare. So I was thinking it was more like how Lady Autumn's family sold her to Baron. Okay. Where it was just a exchange of whatever. Because Kier would have been, oh, my daughter's the Lady of the Autumn Court. He would get more status, right? Yeah. I'm assuming just kind of like Lady Autumn's parents did to have her marry Baron. But it's not really explained why, how. And then it continues in Akawar when Kira's like, oh, I've been wanting to speak with Eris. I've been wanting to speak with Eris. I need an allyship with the Autumn Court. No, it does say it's a bargain. Where? It says, okay, Kier leaned back in his chair. It is not enough. Eris snorted, pouring himself a goblet of wine from the decanter in the center of the table. I've forgotten why I was so relieved when our bargain fell apart the last time. Oh. I can't tell, though, if Sarah's just saying, like, wording it that way or if it's an actual bargain. Yeah, because wouldn't Kier then have like, I don't know, wouldn't he still have a tattoo? I don't know. So it's weird. The theory I've always seen, it was on Reddit and it was like long ago when I first started, right after I was done with all the books and I was like, okay, now it's safe to start reading some of the theory stuff that people have out there. So if Baron and Kier have a bargain, which includes Eris and Moore into it, and then Moore sleeps with Cassian, which then has Baron pretty much break the bargain, the magic rebounded. So the theory is that when the magic rebounded, it like hurt Moore's power and hurt Eris's power, or it hurt Moore's power. Like she doesn't actually have the power of truth anymore. And that Eris knows that. And she's been I saw that theory. And that she's been living a lie all this time. The only reason why I say it can't be a bargain is because Reese says it and Lucian says it. And I think maybe Tamlin says it after Akatar. They all say that bargains will take your life if you break them. Yeah, well, it says... Sorry. Because Lucian was like, oh, I risked it. And I went to the day court to see if I could break your bargain with Reese. Anyway. Yeah. And he's like,
Tamlin can't break his deal with Hybern because it'll take his life.
Okay,
so I'm like, this makes no sense.
so
But
when
if Mor is the Morrigan, right? If we're
Mhm.
saying she is the Morrigan from mythology, she's already a death goddess.
yeah. So
So I
when
don't know.
Lucian and Feyre are talking about the bargain with the King of
Yes.
Hybern, Lucian says magic bound them. Magic will strike him if
Yep.
he does not allow Hybern into these lands. In what way? Kill him? That was Feyre. Lucian sighed, ruffled my hair. It will claim his own powers, maybe kill him. Magic is all about balance. It's why he couldn't interfere with your bargain with Rhysand. Even the person who tries to sever the bargain faces consequences.
Yes.
So,
and then Rhys says this in the High Lords meeting. Oh, if we break this ceasefire, it will take revenge in the form of a life, most likely. So it's like, I don't know. But see, this is where she's inconsistent, because then we see Mor use her powers. So what did she actually lose?
Yeah. Well,
twice. We see her use her powers twice. We see her use her powers on Lucian on the ice when she determines that he's trustworthy enough to go to the townhouse.
But did we actually see her use powers? She just said, "Oh, yeah, I him."
Fair is like, oh, that power of truth that she like, I don't know the exact wording, but like honed on him or whatever. And then I think it's Akawar as well, when Azriel is like, a seer, Elaine is a seer. And then Elaine looks at Mor and she's like, is that what this is? And Mor has this whole thing where she scrutinizes her, looks her up and down, and it's like, whatever she saw with her power of truth. And she was like, yes, you're a seer.
Yeah, but she could be pretending.
But I feel like it would be dangerous to be like, yeah, that's what this is, if you don't
how did you not use your power of truth on the 5 freaking...
Because it's Mor!
lady-ass queens of the human lands.
Because it's fucking Mor.
Or Jorian. Like Jorian. You didn't use your powers on Jorian either. Well, Rhys even didn't use his powers on Jorian. And Rhys,
that's what I'm saying. They're fucking problematic because they pick and choose.
And that's the first time Rhys goes, maybe I should have used my Demati powers.
Oh,
I'm
no,
like, yeah,
shit.
I got duh. Demati powers on the guy who died for you guys.
But this is my issue with the fucking inner circle, because they pick and choose when they want to use their powers. Yes. And they always choose the wrong moment.
Yeah.
Like the stupid moments when it doesn't fucking matter. I'm like, come on. Like, at least I give Azriel credit. He was trying for months to get through Hybern's wards to spy,
and he was trying for the queens too. And he's like, there's a lot of wards.
A lot of the wards. Which I get that. All right. But go Tamlin, because Tamlin's the only one who knew that Hybern would trust him. And I love that for him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know?
There has to be, okay, sorry, I'm going to go off top. But I'm just thinking of the wards that the queens have and how strong they are. There has to be unknown witches somewhere in the human realms that only the queens know about.
I think the queens probably are witches.
You think Vassa's a witch? Okay. That would be interesting.
And I think I've told you this theory before. I think that Mama A knew Tamlin and the Spring Court people through her connections through Papa A, because he was half Fae. I think Papa A knew Vassa through his connections through Mama A, because she was half witch.
Oh, okay.
Because if you take a look at how Mama A's mother, so their grandmother, acts, it's very close to how Matron Blackbeak acts in Tog. I know you haven't read it yet, but the matrons, like the grandmothers of the witches, are horrific people. They are evil. They just want, ultimate power and all this stuff.
Well, I'm also thinking of Hypaxia and how she was overthrown. And how those older witches are. And I'm just like, they're very, very power.
Yeah. Exactly. And they don't want the younger generation to take any of their power. So I don't know. It's just difficult because the witches have like also a near immortal lifespan, like the Fae.
Yeah.
So when they're like, oh, Grandmama A died of this and that and the next thing. And I was like, did she really though? Or did your mother fucking poison her? Because I actually would have loved, which would have redeemed Papa A more in my eyes. I actually would have loved if he brought back like a certain poison, and it was like spices that he put on the grandmother's food because he found out that she was beating Nesta. Yeah. Like that would make sense to me.
Yeah, I would love to get to know more about Papa A and Mama A's like history, which I think, again, Elaine Time Walker might be able to bring that about.
Because Nesta's like, oh, why I sent a letter to cousin Erskine and like she never replied because they don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah.
They're witches.
I was thinking about this the other day. What if Papa A's depression was so bad because he actually, what if he tried to make a bargain with the Fae? Like, what if he went through the wall when Mama A was really, really sick? And he went through the wall to try and make a bargain, and it backlashed onto him, which made, first of all, the bargain didn't come through. They didn't heal her. Okay. But then the bargain backlashed on him, and he lost his fortune, and he went into a deep depression because he's like, I did the one thing I should have never done, try to trust a Fae.
Or he tried to make a bargain to save the mother's life because Nesta was so convinced that he never tried.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about.
That's what killed her.
Yeah.
Because it took his wife away. Instead of healing her, it killed her. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like
but also they bashed his leg in. So
yeah,
that was definitely Fae.
those were the sharks, the loan sharks that did that.
There was two waves because the loan sharks came and they busted up their house and they took everything and all of that, right? And then they had to go to the hovel. But then a second wave came and they bashed his leg.
Oh, okay.
That was Fae. You can't tell me that wasn't Fae. Because the loan sharks had already come.
Oh, I thought they were all together.
There was two waves, and I thought that was so fucking weird and a very particular thing for Sarah to put in there that, they already lost everything and they were in the hovel and then a second wave came to bash up his body.
Yeah.
Oh. I was like, no, he couldn't go through with the bargain. They came and they fucked him up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would just like to find out that Papa A did do everything, including working with Fae, like going through the wall into Springcourt.
Which is why he knew Vasa, because he would have to get permission to go over the wall.
Yeah. Or like anything, like even, what if he even went over to the continent and like pleaded with the queens to use their magic or someone who has magic to help his wife?
Yeah.
You know, like anything. I just want to find out that he actually did something. And this is why he's in such a deep depression, because he wasted everything to try and save his wife for his daughters, and it never worked. And he lost his fortune in the process, you know?
Yeah.
And the girls think
I think when he finally gave up on like trying to save her and everything, I think that's when he had the vision of like everything that was to come and how like, I don't know. I think maybe part of the bargain was that he had to be utterly useless within, you know, their future and shit. Because I still will not let go of the fact that he acted exactly like a seer the first two books.
Yeah.
The foggy eyes, and then they cleared, and then he'd say something like, you need hope unless you can't endure, or don't come back, Farah, and make something of yourself. And I was like, he's a fucking seer. He's a seer.
Well, let's also go back to this other part too. So Mama A made Farah promise something to her. Now, okay. Now bargains are a big thing. Now bargains are a big thing in the Fae world. But for some reason, they are really important in the Night Court. Like, super important to the point where they get tattooed on your body.
Yeah.
Okay? So, what if Mama A, like, was tapping into that knowledge that Farah was, like, even Reese said, you were born for night. Yeah. She was born on the longest night of the year, you know?
I have a feel, I mean, Sarah did make a point, which I know we aren't really shown in canon, but she did make a point in our interview to say, like, oh, you know, Mama and Papa A were super in love. And it was just that, like, they didn't really know how to be parents. So if we're going with the idea that they were super in love, Papa A would be telling her everything that he was seeing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? But again, it's weird that it's just the way that she worded it. Like, oh, stay together. And because I mentioned on the last time that we filmed this, like, she was actively trying to sell off Nesta and Elaine to husbands. So it doesn't make sense unless Papa A had recently said, look, I saw their futures and they're going to end up Fae. They're going to end up royalty in Prithian.
Yeah.
Ruling together, right?
Well,
that would make sense with the stay together.
Well, I mean, the prince offering to marry Nesta when she was 14.
Oh, the fucking Duke, yeah.
That was only done with Papa A. And he said no.
And Nesta's like, I didn't even want him. I just wanted to prove that if he fucked over Elaine, I was gonna fuck over this, or if this girl fucked over Elaine, I was gonna prove to her that I can take her man whenever I want.
Yeah. But I think doesn't Nesta admit that she was mad at her dad for not taking the engagement?
No, she was mad at him for not saving the mother. But the thing with the Duke was just that there was a friend of Elaine who made fun of her or something, like awfully, like in front of people. And Nesta knew that she liked this Duke and wanted to marry this Duke. And Nesta's like, I could take your man, fucker.
So she seduced him.
Yeah.
I thought he was a prince, though.
No, it was a Duke. She seduced him. He proposed to her. And she was like, no, I just wanted to prove that I could.
No, I'm pretty sure that he proposed to her father and her father said no.
Let me look. Hold on. I'm getting confused. Hold on. This is so funny. All right, here it is. This is like a 5-page story, actually, so we probably should be looking more closely at it.
It's a very long one.
Yeah, okay, so it says, Elaine leaned forward. You only think you know. You haven't seen her on the dance floor. That's where Nesta truly lets the wolf roam free when there's music, which, interesting, Elaine. The wolf?
Yeah.
Really, Nesta had told him once when he dragged her out of the seedy tavern that she'd been there for the music. He ignored her, thinking it was an excuse. Yeah, fuck you, Cassian. Yes, Elaine said. She was trained in dance from a young age. She loves it and music. Not in the way I enjoy a waltz or gavotte, but in the way that performers make an art of it. Nesta could bring an entire ballroom to a halt when she danced. She wouldn't have gone into much detail about it. Nesta was only 14 at the last ball we went to before we were poor. Another young heiress was at the ball, and she positively hated me. She was several years older, and I'd never done anything to provoke her hatred. But I think, she was jealous of your beauty, Amryn said, an amused smile on her lips. Elaine blushed. Perhaps. It was definitely that. Well, Nesta saw how she treated me, her casual cruelties and snubs, and bided her time, waited until the ball when a handsome duke from the continent was there to find a bride. His family had run out of money, which was why he deigned to come over at all to nab a rich bride to refill the estate's coffers. Nesta knew the heiress and had her sights on him. The girl had bragged about it to all of us in the powder room at every ball for weeks leading up to it. Nesta spent a small fortune on her gown and jewels for that night. Our father was always too scared of her to say no, and that night she truly looked the part of the daughter of the Prince of Merchants. An amethyst silk gown with gold thread, diamonds and pearls at her neck and ears. Such wealth. The entire ball stopped when Nesta entered. She made an entrance of it perfectly cool and aloof, even at 14. She barely glanced the Duke's way, because she'd learned about him as well, knew he'd grew bored of anyone that chased him, and knew that the wealth on her that night dwarfed anything that heiress was wearing. She lured him into asking her for a dance with a few well-placed looks across the ballroom. The same waltz that heiress wanted for herself had boasted would be all she needed to secure her marriage bid. Nesta took that dance from her, and then took the Duke from her too. Nesta danced that night like she was one of you. The Duke was vain, and Nesta played into that. The entire room came to a standstill. Their dancing was that good. She was that beautiful. And when it ended, I knew she was an artist then. The same way that Feyre is. But what Feyre does with paint is what Nesta does with music and dance. Our mother saw it when we were children and had honed it into a weapon. Also that Nesta might one day marry a prince. Elaine grimaced. The Duke proposed marriage the next morning. Rhys choked on his wine. She was 14. I told you, Nesta is a very good dancer. But that was what my father said. She was too young. It was a graceful exit since my father, despite his faults, knew Nesta well. He knew that she had taunted him into making a marriage offer just to punish the heiress for her cruelty toward me. Nesta had no interest in him, knew she was far too young, even if the Duke seemed more interested in just reserving her until she was old enough. But I think some part of Nesta believed she would indeed marry a prince one day, so the Duke went home with no bride, and that heiress, well, she was one of the people who delighted in our misfortunes.
So the father did deny.
The father did say no, but Nesta was like, I don't give a fuck. I didn't want him anyway.
But here's the thing also that we have to look into. First of all, Elaine is super observant.
I know, I love it.
But Elaine is also like telling us
preconceived.
She knew the father. She knew the dad knew Nesta only did this to get back at this girl who was mean to Elaine. So he was aware of everything. He was an in-tune father. He might not have been the best hands-on father, but he was an in-tune father.
But when he was there, he noticed shit.
Yeah.
There's no way he didn't notice the grandmother was beating her.
Yeah. So have you ever watched the movie The Christmas Story?
Yes, but it was a while ago. But yeah.
So the big thing that always gets me to cry at the end of the story as a parent now. You don't notice it when you're a kid, but when you're a parent, you start to notice it. So at the end of the story, the little boy, all he wants is a BB gun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he's asking every female in his household to help him get this BB gun.
He'll shoot your eye out.
All of them keep saying no. And he's only trying with his mother, okay? And on Christmas morning, he gets a BB gun. Yep. And the mother turns to the father and goes, did you get that for him? And he's like, I had one when I was a kid. Yeah. The father, the entire story, was
paying attention.
His ass off.
Yeah.
But still paid attention the entire story over what his son wanted for Christmas. Yes. You might not have noticed that he heard, he observed, he saw it all, but he did. Yeah. And it's not until the end of the story that you notice the dad was still the dad. He also, absentee father.
I want to make a point where it says Nesta saved up to look rich for that ball. If Nesta was 14, Feyre was 12. They had already lost their fortune. Feyre wasn't hunting at that point. Mm-hmm. So how was Nesta making money?
I don't know. I assume that
I know that they had like a little bit left, but it said she saved up.
But also Elaine says, but my father can never say no to Nesta. So he did give her what she wanted.
Yeah. He was probably like, fine.
And they did have enough money. So at the end, when they lost their estate and then his leg was broken, they had enough money to live, I think it was 3 years or 2 years.
3 years, because Feyre was 11 when they lost it, and then 14 when she started learning to hunt.
Yeah. So, but if Nesta's 14 when she went to this ball, isn't Feyre?
Feyre's like 11 or 12. Yeah. Okay. So they had just lost it.
Yeah. So they were already, the dad already knew they had no money.
Yeah.
And whatever they have is what they have.
And he's like, fine, get revenge for Elaine.
Yeah. But I mean, even after they moved to the cottage, they had enough money still to be okay for 2 years or 3 years before they lost everything and they had to start figuring out how to bring food into the house.
Yeah, because Feyre was 17 by then. That was 3 years.
Nesta, you mean?
No. Well, Feyre started learning to hunt at 14, and that's when their money was running out. Yeah. And then they were like really super poor. Like they lost everything by the time that she was like 17.
Yeah. And then she gets taken at 19.
Yeah. Can I mention something though? If Feyre is fucking 11 when Nesta is 14, how does she not know any of this is happening? An 11-year-old is not a 3-year-old. You're going to remember this shit.
I mean, Feyre even admits like 2 sentences later in that passage, oh, I'd forgotten all that happened. And I think it's just, in her mind, it wasn't important. And I mean, at 11, I'm thinking of my son.
Yeah.
Who's 10.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking,
so's my cousin. Yeah, he's 10.
I'm thinking, okay, if this house burnt down right now, is he going to remember what his sister did at lacrosse practice tonight? You know?
True.
So I just, at 10, 11, 12, I just don't think they're thinking of the big social aspect of what their other siblings are doing.
I did like how, and I'm pretty sure it was Feyre, I did like how Feyre was the one who mentioned that the grandmother gave her scars on her hands. Because it was Feyre, right? I'm pretty sure it was Feyre that said, oh yeah, and if she, or was it Nesta who's like, when she misstepped at dance practice, her grandmother did it. So maybe Feyre didn't know.
I don't think Feyre had any interaction with
yeah, I think it's actually Akasif.
I think only Elaine and Nesta had interactions with Grandmama.
Yeah.
Elaine and Nesta had the interactions with Mom, although I feel like Elaine had more interaction with Dad.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Feyre even mentions to Tamlin in Tar that she remembers certain smells in her dad's office when she would go and hide in there. And she would look at
the myrrh. The myrrh. Yeah.
And, like, she also says, oh, my dad used to show me his, like, charts.
Uh-huh.
And his ledgers. Yeah. And tell me all about it. And I'm like,
he used to tell me stories. And I remember the taste of the spices on my tongue. And then, and I
so
was
that's a father who was trying to teach his daughters about his company because he was maybe hoping they would take over for it.
Yeah. I'm like, so you did have free reign, Feyre. And, like, you weren't totally neglected by both of your parents.
No.
Like, maybe the mother didn't care for you. I don't know. Maybe you were a homely kid. I don't know.
Well, we also have to think about it this way. Feyre is the third daughter.
I know.
Like, I'm not saying anything's wrong with daughters, but it's medieval times. At some point, you're expecting a son.
I have 5 aunts. My grandmother had 6 daughters.
Yes.
And it's actually funny because when my youngest aunt was younger, in her teens and 20s, they did not get along. She was moving out. They had fights upon fights. She just did not get along with her mother at all. And then once she was an adult, they were like best friends.
Yeah.
So like and it's just sad because I know he totally fucked up when they were poor and stuff, but I feel like if he had the chance, he could have proven himself in Prithian.
Yeah.
I feel like she didn't have to kill him off so soon.
I think
because he could have taught them like so much about like trade and all of this stuff. Like Reese isn't teaching Feyre how to be a high lady.
Yeah. Well, this is going into like my two theories with Lucian of like he rebuilds Papa Archeron's fleet.
It was Nesta that said that her grandmother beat her and she has scars on her hands, by the way. Yeah.
So I have two theories. They're totally crack theories, but I would love it if it's like a gift that Lucian gives to all three sisters, not just Elaine, not just Feyre, all three sisters, is here's your father's merchant fleet. I rebuilt it for you. I went and I found his ledgers in the old estate. I've gone to all of those people that he had treaties with and like port imports with, and I have rebuilt it. Here's everything. Okay. And my other theory is that he's going to buy the cottage and gift it to Elaine once he finds out how much the cottage means to Elaine.
Okay, so you think he's spending his time restoring it right now?
I don't think he's spending his time restoring the cottage because he doesn't understand. So the theory for the Archeron cottage is all the sisters revisit the cottage. Okay, Feyre did it in Tar when she came back to the human realms, but she went by herself. Okay?
Are you talking about like the hovel or like their house after?
No, the cottage, the hovel that they lived in.
Because they had their first house was a cottage by the sea, which is what Feyre paints her father and Elaine sitting
that's where
the hydrangeas and that Elaine loved. Yeah. And then it was the hovel, and then it was the house that basically Tamlin bought for them.
Yeah. So the hovel, I call it the cottage.
Okay.
So it's a 3-room cottage. Yeah. To my knowledge.
Two.
Or a 2-room cottage.
Because it was because it was like the bedroom, and then it was like the living room, the kitchen.
Yeah. So the kitchen and living room are together.
Yeah.
But that cottage, each sister has returned to it except for Elaine. So Feyre returns to it in Tar by herself and remembers how much she hated it. Okay. Nesta returns to it after her hike with Cassian and brings Cassian with her and shows Cassian where her anger started. And she tells him, I was so angry here. This is where it all started festering, you know? And she had to look at everything in a
she's like, I hated him so much.
Yeah, she says, I was so angry at him.
Yeah.
And
he's like, what about now?
So Feyre had hatred. Elaine, Nesta had anger. But when Elaine talks about the cottage in Tar, she says she misses it. She misses the cottage. She misses the time that she had with her sisters there. She said it was not the happiest, but it was a simpler time. Yeah. So Elaine has to do a visit to the cottage because all three sisters do a visit to the cottage. Feyre never.
I don't remember. Did Feyre go back to it? Because I only thought she went to the house that Tamlin got them.
No, Feyre. No, she does go back to it. So when she's at the estate, she leaves the estate with pockets full of like coin bags to go to the village that they live in.
Right.
But in the process, she also went and visited the cottage.
Yes. She walks up and she's just looking at it, and then she's like, Elaine was the hope, and yeah.
And she's never taken Reese there because she doesn't want Reese to see where her hatred started. Okay. Nesta's taken Cassian there to let him see where her anger started. Plus, she wanted to see the cottage in a different light because by this point in time, she went through her hike. Cassian told her, you don't have to fix yourself. There's nothing wrong with you. And that helped her.
Fucking hypocrite. Anyway.
But that helped her start seeing her anger in a different light. She finally acknowledged that I'm not angry at the world. I'm angry at myself.
Yeah.
And that's so important. So she took Cassian there to show her where her anger started. And she talked to him.
Oh my God, I need Lucian and Elaine there.
So Elaine has to go visit the cottage. And
what are they going to find? What are they going to find?
This is what I say.
When Nesta grabbed the rose. Oh, Oh my God, hold on. I know exactly what
Well,
Elaine's gonna take.
This is what I wrote in my post.
Yeah.
So Elaine, she should also have her journey back to the cottage with Lucian for her to grieve the happiness she felt and lost. Maybe even to return to the memories of her happiness with her sisters and her father that have become muddled through time and change. To introduce Lucian to her darkest days and years, but she was strong enough to still find the light to survive and be happy, to not let the dark consume her. This is where her light started, was at the cottage. Because that was those were the darkest of times for that family. And Elaine, Theresa says it in Tar, Elaine was always the light. So she has to take Lucian back to it to show him where she came from, where her light came from.
I want to know your thoughts, because mine are kind of muddled on this. I want to know your thoughts about the other thing that was on the mantle. So we know that there was the rose carving that Nesta's like, oh, father created this for Elaine, and she took it and she put it on his grave. I thought it was weird that she didn't tell Elaine that, but whatever. I digress. However, there was something else on the mantle.
Yeah, I can't remember what
it was. Nobody is mentioning this, okay? It says, her gaze shifted to the carved wooden rose she placed upon the mantle, half hidden in the shadows beside a figurine of a supple-bodied female, her upraised arms clasping a full moon between them. Some sort of primal goddess, perhaps even the mother herself. Nesta had let herself dwell on why she felt the need to set the rose there, why she hadn't just thrown it in a drawer. Now, I had a couple questions about this, because we know that there's like the Luna and all of this stuff in Crescent City, and Luna was an Archeron.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they're descended from Luna or whatever. But then my other kind of crazy crack thought was like, you know how most sculptures are just like one color and it's just like, stone or ceramic or something like that, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, but what if it wasn't a moon? What if it was a sun?
Yeah, like it's like this.
Like an earth, like a sun goddess. Because also in Crescent City, we have Sethona and it was Sethona and Solace, I think. Or it was Solace, and the necklace that Ember wears was the sun god and the earth goddess.
Yeah. I can't remember. But
And
we also have a sun god. Don't we have a sun goddess in Throne of Glass?
I don't know.
Who does Brandon marry?
Hold on. The Embrace, Crescent City. Yes, Solus and Sethona. I was right. And they are mates. They are in love. She is an earth goddess and he is a sun god. And there's a part of Crescent City, which I'm not going to go look for it right now, but there's a part where they are near the temple and they see the statues of them. And Bryce mentions something like, oh, they're so lifelike, it's like they're frozen in place or something like that. And so there was this like super weird Massiverse theory going around that like, oh my God, it's like the future Lucian and Elaine and they got stuck in a spell and they're frozen for da 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 da. And like, I really thought that was like a really cool idea. But I'm like, if there were once goddesses that were worshipped in Crescent City, because they're like, oh, we don't have gods, we don't have holidays. So it was weird that that was on the mantle, like Papa A's mantle, right? Yeah. I was like, if there once was, like, it would make sense that Elaine became the earth goddess, like in the cauldron. And it would make sense that Lucian would be a sun god, not only because his father is the High Lord of the Day Court, but because both of his parents are starborn. And the sun is the biggest star, you know? And you get double the starborn. So, like, this makes so much sense where Elaine is Sethona and Lucian is Solace.
Solace, yeah.
So, I'm like, I get that, like, Nesta's like, oh, it's a moon. But I was like, is it really a moon? Is it really a moon? Because the moon, because, like, the moon was already equated to Farah. We already have her story. We don't have Elaine's story.
Yeah.
And you put the rose right next to it. Like, I had a feeling that I should put this rose here. And I was like,
well, the symbolism also.
Yeah.
There's just so much foreshadowing.
Like putting a rose next to an earth goddess. Like that makes sense.
Not just that, but remember reading the sentence of when Nesta picks up the rose carving. She picked up the rose carving out of the shadows.
Yes. Yeah.
That
half hidden in the shadows.
Half hidden in the shadows. That's symbolism of what
the figurine
to come for Elaine.
Yeah.
Silver Flames is full of foreshadowing for Elaine's book being next. Okay, not just
and also Elaine stepped out of a shadow.
Yeah,
there you go. It's beginning.
Not even just the symbolism of like, oh, words are being spoken about how Elaine doesn't fit in Night Court, you know, but also the symbolism of picking up a rose carving that was for Elaine out of the shadows, putting it next to a statue of some god that we don't even remember.
Yeah,
holding either a moon or a sun. We're not even told what it is.
Yeah.
And then putting the rose carving on the father's headstone. Now, I think it was Court of Thought who did this.
Probably.
Theory, but she equates that moment to this is Nesta's way
of letting Elaine go.
Of letting Elaine go.
Post, yes.
And letting the father know it's time to allow Elaine to go spread her wings.
Yes.
You know? And it's like, oh, I love
it.
I love that symbolism because it's time for her.
Yes.
And I know that, I don't know why, everyone on Tumblr is talking about Azriel's books next. And even you have said Azriel books seems to be next. And I'm just like, there's not enough stuff for Azriel. Just not.
I was convinced of that because we have some of his thoughts in Akasif. We have his struggle between Elaine and Gwen. We have a whole bonus chapter of him. And then we have another bonus chapter of him in Hofas. So I was like, why would she give Azriel bonus chapters if it wasn't leading up to his book? And why would Elaine not be in any of them except for the one where he's rejecting her? I don't know.
I just don't think there's any, I don't think there's enough buildup for Azriel to have a full book yet. He doesn't have any, he's not having any tension. Yeah, he's a little bit at odds with Rhys, but he still he did his tradition with Rhys. He didn't deny going to do the snowball fight.
He did put rocks in the snowballs and pelted them
at Rhys, yes. But that was a brother. That's a brother versus brother situation. Like, you have pissed me off, so now I'm going to throw rocks at you. You know, that's not. I'm going to completely deny you as my High Lord because you told me I can't date a sister. You know, but like that's not enough. That's not enough of a book for him yet.
I know. But then there's the whole thing of like, okay, if there's only Elaine, Azriel, and Moore's book coming up, like when is Nesta getting her whole arc? I don't know.
I wish my friend's theory would come true, especially considering we have 9 books for Throne of Glass. So my friend is like, we got 3 books for Feyre. We should have 3 books for Nesta. We should have 3 books for Elaine. And we should have little like novellas in between them. Yeah. And she believes that we should have the winter novella between these 2. And it should either be the summer novella or it should be the autumn novella.
Dude, there's way too much autumn court bullshit to stuff into a novella. This is my other issue.
No,
with
like
Sarah.
It's not like autumn. It's just like, you know how it's winter solstice for the first novella?
Yeah.
Like we would finally get autumn equinox.
Yes.
Autumn equinox.
Yes.
Which we have not seen. We know what happens for the summer solstice. Based off of the fact that they had a huge party in summer. We know what happens for spring solstice because it happens in Calamai, you know? Yeah. But we still don't know anything about the autumn equinox, you know? Yeah. We don't know if anybody celebrates the autumn equinox outside of autumn. It's never mentioned.
That's why I found it hilarious that it's celebrated so highly in Crescent City. Huge party. And Hypaxia is like, the veil is thin. And I was like, yes.
But like I also when I first started reading Crescent City and my girlfriends were asking me questions, I was like, well, Crescent City's like the city of the dead. They're like, what do you mean by that? I was like, well, we have autumn, which autumn is the season of death.
Yeah.
And they have the bone quarter.
The cane harvest, yeah. Bone quarter.
Yeah. And then you have Asphodel Meadows, which is the Greek version of heaven. Yeah. You know? So like it just seems like the Valley of Death. Yeah. You know, the city of death. We have angels, we have werewolves.
I know, all of
right? That is freaking death.
Vampires.
Yeah. Like the meat market. So like it just seems like the city of death. So I was like, oh, it's the city of death.
Holy shit. And then there's just 5 roses. That way. Which again, in the middle of death, there's life. There's Spyro.
Yeah.
Which is blooming with flowers and light. And Rose Tom lives there.
So illusion coded. Like, okay, so we have the Autumn King in the middle of the 5 roses. And like literally like it's spring surrounding autumn.
Yeah. For real. And then we have Rune's mom smack there.
Yeah. Oh my God. The fact that Rune doesn't look anything like his biological father, and the fact that Cormac doesn't look anything like his biological father, I'm just like, where the hell did your genetics come from, dudes? Like, really, it's time
they
to
are
tell
not
us.
their dads. I will die on this fucking hill. They are not their dads.
No. And we know that, okay, so, and we know that Autumn King's genes are strong because fucking Bryce looks just like him. And her mother has the same complexion as Lauren. Dark black hair, which is actually curly. And Bryce has red hair that's straight as shit. And she's got amber eyes just like her father.
Yeah. The only thing she got from Ember was her skin tone.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it. And Rune,
but I find it hilarious that it is hammered into us. Rune got his mother's looks, got his mother's powers, mother's looks, mother's powers, mother's looks, mother's powers, all the time. He got nothing from the Autumn King. He doesn't have flame magic. He doesn't have the red hair. He does. So Cormac, the blonde hair, the light brown eyes, the shadow magic, that's fucking Morrigan. He looks like his mother.
But he also has fire magic, which isn't in Avalon. Like, where the hell did your fire magic come from, dude? You have both fire and shadows. What the fuck?
Okay, the fact that he had to make up like oh, I'm your cousin because our lines once crossed sometime in the 15,000 years, and that's why I have fire. That makes no sense, bro.
Yeah.
Because if they can breed out the Fate ears over a couple centuries, they would have been breeding out the fire magic.
I swear, it makes no...
You are Morrigan and Eris's goddamn fucking son.
It's just the genetics in Crescent City for those two boys makes no sense. Especially when his two cousins are literally like, they look like his father. I'm like, those two cousins look more like his father than he does.
I am so convinced that Lauren is the one that mind fucked Morven and the Avalon people into believing this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that it's a crack theory and I know people will say I'm psychotic, but I am still convinced that, okay, if you think about it, right? She's Rhys's sister, right? If you think about it,
Mm-hmm.
Mor is their cousin. Mor has always been close to them, close to Rhys, which means she was close to Lauren growing up.
Mm-hmm.
If Lauren was the Starborn princess who was able to world walk, who would Mor trust to get her son out of Prithian the exact same way that Lauren was planning on escaping Prithian? Because if Lauren's escaping Tamlin's father and her father, and Mor is like, okay, if Baron or Kier, God forbid, find out I have this child, and they have been wanting me and Eris to get married, this child can't be here.
Yeah.
I am so convinced she gave Cormac to Lauren before she left, and she took him over to whatever, and she was pregnant with Rune. Because if you remember, Cormac is 77, Rune is 75. So Cormac would have been like a little 2-year-old. He wouldn't fucking remember.
Yes.
So
the only part that doesn't make sense is how did they time walk?
I think they just world walked. I think she just went through the portal like Bryce did. Landed in Crescent City, just like Bryce landed in Prithian.
Yeah, but
because I think Tamlin was her battery, like Hunt was Bryce's battery.
That was only 75 years ago, and we know Lucian has been in Spring Court for 300 years.
No, we don't.
And
no, we don't.
He says that he says in war.
He says a couple centuries.
A few centuries old. Which he hasn't been in Autumn in a few centuries, which is more than a couple. Which is
he's a few centuries old, but we don't know when the shit with Jasminda happened. It's never said.
Yeah, but
I had canon that he was young, obviously, but it's never actually said.
Yeah,
so it's possible.
I'm of the belief that Tamlin and Rhys have been High Lords for 350 years. I think Lucian has been in Spring for 300 to 275 years.
Yeah. It could be
I would like it if Lucian was a little bit... I would like it if he was really young when he had to escape.
Yeah, me too.
I don't like the idea of him being 100 years old when he had to escape.
Yeah, I know.
I would really like it if he was under 50. Because he was being... The fact that he fell in love with a...
Yeah. Oh, and she so thoroughly seduced me. Like, that's a 20s type vibe.
Yes. And the fact
he was like 23.
And the fact that he presented it to his father, like, I want to marry her. makes me think he was young
Well,
and stupid.
I don't think he didn't tell Baron. He was gonna elope with her, and then
Okay.
someone found out. Probably one of his brothers, obviously, found out. Someone told whatever, which is why I say him and Tamlin's lives are like exact mirrors of each other. Because someone found out about Lauren and told Tamlin's father. Someone found out about Jasminda and told Baron. And the fact that they were killed almost the same way.
Yeah.
Odd.
Yeah.
Because I would bet on my life that Tamlin's father made his brothers hold him down.
Oh, yes.
As he killed them.
And I 100% agree with that. And the fact like that, okay, in Autumn, the blame is placed on Lucian's shoulders. And it seems like Autumn and Spring are very similar enough that, of course, Tamlin places Rhys's mother and father's like death onto.
Yeah.
I mean, Rhys's mother and sister's death onto his shoulders is because it's anything like what happened in Autumn. Even Lucian accepts it as his fault, and it's like, it's not your fault. You were a young kid.
There's one thing that I keep going back and forth with that I can't really decide on, and it's the fact that, like, okay, Tamlin knew he was going to get Lauren out. He got her out. But does he actually, like, does he think that she's dead? Because as far as we know, as far as he acts, I think that he does think that she's dead at this point for not coming back. I think they had a plan, and she was supposed to come back. And when she didn't, he's like, she got killed. She's dead.
Yeah.
And I think that's the whole weirdness in Akafast when they're talking about the mother and sister. And he's like, well, do you forgive me for your mother and sister? And he's like, I never heard an apology. And Tamlin's like, I don't think it would matter. Because Tamlin's very blunt, right? He has apologized to Feyre for everything, straight out.
Yeah.
It doesn't, like, if he was planning on, like, apologizing here, he's very much skirting around it. So the fact that he is avoiding actually apologizing is blatant to me, because I was like, he's not going to apologize for something that he actually didn't do. But if he believes she's dead now and it wasn't actually his fault, he would still feel guilty for that.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, it's hard because we don't have Tamlin's POV.
I know. But also, when you brought up the Lucian thing, there is nothing with Lucian and the mural. I don't know if that's purposeful or Lucian just didn't know about Lauren, because again, you're like, oh, it could be a time slippage thing, like a time walking thing, which is why they're like in their 70s and then Prithian's like in their however many centuries. But I feel like if Lucian was there and like, I don't know, it just doesn't add up, because obviously she would have gotten out because Tamlin's father was after her and he was the High Lord at the time. But I found it odd that, you know, the mural was covered and only Feyre uncovers it and asks about it and all this stuff. And she mentions it a few times. Even in Akawar, she mentions it after the cauldron scene, which the cauldron's the void. And she's like, it reminded me, the inside of the cauldron reminded me of the mural I saw in the spring court. Hello, portal. But but the fact that, like, Lucian never brings it up was weird, because it's like he's not going to say, oh, you know, you have a whole wing of your house blocked off and you have a whole mural in your gallery covered. Like, what's this about? It's just, Lucian's curious. Like, why is he not asking these questions?
Yeah. I think that's just bad planning on SJM's part. She really did think that Tar was going to be a standalone one book series. So
she also mentioned that, like, oh, I'm like really bad at math and I don't really keep track of how many years is between what. I just kind of write what comes to me. So she's just writing a few centuries, and then in Crescent City, she's like, I'll just make them 75. Like, girl, can you plan a little? Like, this is like, she's going to have to write in some sort of time slippage, because you can't be that wrong.
She has to put a timeline up correctly at some point, because literally, Lucian cannot be 100 years younger than freaking Eris. That is ridiculous.
He's not.
He can't be, but everyone thinks he is.
No, he's like 250, 300 years younger than, he's like, I'm assuming he's around 300 or 350 right now. So if Eris is like 335.
No, Eris is 500.
535, that's what I meant. Yeah. Then Lucian isn't like 400. Like, he's like 300, 350 maybe. Right?
Yeah. But the reason why people say Lucian is only 100 years younger than Eris is because Helion, when he's explaining his relationship with Autumn, because like we had on again, off again relationship for a couple of decades.
Yeah.
For a few decades. And people are like, well, a few decades is like less than maybe 80. So it had to be during this.
He doesn't even say a few. He just says on and off 4 decades. But the decades could have spanned centuries, people.
Like, yeah, it could have been centuries. Like every so often we get together for 10 years.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
Like, every we get together for 10 years. You know?
Literally. I invite her to my barge every great right. Like,
yeah.
I had 2 different arguments this week with people on TikTok. One of them was Eris was only 11 when he was forced to marry more. And I'm like, okay, I get that you did the math. I'm not saying you didn't. But Sarah has said, I don't do math. So, no, Eris was not fucking 11 just because you did the math. Because he has a grown man's fucking voice in the flashback on the graphic audio.
Yes.
He was not 11. All right?
He was not 11.
They were like 16, 17.
He's not 11. He's not 16. He's not 17. He's not 19 when he's doing border patrols and finds a 17-year-old Moor with an iron rod through her stomach.
Well, according to their timeline, Eris is younger than Moore.
Yes. I've done the math too. I looked at other people's math. And
but my argument
is going to be one of those retcon things that Sarah has to go into because right now she's screwed it up. Because
according to me,
Otter, 20 years old when she married freaking King of The problem is she made Lady of Autumn way too young. Right when the war started.
Yeah, when she fell in love with Helion and married Baron, she was 20. But that makes sense because her parents were selling her, I guess.
Yeah.
But
and all it says is that by the time the war started, she had already had it's 20 years into her marriage. It's 2 decades into her marriage, and she's already had a couple of children. And the younger children were sent to other family members throughout Autumn to keep them safe.
So Eris was probably what? 5? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
If he was born the first year of marriage, he would be 20. He'd be 19, 20.
Yeah. But then they're like, they said that someone said, which I couldn't find this. And I was going back and forth with this bitch because she kept saying that it was said that Eris didn't fight in the first war. And I couldn't find that in there.
Oh,
can you give me the page number or whatever? And she like refused.
It's not the page number. It's bad wording at the High Lord meeting. Because at the time, I was looking at the High Lord meeting when it was said by Baron. He says only 3 of us were in the last war. But he's talking about High Lords.
Yes.
Not who else is in there that also fought.
No shit. Is that seriously what they're talking about? Are they that dumb?
Yeah.
Obviously he's talking about the fucking High Lord.
Because at the time, when I first read it, and I had to reread it like 4 more times, I'm like going, oh, he's only talking about High Lords.
Yeah,
because
Rhys, Helion, and Baron.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Only 3 of you in this meeting were in the last war. And I was like, what do you mean? Cassian, Azriel, and Moore were in the last war. Eris should have been in the last war.
No, it was Rhys, Baron, and no, not Helion. It was
Rhys. Helion was in the last war.
Yeah, but he wasn't a High Lord then.
No, but nobody was.
Oh, but he was in the last war, yeah.
Neither was Rhys was a High Lord. There's only 3 High Lords that are currently High Lords that were in the... Well, there's only 3 people who are currently that were in the last war.
Rhys, Helion, and Baron.
Rhys, Helion, and Baron. Thesan, Tamlin, Callias, and...
Wait, no, it should have been Thesan, too.
We don't know when... No, Thesan gained his seat. No, he didn't gain his seat.
No.
We don't know when Thesan...
We don't know when. Right?
No,
because if he has a whole Peregrine unit, too...
But that doesn't mean he was in the last war.
It could have been it could have also been he could have just been talking High Lords at the time, which would have been Rhys. Well, not Rhys, actually, no. That doesn't even make sense.
He's just talking about who he's only saying 3 of us are only 3 High Lords were in the last war.
Yeah.
So that means only 3 of them know what they're getting into with Hybern as High Lords.
He should have included Thesan because we know that he was already a High Lord, I guess.
I don't think he was a High... I think he was a High Lord when he went underneath the mountain with Amarantha.
Oh, he was
50 years ago. But that doesn't mean that Thesan was alive for the last war.
It would make more sense if it was mentioned like, oh, my father died in the last war and then I gained the High Lord position. Like, something like that would have made more sense.
Yeah. But
like, oh, my parents were killed in the last thing. Because the way that Thiessen was like, oh, this doesn't bode well, and then he was bringing out Nuon and all this stuff, it would have made more sense for him to be like, my parents were victims of the last war and all this stuff. When he was talking about his mother specifically,
Yeah.
and he was like, my mother's from Zion, and she came here for asylum, which you would assume would be from the last war.
Yeah. But
Right?
we also don't know what happens in Zion. Like, she could have been considered a lower fae, and she came over here to get help or whatnot. I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know what Zion is like.
Yeah. I mean, she was high fae because Thiessen's high fae, but I'm wondering if that was the clue, because if she was seeking asylum from Zion from the last war, which was 500 years ago,
yeah,
that's when she came over to the Dawn Court. And then the High Lord fell in love with her, and then they had Thiessen.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that Thiessen wasn't born until after the last war.
Similar.
And then he probably, whenever they died, sometime between 400 years ago and now, is when he became High Lord.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I know Thiessen isn't young.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's the same age as Eris, Helion, or Rhys.
Yeah.
Okay?
So it's
and
Tamlin, so weird.
Tamlin was alive. But
he was like 10.
But he didn't fight in the last war with Hybern, so that's why he's not included as the 3 High Lords that fought in the last war.
Yeah.
But Eris fought in the last war. But if the thing is that the timeline, because
Rhys is 28.
He's 28 when he enters the war. Okay.
Yeah. So he's 538 at, I think, the beginning, 538. I don't know, in one of the books, and Tamlin is said to be 510. So he is, 28 years older than him. Am I doing the math wrong?
So the war was 7 years long. He entered the war when he was 28.
Okay.
So he exited the war when he was 35.
Okay. But see, Sarah, because, all right, so if he started the war at 28, Tamlin was just being born. Because he's 28. He's 28 years older than Tamlin in canon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then if he exited the war at 35, then Tamlin was 7. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Tamlin couldn't fight in a war. Obviously. He openly admits, I was too young.
I was a little kid. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Tamlin being born in the middle of the fucking war.
Here's where the math is all messed up, because Mor's only a year younger than Rhys.
Yeah.
So Rhys was 28, Mor was 27. Okay?
Yeah.
So Mor was promised to Eris when she was 17.
Yeah.
Okay? So here's where the math doesn't math. Okay?
Sarah, I don't do math. I just kind of just write.
Yes. And this is where that whole entire theory that Eris was a child that got married off to Mor comes in. Because if Eris is only 20 years old when the war starts, okay?
Just don't do the math, people. Just
don't do the math.
Don't do the math.
And if if at say the most, the war starts when Eris is 20, okay?
Yeah.
And the war starts when Mor is 27, so we have to go back 10 years to when Mor is 17, which means we have to go back 10 years for Eris for 20, which puts him at 10.
10 or 11. Yes. And then that also makes Eris older than Tamlin.
But I think it's common knowledge that Eris is older than Tamlin. Because
I don't know. I thought they were like the same fucking age, but then I was like, no, Eris is the same age as like Mor. I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter. They're all centuries old. They don't care about a 20-year age gap anymore.
Yeah. My theory,
if they can date a 19-year-old, it's fine.
my age thing is Helion's oldest, then Rhys, then Mor.
Baron's oldest.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about second generation.
Okay, from
the first High Lords that fought in the war. So first High Lords that fought in the war is Baron, Helion's dad, and Rhys's dad. Okay? So second generation, Helion is a second generation High Lord. Okay? So we have Helion, who's older than Rhys. Then we have Rhys, which is probably, he's only like he might be only a few years younger than Helion.
We don't fucking know. But also, I think Helion's, if we're saying Helion and Lady Autumn were the same age when they met and fell in love, they both would have been around 20.
Yeah. So he would have been very young.
If Helion wasn't already like 100 or whatever.
And then Helion, so Lady Autumn is 40 when the war starts because she's 2 decades into her marriage.
Yeah. So if Eris is 30 years younger than his mother, I was right, because that means that she's 570 something and he's almost-ish 540 something.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
But then that would make him either older or equal to Rhys and more.
Yes.
So
yeah. So I think it's just like Helion, Rhys, more, Eris, Tamlin, then Lucien.
Oh, also, what about Callias?
Yeah.
We don't know where the fuck he is.
We don't know where he is. We know Tarquin's the baby.
The baby. Also, we don't even know if Helion was part of the original High Lord line or if it just defected to him because they had no heirs.
I'm assuming, considering he's a spell cleaver, he had to be from the original High Lord line because of how powerful he is.
But he was a spell cleaver before he was a High Lord.
Yeah, but I feel like that means that
it would have defected. I don't know. Because again, Rhys is like, oh, if there's no heirs or anything, it will go to the next strongest person, which obviously would have been Helion regardless, right?
Yeah.
I like to think I have a little bit of a headcanon that I put in my fic. I think I told you this.
I saw that one. I love it, that he's the younger son that wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah. That his brother got it, and then his brother was killed by Amarantha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'm convinced, I don't know, I'm weirdly convinced that twins, if given the opportunity, would be mated to twins. So I have this weird thing where I think that one of Lady Autumn's sisters was her twin. No. especially because twins run in the family, right? So if Eris is Gwen and Catherine's father, someone in their line was a twin. And we know that Lady A had 2 sisters. We just don't know anything about them. So
yeah, but twins don't run in the twins aren't created from boys. Twins are created from mothers.
Yeah. So if she was the twin, but if it's carried through both lines, there's more of a chance. So if Lady A was a twin as well, and then going with her freaking fertility also, hello, 7 children in how many fucking years? That would make sense why Eris had twins on this one-off great right. Conceived twins. So I'm like, I'm convinced that Lady A's twin was mated to Helion's twin. And they were both killed.
Oh, God.
He was killed. Because when she met, well, not when she met Helion, but when they began their affair, he had saved her from a hibern attack, and that's the attack that killed her sisters. Now, it would make sense in my head that maybe his brother, if he was the High Lord at the time, if he lost his mate, maybe that's why he was so angry at Amarantha that he began the uprising. Yeah. And that's what killed him. And then it transferred to Helion. So I was like, this all makes sense in my head.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. I mean, I don't know about the twin part. I do agree that maybe it would be cute if Helion and the previous High Lord were twins. Yeah. But Helion is very, very... and
he's very younger brother coded. Come on.
Yeah. He's
just like his son, Lucien.
He's very much like Lucien. Because let's also look at it this way. He has a good relationship with Night Court, and with Dawn Court, and with Winter Court.
All of them, pretty much.
So if he wasn't the heir originally, he would have been the emissary for his brother. Yeah. So he's pretty much what Lucien is.
Yeah.
Until he got made.
Which is just hilarious because he just gives younger brother energy. And so my whole thing was like, oh, Helion was the younger twin, but Lady A was the older twin because the responsible one and the funny one have to balance each other out.
Yes.
So her sister was the wild one, and Helion's brother was the responsible one.
Yeah.
And it also makes sense when you think that even though she fell in love with Helion, who wasn't the High Lord at the time, that her parents wanted to sell her to another High Lord because their other child was mated to a High Lord. Like, it kind of just makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. You know. But anyway, if anyone's interested, I wrote that whole big, adorable flashback into my fic.
Okay,
I was proud of it.
Okay, here's something I was wondering the other I think it was either last night or earlier today.
Mhm.
And you mentioned it earlier. So Lucian is possibly the son of 2 Starborn Fae. Okay. Now let's say the Cauldron. Now we know Nesta could possibly be Starborn also through the Cauldron and through the mother.
I think it's through Deanna, but yeah.
Through Deanna. So that would mean Elaine also. So
yeah, it depends on what the Cauldron gifted her. Like if the Cauldron also gifted her with like godly magic, then yes.
So in all actuality, they might be like the strongest couple.
Oh, they're definitely the strongest couple.
Because
hello, the Karen Ann bond. Hello.
Well, yeah.
It's like Aelin and Rowan.
I'm also thinking of like and we're never going to meet their future children, most likely.
The fact that Aelin, the fact that Aelin was like the first fucking Starborn, and she was mated to the most powerful Fae.
Yeah.
One of the most powerful Fae.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is funny, but it's like flipped though, because it's funny because Rowan was very spring/winter court coded. He has wind and ice magic. Both.
Okay.
So if Elaine is more of the nature-ish Fae and Lucian is the Starborn, it would be kind of like flipped. And then they were both Caranam, so it was like
Yeah. I keep thinking because if Feyre is Starborn, she did kind of marry a Starborn, but his Starborn powers have been muted by his possible Valg powers.
Mm-hmm.
Nesta if she's Starborn, she's mated to someone who's not even related to anything, Cassian. But then Elaine, who's Starborn, is mated to someone who's from 2 Starborn lines, merging back together.
Exactly.
And it's like, okay, you guys are going to be extra powerful. Like, they need 2 books for them. So the next book has to be Elaine and Lucian, because
on top of
they need to conquer their powers.
Yeah.
They need to discover them, they need to train them, and they need to conquer them, because whatever fight's coming in the last book, which is going to be the big bad, they're going to be the most important parts of that big bad book.
And you know who's going to help them with those fucking powers? Eris and Lady Autumn.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Cormac.
Oh, well, him too. I think he's going to help Nesta. He has a specific set for Nesta. But no, because, again, I showed you the, I think I put it on the group, where I compared Eris's little spiel in Akawar to Vesperis's in Hofas, and they say the exact same shit about the Sister Mountains.
Yes.
How does Eris know this? Except for Lady Autumn, who was the redhead.
Yes.
Is the redhead. That knew Thea. Her bloodline knew Thea and Celine. So what logs of history does Lady A have hidden in her little hidden secret room in the Autumn Court fortress that she's telling Eris all of this? Like, what is happening in the Autumn Court?
Wonder if she has secreted books over to Daycourt. And that's why Amarantha sacked the libraries.
I feel like she's had her own family's history books and perhaps spell books, if we're guessing that maybe the female are part witch, that she has like never shown Baron, that she's never shown anyone, and perhaps just going by the whole Autumn Court thing and like Crescent City and everything, perhaps she's not a seer, but maybe she visited an oracle, or maybe she, I don't know, did some sort of prophecy spell or something where she knows some of what's coming. Because why would she like randomly tell Eris if there was even a threat that, Baron could torture it out of him, But why would she want to give him this advantage?
Yeah. Well, okay. My thought is Baron is trying to 100% what's it called? Bury the history of Autumn, the true history of Autumn.
Yeah, that Lady Autumn's line was supposed to be the ruling line.
Yeah. Okay. And the only way
she would have been the High Lady. That's why he wanted her as a wife. He's fucking siphoning her.
And the only way that he can do that is to get rid of the history books that Lady Autumn's family has in their possession.
Was the original family.
And she's mated to the High Lord of Day, which is the court of knowledge that has the best and biggest and most ancient library.
Yep.
So she ferried all of her books, which we've seen ferrying of books before in Crescent City. She ferried all the Autumn Court books over to Helion. Eris knows about Helion and Lady Autumn, and there's a chance that he knows that if he ever needs to know information, he has to go to Helion for it. And to go to Helion and be like, I know about you and my mother, I need to see her books. That would be the only way he's going to be allowed into that library.
I fucking wish we had some sort of look or fucking something between Eris and Helion at the High Lord meeting.
I know.
Sarah. And the way, just the way that all three of them, and then technically like all five of them now because of Rhys and Feyre, are fucking keeping this from Lucien.
Yeah.
He is not the little 18, 19, 20-year-old that escaped Autumn anymore. I'm pretty sure he would know to keep his own secrets away from Baron.
Yeah.
But he deserves to know.
He does. He needs to know. I love when I read fanfics of Lucien and he starts freaking out because out of the blue, this power surge comes through him. And he's just like, what the hell? Like, I read a fanfic and he had this power surge of magic come through and he thought Eris died. And he had to rush home because he was keeping Eris safe. Eris came to him to be for safety reasons.
Yes.
And he thought Eris died because he thought he just became the High Lord of Autumn. He thought he became Autumn's heir. And when he saw Eris alive, he's like, what is happening to me?
What the fuck?
And Eris is like, fuck, I have to tell him now.
You're an heir. Our spells
Autumn.
Something cleaved the binding that me and Mother put on you as a child as to not glow.
Yeah.
Which is another thing I'm convinced of.
Yes. The best ones is when he has his meltdown, when he has his outburst of magic in the House of Wind, and he breaks the wards, and Rhys is like, I've never seen this house without wards on it.
Oh my god.
But
Yeah.
I also love the fanfics where he just magically shows up in the House of Wind. And Cassian and Azriel are like, how did you get in? He's like, I walked the steps. And like, no, you did.
No, you fucking didn't.
Come to find out that he breaks the wards and then re-puts them up. And he's the only one that can winnow in and out of the House of Wind.
100%. That is how he got in Akasif. Nobody will tell me otherwise.
I don't know. I want it not for him not to know, but I have a theory that he does know. But I don't want
he has to be putting the pieces together. Come on, he's not that dumb.
He's not dumb, but I want the
wow, I spell cleaved. I wonder where I got that from. Baron? Gee, no, and then again, lying to Feyre about it. He knows. But also, the minute he spell cleaved, when Tamlin was staring at him, I was like, now Tamlin knows.
Yes.
Because then in the High Lords meeting, when he's like, considering how well you made out in the last war, and Helion's like, war can't be lucrative. Tamlin's like, you got a fucking air out of it. Without saying so many words.
But Helion has no clue.
I know, but Tamlin does, which is why it's fucking hilarious. Because Baron's like, where is my errant son? And then Tamlin's like, work can be and then Helion's like, work can be lucrative. I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. So many people in this room know, except for the father and son.
Yes. And it's like, I really hope it comes and kicks Rhys in the ass.
Or Feyre, who we still haven't told about his true father. Like, Feyre.
I don't want Feyre telling Lucien that. Like, she's going to tell him in the meanest way possible.
Oh, 100%. And people are going to say, that's not the same as Nesta telling her about the baby.
And it's like, it is the same. It is the same. Oh my god. But you just know she's going to say it in the meanest way possible.
Feyre's going to, fuck up. Lucian's gonna call her out for the fuck up, and I'm pretty sure it's probably gonna be about Elaine, because obviously mate shit. Mm-hmm. And she's just gonna be like, at least I'm not dumb enough where I call myself a fox and I don't even know who my real daddy is. And like, it's gonna be something like that. And he's gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yes.
And she's gonna be like, never mind, forget that I said anything.
Yeah, it's gonna be something awful, but I don't know. Like, she's gonna say something like, at least I know who my real father is.
Yeah, something
along those lines. And he's gonna be like, what are you talking about? And Feyre's gonna be like, never mind. And she's gonna be like, fuck, I just put my fucking foot in my ass. And she does it all the time. She did it more when she just like randomly threw out, well, why haven't you told me?
Or you know what? It would be even better if Rhys was the one who put his foot in his mouth, because I feel like he does that too.
Yeah, he did it too. And we have not seen a confrontation between Lucien and Rhys
yet.
And I want to, because Lucien, we had so many confrontations between Lucien and Rhys in freaking Tar.
Oh my god.
And it's like, we need a confrontation between Lucien and Rhys, because Lucien does not back down on that man unless other people are threatened by him. That is the only time Lucien actually goes, okay, I'll say
it's so funny. Okay, but also I kind of just really, really hope that Eris tells him, like, I know that he's in a really bad place with Eris, but I feel like for good faith for Eris to try to convince him that he's not the person that he thinks he is and that Baron really fucked with them, I feel like he's going to be like, look, there are secrets that you don't even know. Like what he said to Mor at the fucking meeting. Like, there are things that you don't know behind the scenes and that happened. And she's like, I don't give a shit. Lucien would be like, what are you talking about? And he's going to be like, there's so much shit that you don't know that we protected you from. And Lucian's going to be like, I don't need your protection. What the fuck are you talking about? It's going to be like a whole brother thing. And I feel like I just really would want Eris, or even his mother, but I feel like Eris is the more obvious choice to be the one to tell him. And because I'm really gonna hate it if it's Feyre or Rhys, because this is a family affair. This is a family thing.
Yeah.
But then again, the sister thing with Nesta was also a family thing, and Sarah inserted Rhys and inserted Cassian and inserted Amren. So I'm like, ugh.
But I also love the idea of Elaine just casually saying something.
I know, because Elaine has had that vision. And she's just like, this, it's not my place to say, it's not my place to say, it's not my place to say. And she's just struggling with this because she's like, he's my mate.
I just love the idea of Elaine. Okay, so I also have this, not theory, but it's just like this internalized like thought process for Lucien, that he actually is struggling internally and mentally with the fact like he can't provide for Elaine. Like, he can't provide what,
like, he doesn't have a solid home right now.
Yeah, so
he's bouncing between 3 courts, and
he doesn't have an actual court. He's courtless. He's homeless. He lives with other people.
He has that apartment in Valaris, but I don't blame him for not wanting to stay in the night court all the time.
And even then, like, she says, you have an apartment, and he's like, no, I get charity from you guys. I don't want to accept charity from Rhys. He's like, but I don't want to stay here when you're paying for the clothes off my back. He's like, I have my own apartment, but like, you're still paying for my clothes. So even though he's working for Rhys, he doesn't like that he's taking a paycheck from Rhys. And something tells me his paycheck from Rhys is nothing compared to the paycheck that Rhys gives even the race or the inner circle. Something tells me Rhys is paying him literally minimum wage.
100%. It's not what Tamlin's pay was back in the day.
Still, like, he doesn't like working for Rhys. He just has to, because that's where Elaine is. That's what keeps him informed on how Elaine's doing, how Feyre's doing, and it keeps him busy. He is not a person that just sits still. He has to stay busy.
And that's why when everyone's like, he spends all of his spare time in the Band of Exiles manor and he's falling for Vassa, like, absolutely the fuck not.
Yeah.
Have you ever met this child? He has an ADHD youngest son. There is no way he's sitting there waiting for Vassa to come home every night. He doesn't give a shit. He's out wandering spring, wandering night, talking to Tarquin about the Fae Quality Initiative, going to Helios to research. Like, he is not in one place every night.
No. The man is busy. He even says, like, when he comes into the House of Wind and he goes to the freaking library, he's like, this would be my first time being able to just read for pleasure.
Yes!
In years. Which means that even when the High Lords were all stuck under the mountain, he was doing so much work.
Yeah.
That he wasn't able to have fun for pleasure.
Yeah,
you know,
he was helping Tamlin try to solve the curse and shit.
Okay, this is a complete and total crack shit. This is me just being a Lucian lover and thinking he lives on top of a pedestal. He lives on top of a pedestal, and he probably doesn't. I'm sorry. If people can Rhys on a pedestal, I'm putting fucking Lucian on a pedestal.
Lucian, yeah.
How fucking awesome would it be if we find out Lucian was running all the courts?
Dude, he literally is, though. That's what I'm saying. If there is a High King storyline where they can't, where kind of like the High Lord position, they cannot refuse it, it's gonna be Lucian. Again, the Kingmaker sword. Amren is like, it's gonna choose another. It's been around Rhys. It's been around Cassian. It's been around Azriel. It's been around Mor. It's been around Amren. It has not been around Lucian.
Nope. Yet.
Yet.
But like, it would be so funny if we find out, because there's that part where Rhys is in, I shared it with you.
Yeah.
There's that part in Tar where Rhys comes into the dining room and he's confronting them, and he says to Lucian, at least I haven't been sitting in the bushes of flowers all these years. And Lucian's like,
sitting on my ass among the bushes.
And Lucian's like, if you think that's all I've been doing, you're going to be greatly mistaken.
Yeah.
And I'm like, first of all, I think Lucian's had his hand in all those uprisings. Okay, trying to organize those uprisings to take out Amarantha. And I think he's been keeping those courts alive that have been ransacked and destroyed by Amarantha. If Spring is the only court that has not been touched, that means Spring is able to provide food. Say again?
Yeah, Spring and Night, yeah.
Yeah. So if Spring is the only court that had not been touched, I mean, Spring is producing enough crops to fill the other courts that have been ransacked and destroyed by Amarantha.
Until Amarantha put up the borders with her magic, and she did not allow it anymore.
Oh, they weren't able to move from courts to courts after that? Because there's other...
After the uprising, she didn't want any of the courts conspiring, so she blocked them in their courts.
But we have on Calamai...
Except for Calamai. Yeah.
On Calamai. And plus, they still take in refugees.
I know.
Spring takes in all the refugees
that was
on their border.
I'm assuming like Alice and stuff was before the border thing, but I just find it hilarious that like even Asteri magic cannot prevent the Calanmai magic from like lowering the spells.
Yeah. Either way, funny. It would be really fun if we found out Lucian was like literally running all those courts.
He totally is. even in Tar, when he's like, oh, you know, my contacts in Winter said that this happened to their children, and my contacts in this, and my contacts in this. He knows every single court. Yeah. He knows people in every single, like high ups in every single court. I wouldn't be surprised if he was friends with Tarquin's cousin. Yeah. Because again, the Jesminda thing, he would absolutely want a Fae equality initiative to happen. So that's summer. Tamlin in spring, Eris in autumn, granted, you know, whatever. Eris in autumn, Helion in day, because he already was kind of buddy-buddy with Helion, despite not knowing he's his father. Nuon and Dawn. Nuon's close with Deason. Right?
Yep.
And
I mean, the fact that Lucian was able
to
go today to find out information, like to go into their libraries.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that means that they have enough of a friendly relationship with Lucian to say, yeah, you can come look through our libraries for help. And then find out that Helion's like best friends with Rhys. Yeah. And it's like, so you allowed this Fae to come into your court to look into your libraries to see how to break a bargain between two people that you actually like.
I mean, I kind of feel like Helion he definitely has his preferences of people, but I do feel like in the spirit of the Solar Courts trying to be neutral, he's like, okay, well, if I let the Night Court do this, I have to let the Spring Court do this, or else there's going to be a war, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe that was his line of thinking, because again, he's like, I can't just go and get my mate because there are laws and it would be treason and it would cause a war and there'd be casualties. So it's like he's thinking as a High Lord now, which is good at least. You know? Yeah. But I just thought it was fucking hilarious when Lucian's like, yeah, and the day court attendees were a little bit weirded out, but they let me right in. And I was like, what? So you're friends with your daddy's employees?
but not your dad.
I know. But I'm like, well, Helion technically would have to give permission, but also that's gonna work out so well when he's revealed as the heir. Because it's like they already know him as like emissary to like every fucking court.
Yeah. Oh, but to go back to what I was saying about Elaine telling Lucian, which also comes back to the cottage. Okay. So we have Lucian. Mentally, he's probably thinking, I can't provide for Elaine. And he's met Grayson. So he knows what Elaine was going to marry into in the human world. Okay.
The fact that he's like, I left that prick alive. I was like, oh, he's such a good boy. Because any other mate would have fucking killed him.
But there's no reason to kill Grayson. He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but like the mate instinct thing, you know?
Yeah. But that just proves how strong he is.
And
how much of an actual pacifist and good person. Because Azriel wants to kill Grayson, and he's not even mated to fucking Elaine.
That's why I think, okay.
When you put your killing energy away for a little bit and like just think for once, just think.
I think the control is a day court power.
Oh yeah, that would be really good. That would be nice. That would be awesome.
Because Helion fine during the meeting. And Baron's like, you don't talk to her that way. And he's like grabbing her arm and she's like super thin. Like when Rhys saw Feyre in that state in spring, he was pissed at Tamlin. He was going off. Helion is just like with his mask on, chilling, laughing at everyone's jokes. You can't tell me he didn't want to rip Baron's head off.
Oh, he had
so
to.
That control factor, and especially when Feyre burned her when she exploded. Again, he was able to stay seated when Azriel wasn't even able to stay seated for more, right?
Yeah.
Able to stay seated. So I'm like, this has to be a day court or even just a Helion power that Lucian inherited.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Or they're just much smarter.
Just going with the instinct thing, that's like just primal, you know? I don't know. Because with like also, all the other, even I mean, we know that Azriel was supposed to be Mor's mate, and now he's not. But even like with Azriel, with Rhys, like even sometimes with Cassian, like again, when he's growling in Silver Flames and Lucian's like, easy. And he's like, it hit him like a stone to the head. So I'm like, Lulu, that is a day court power right there.
Yes. So yeah, I just think there's a good chance that Lucian's going to finally admit all this to Elaine of being like, I can't provide for you. You got shackled to a homeless person.
He says to Feyre, she's shackled to me.
Shackled to me. Not I'm shackled to her like Cassian does to
I was just going to say that. There's a difference.
He sees it as a plight for Elaine. He thinks it's bad that Elaine got stuck to him because he doesn't have self-worth. You know? So he's going to say to Elaine, I want you to go do something better. You deserve better than me. A homeless person who has no court. And Elaine's going to be like, they're going to be at the cottage, first of all. And Elaine's going to be like, look at where I lived for 7 years of my life.
Yes.
And I have happy memories here.
Yeah.
I can make happy memories anywhere.
Yes.
Whether it's
with people I care about.
House, a castle on a mountain, or in a 2-bedroom cottage. I just want to be happy with you. But at the same time, I would love it if she says, and you're not courtless. You have a court, you just don't know it yet.
Okay. All right. I swear to God that you are a seer. Because the notes that I have for my fanfic, and I can like screenshot it and send it to you later. It literally says possible hovel. And then it says Elaine tells Lucian truth. Because in my fic, when Briar is touring the courts and Lucian is her escort because he can winnow, he's winnowing her to all the courts, and Elaine goes with him to the day court to bring Briar to and from the day court. And so that's when Elaine has the vision that Helion is Lucian's real father. There's a lot of shit happening in the day court. Helion ultimately figures out that Lucian's his son because of stuff that I write in the fic. But then Elaine is kind of weird after the fact. And Lucian's like, all right, I know you had a vision. Like, what was it about? And she was like, it's not my story to tell. And like, I really wish I could tell you because I love you, but like, it's not my story to tell. And she just keeps saying, it's not my story to tell. And he's like, what does that even mean? She's still we're in I'm working on chapter 85 and she still hasn't said anything.
Oh,
So it is coming up.
oh God. Oh God.
Because there's a big scene where Eris is like hurt and like kind of dies for a little bit, and
Oh, no.
Lucian is panicking and he's like fuck, but he's also like actually crying for Eris because he like remembers
Yeah.
how he was as like a boy and everything, and they like have their whole thing, but like Eris still doesn't tell him.
Oh my.
And he's just like, look, like you're the next powerful. And he's like, you'll figure it out one day. Like you'll figure out why you're so powerful one day. And Lucian's just like, why is everyone so goddamn fucking cryptic? Can you tell me what's happening? Because at this point he's starting to glow again.
Mhm.
And like he doesn't understand why. And like nobody's telling him anything.
Yes.
But yeah, I have like all of like the
like Lucian.
A flashbacks, and I have like all of that shit, and it's just so funny. I have oh my God, there was like adorable flashback that I did, and it was actually based off an audio from the Vampire Diaries. I don't know if you've watched it. Where
No.
so there's basically one of the characters was half werewolf and half vampire. He's like an original vampire, but he was never told that his biological father was a werewolf. So his father that he grew up thinking was his father fucking hated him his entire life, would like beat him, all the stuff, like exactly like Baron and Lucian, right?
Yeah.
And so he finds out about his biological father actually being a werewolf and why he turned into like half wolf when he first killed someone as a vampire. And so he goes off on his mother. And he's like, you let me be weak. You let me believe that my father was someone who hated me. And like he went off on the mother. And he goes, you bound my wolf side without telling me because of your transgressions and your own fears. And he goes off and I go, this is literally what would happen to Lucian when he finds out.
Yeah, I mean, I
am fully convinced that Lady A, with the help of Eris, kept his Daycorp powers bound, especially as a kid.
Yes, I think there is definitely a binding on Lucian's powers that the mate bond and the Karanam kicked into putting a crack in. Okay. And I think that the binding also suppressed his autumn court powers, which is why his fire is so much harder for him to use. Okay. And this crack that formed is slowly building over, is breaking open. And he's just like, I don't understand what's going on. It's why he's
gonna just start glowing.
Yeah.
When he sees Elaine, and people are gonna be like, oh.
It's also why he suppressed and glamored himself so heavily when he was like trying to like, okay, so when Theresa sees his true self, his true
he's
aura,
all glowy,
and he like quickly like throws it back on because he wasn't expecting her to be able to see it. I feel like he did that so much because he's like, I don't understand why I am a High Lord heir, why I have the heir markers when I'm so weak in magic. Like he feels that confliction of I'm weak in magic, yet I'm an heir. Why am I an heir?
Yeah.
And he has no clue that Eris is the true heir. So he thinks he's the true heir of Autumn, and he's been trying to hide it. And he's like, I have no magic. Why am I the heir?
Yeah.
You know, so he's like,
and when Feyre's like, oh, do you want your father's throne or whatever? And he's like, nobody's ever asked me that. And then he's like, I feel like I would just find myself ruling over a shifty, two-faced people. And like, that doesn't seem fun to me. But also, this kind of brings up like, maybe Eris doesn't know that Helian's Lucian's real father, because maybe this is actually why Eris is like, oh, I need bids. Oh, I need bids. Oh, I need bids. Because Baron's been training him and not Lucian. But maybe he does think that it's actually Lucian, because we know that he knows that Lucian's equally as powerful as him or more powerful than as him. So maybe he doesn't know about Helian. Maybe he knows that, Lady A and Helian are mates, but maybe he honestly, like Baron, can't, prove that Lucian isn't Baron's.
Yeah. No.
No.
I mean,
that would be interesting.
That I always enjoy the idea of, okay, I do like the idea of Eris knowing.
Yeah.
But I also enjoy the idea of Eris not knowing.
Not knowing,
having such strong morals of, I'm not killing my baby brother's love.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Theresa says, oh, that's why he didn't kill Jasminda. He didn't participate in Jasminda's death is because he already knew Lucian wasn't an actual heir.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big stretch, Feyre. But I mean, SGM does use Feyre as this knowledge seeker, you know?
She's like, oh, that's why Eris helped him, because she knew he wasn't a threat to his reign or something. And I was like, Feyre, what the fuck? Like, yes, I get it, but also he wouldn't just kill one of his brothers for nothing, you know?
And also, let's have just a morally good character. Like, Eris doesn't have to be a shit character just because he's the heir of a shit country. Like, he's just a good character because he actually has morals.
I fight with people about Eris all the time. They're like, he's worse than Rhys, and I go, fuck off right now.
He's not worse than Rhys. Although I did have this conversation with a friend the other day, because you know my morals. I have a very strong boundary.
Oh, me too.
I have a very strong boundary in the hand for
my has to be fucking proven on page.
For a morally gray character. Okay. So this is why I have a struggle with Rhys. This is why I have a struggle with Lydia. Because in my mind, when we meet them, they're killing innocent people. Okay.
So even if it's for reasons and they're forced to.
Yeah. They're still killing people for this role that they're playing that we don't find out about until later on. Okay. That they're not playing this role for shits and giggles. So I said to my friend, I was like, it's going to be really hard for me because you've told me, and you're like, we're probably going to get the same storyline for Eris. And I'm like, no, I think Eris has a very strong boundary line of, I don't kill people that I don't have to.
Yeah, I hope not.
I think he only kills people that are going to be a threat to his reign, i.e. all of Baron's friends. He's been slowly killing off Baron's friends.
Well, also, the brothers are a threat to his reign, but I also see him hesitating to kill them anyway. And I don't know if that's going to be his fatal flaw, because we've seen him do it with his men. That's how Breland caught him. Because he is moral and he wanted to save his men. We don't know if they're good people, bad people, Baron's people. He just knew that it wasn't right, that they were all going to be forced to be these little robots for the queens, right? So the fact that Baron is like, oh, go ahead, take the antidote and die. Your brothers won't give a fuck. Like, they'll just, they'll just take the throne from you or whatever. So I just feel like, I hope that she doesn't make that like his Achilles heel. Like, oh, look, he has a heart and now he's dead for it. Like, I would be pissed off if that one brother that was being weird at the meeting, who was like, hey, yeah, take the antidote so I can become da-da-da. Because I feel like there's one brother in particular that's a risk. If like he's in trouble, he's about to die, and like Eris is like, just stop, let's all talk about this for a minute, and then they just turn on him. Like, I would fucking hate that.
Yeah.
If she like makes his heart like his Achilles heel. Because I feel like she already did that in Akasif, so she's made that the precedent.
But I also enjoy that about Eris. I want him to be Rhys.
Yeah. But I don't want him to like die for it, you know?
Yeah, but I don't think he will. I think Lady of Autumn and Lucian and even Helion. I would love to see Helion stand up for Eris.
I would love that. Yes, I've said that too. Yeah, I would love that.
I would just like it. I would like it if Helion stepped in front of the two boys and would be like, you're not hurting them anymore.
Dude, can you imagine if Helion just knows about all this shit and like he steps in front of them and he's like, not my sons, and Baron's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, yeah, that's right. Both of them, bitch.
Well, there's this part. Okay, there's this part that was done in Crescent City Book 2. Okay, and it's Rune, and he's thinking about Ember, and he's thinking about how much he would have enjoyed having Ember as a stepmom.
Yeah,
because he's like considering how much my own mom is like not
traumatized.
Into being a mom. It would have been nice to have a stepmom actually tell me to stop being an idiot.
Which realistically, that's kind of funny if she was like Rhys's sister, because that's really giving Rhys right there. Where she's like, sure, I'll have a kid, and then she was like, shit, what do I do with a kid? like Rhys with Nyx, like he'll laugh about, he like laughed at Ember when she was like, oh, a wild 1-year-old, and he was like, like he understood, but it's like, Feyre's taking care of your child the whole book. You're like the way that he makes fun of Tamlin for enjoying like traditional gender roles, and then he's like, you take care of the kid, High Lady, I'll deal with the alien and all the political stuff and all the fun shit. Like,
Yeah.
really? Really? She was not even involved.
Yeah. That made me upset. Like I said, my one friend was like, "You want more of Feyre?"
No, but if it's established that she's an equal ruler.
I want the story to establish what was established to us.
I know, right?
She is High Lady of the Night Court.
Which it's hilarious because me and Olivia in particular have been going over like Nyx and like if he's almost 1 year old, like what is so dire that Feyre has to be with him all the time? I'm like, I could see Nyx being like a little Elsa and like misting his toys and then being like, no, put on the spelled gloves. Or like just winnowing out and Feyre being like, where did he go?
Well, you're a fan of Charm. There's that entire like episode where Wyatt's powers finally came in, and Piper's like, Wyatt, what's Wyatt's full name? Wyatt Andrews.
Wyatt Matthew
Wyatt Matthew Powell. You stop that right now. And Leo's like, he used his full name.
When I was out to like Leo and he's just like in his towel and he's like, aren't you supposed to be going to have a bath with mother? And he's like, Wyatt Matthew Hallowell, go back upstairs and have your bath. And then he just orbs out again. And then there's the other one where he's like a new brother and he like orbs Chris away and she's like, where did you put your baby brother? And then the grandfather rings the doorbell like a half an hour later and he's like, I think this is yours. Because I can see Nyx winnowing away like his little sister if they have another child.
Okay, so you remember I had that theory that Balthazar might be a future Nyx? What if Balthazar is the Chris of Agatha?
Dude! Oh my god. Okay, but that would also mean that Feyre made the same fucking mistake and fucked in Illyrian form again.
But there's this sense that they want their children to have Illyrian wings. Like,
I know.
They're proud of those goddamn
wings. And Nesta
wings.
did change her, so there's no issues going forward, but
yes.
Like...
Well, it could be Nesta's future child too. We don't know. I need to see how he reacted when he saw Nesta.
Oh my god!
How awesome would it be if he finds his mother in the blood right, and that's Balthazar is Nesta's son?
Dude. Okay, as much as I love Balthazar and the thought that I think that he's Emery's mate, I would fucking love if he was like a Chris and he came back from the future for like to help Nesta. Because also there was this theory that Eris was the one that embedded the maid dagger in the tree for her, because there was a theory that like, oh, the dagger that he had on him with Briolin was not the maid dagger that he was supposed to have from Nesta, and they think that was the one that was embedded in the tree. Because everyone's like, oh, the maid dagger will protect him from other maid objects. And as we know, he was under the thrall of the crown. So there was a theory that Eris did that. But like, what if Balthazar came back from the future with one of her maid weapons and was like, I need to save my mother during this blood rite, so I'm born.
So wait, Nesta had a maid object during the blood rite? I didn't think that.
We don't know if it was made, but it was like not pulsing, but there was like there was like energy around it, which was weird.
It's so weird that there was a maid object.
Yeah.
Because
right? So everyone's like, oh, Eris planted it there. It's her maid dagger, because then he's taken by the crown, which wouldn't happen if he had the dagger on his hip. And then the dagger on his hip is described completely differently by Azriel than it was by Cassian when he had it at the dance.
And there's not supposed to be weapons in the blood rite.
Yeah.
Right?
Briolin put weapons in the blood rite, but I don't think she would have had a made one.
No.
So I was like,
it's so weird. But it would be cool if Balthazar is Nesta and Cassian's
It would be
son from the future.
fucking cool if he was like the one helping them the whole time. Yo. He's like, I gotta help my aunt and my mother. Aunt Emery and Mama Nesta.
And Aunt Gwen.
Dude, I also had, fuck, you haven't read Tog. Shit. There is, okay, I am obsessed with this character from Tog, and he only shows up in the first book and then a little bit in the last book. And his name is Noxowen.
Oh.
And so there's like, kind of like trials. It's like an assassin's trial thing to become like the king's champion or whatever. And so they have to go through all these different games and they have all different specialties and you have to get through all of the specialties to become the king's champion. Obviously, obviously like Selena, Aelin ends up winning. But there's a character named Nox Owen and he has dark hair, blue-gray eyes. And can you guess what his fucking specialty is?
Probably shadows.
Bow and arrow.
What is it?
Bow and arrow.
Really? Oh, wow.
So I'm like, is this Nyx going back to the past?
Yeah.
To save one of his ancestors? Because then Selena ends up saving Nox's life. And then like he doesn't show up again until Kingdom of Ash. Which is hilarious. So listen to this though. Lysandra, who is a shifter, like Tamlin, you've heard me talk about how I think he gets his raw shifting from her. So she's shifted into Aelin. And remember, Nox has only known Aelin from way back when first book, The King's Champion Trials, right? And he's walking and he like sees Selena. And so they're talking, and he's like, "You're not Selena." And she's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You're not Selena." Like he knew that Lysandra wasn't actually her.
And he only met her once.
During those little trials for a few months.
This is why we were having that conversation in the chat. And people are like, is SJM really being this like vague or blah, blah, blah? And I was just like, truly, I find it funny that she, in Tog, it sounds like she names everyone. And in Crescent City, she names everyone except for the princess, the River Queen's daughter. Yeah. Okay, but everyone else is
the River Queen, the Ocean Queen, the Autumn King, just like the higher ups.
Yeah, but we get almost everyone's name by the end of the book. Okay, and yet and it sounds like in Tog she names everyone. Yet there's so many people still without names in ACOTAR.
I know because they're not freaking descendants.
Yeah, and I don't think it's because they're not important. I just think that there's a reason why she's not releasing the names yet.
100%.
And
and you want to know,
people tell me that the reason why Helion and Lady Autumn is not going to be the rejected mates storyline is because Lady of Autumn doesn't have a name yet, and if she was that important in the storyline, she would have had a name by now. I'm like, she is pretty important. She has birthed 2 High Lord heirs. Okay, she has 2 future High Lords.
Also, I wouldn't put it past. I told Olivia this. I wouldn't put it past SJM to be like, her name's Autumn. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Lady Autumn. Her name's fucking Autumn. Like, all right. But also, Nox is literally the Latin word for night.
Yeah. Well, when I found out Feyre was going to have a baby, and I was talking to my friends, I was like, well, the baby's name is either going to be, I was hoping it was going to be Noctis. Because that's another god of night, but I also had that, like,
okay. And Owen means noble born.
Oh, God.
Come on. You can't tell me this isn't a time-traveling Nyx Archer on right now. His specialty was the fucking bow and arrow. Are you kidding me, Sarah? The dark hair and the blue-gray eyes. Like fucking Feyre?
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
It has to be. Well, even
so when I read that, I was like, is this Nyx? Like, off the bat, I was like, is this Nyx? And then they were like, the bow and arrow trial is tomorrow. And then they're like, oh, Nox Owen, his specialty. And I was like, bitch, are you kidding me?
Well, personally, I do feel like sometimes, I will admit, like, SJM does do very common, like, looks for some people. Like, I don't know how many times she said that so-and-so has black curly hair. I'm like, why does everyone have black curly hair? Like,
okay,
black curly.
Okay, even the art from, I think it's Mad. Yeah, it's Mad Schofield. You know how she does the character arts and everything?
Yeah.
Even his art is literally Reese with Feyre's eyes. Like, Nox Owen. Like, I have to send this to you.
Okay.
It says, Nox is described as a moderately handsome young man with black hair and gray eyes. He is tall and lean, but not gangly. He's around 25, because let's be real. If he's glamored into a human, he's going to be like, oh yeah, I'm like 25, right? He's friendly and respectful to Selena during their time in the King's Champion tournament, befriending her. Nox made a name for himself at an early age, rising up from one of the countless city orphans. How convenient that your story is that you're an orphan. To become one of the most talented thieves in Terrasen, I bet. After Aderlin's conquest, Nox turned his talents towards tormenting Corinth's new rulers, again against tyranny, and has been rumored to occasionally see to it that those stolen goods make their way into the hands of Terrasen's rebels, like Robin Hood. He was sponsored in the king's competition by a new minister of Terrasen and was granted immunity if he lost. His motives for accepting the offer, however, remain unknown. Of course. Of course. But yeah, basically he was like stealing like goods and jewels and all this stuff from like all the bad people and giving it to all the good people. Like that's such a fucking Nyx thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And he's like, "Oh, I was an orphan who was raised in this little town in Adderley." Like, dude, you can't get any more fake. He has to be Nyx glamored as a human. And also, when you pick an age, you're not going to be like, "Oh, I'm 23." Like, you're going to be like, "Oh, I'm 25." Like, I'm going to send you the picture of him right now because he looks just like fucking Reese with Feyre's eyes.
Oh my god!
It's a
Did this
wild.
come after ACOTAR?
Huh?
Did this book? I know that.
No,
like,
Throne of Glass. Okay. Throne of Glass was first, but
oh my god,
when she was writing it, and then she wrote like Kingdom of Ash, and she brings Nox back, and then in Kingdom of Ash is when she falls through the worlds and she sees Reese and Feyre pregnant.
Yeah.
So I was like,
hey. Yeah, I do know that part of like the whole entire going through the worlds. And
yeah. Did you see it? I sent it to you.
Yeah, I saw it. It was like, yeah, that does look like Reese with Feyre's eyes. It looks like the Bone Carver.
Yes!
Like the child that the Bone Carver was showing.
Yes!
Feyre.
Yeah.
There has to be a reason. Like, I don't know.
Nox Owen, Nobleborn Knight. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Yeah. Now that they have the fucking harp and can time travel, again with the fucking Charmed references, when Piper goes back to try to save her sisters in the finale, which is why I'm like, oh, Kingdom of Ash. In the finale, she has to use a ring that transports her to different times. Now, it's Coop's ring. He's a Cupid, and he's like, oh, if you just think of them, it'll take you to them, to when they were alive. And so when she first thinks of Phoebe, it takes her a little too far back to her conception. And she has to explain to her mother that she's like her daughter from the future and all of this. So the mother is like, I want to help you save her in the future. So she brings the mother along from the 70s. And then the next time that they tumble into is like the, early 80s or 90s. Yeah. And then they see the grandmother, and the grandmother passes out because the mother's supposed to be dead at this point. And they pick up the grandmother from this time. And then they continue on to current times to try to save Phoebe. And so there's like people from all different times from the bloodline on this quest to try to save them with this ring, which also takes them back to their times in the end. So I'm like, it is totally possible that maybe they use the harp and they go a little too far forward or something. And they see Nyx as a 20-something-year-old, and they're like, oh, well, we're actually trying to go to the past to try to save this person and that and the next thing. And he's like, I want to go with you. I'll do it. And then he just like takes the harp and he goes. And it's like, I can just see this whole time thing, people from the bloodline.
So we were talking in the chat, and you had to go to bed, but you're like, why are you having a conversation now?
I know. I hate that shit.
So, like, one thing that stood out to me is I recently saw an interview with SJM, and she really has been talking about really wanting to revisit Aelin. And she's like, I really miss her.
She's been talking about the multiverse since Tog. And she's like, I just find it funny that, like, if you can just open a portal and go to this world, or open a portal and go to this world, and they can meet each other. And I was like,
but the problem is like, Aelin's in the past.
Yeah.
Not in the present. And it's like, okay, well, here's the thing is, so I brought up the whole entire theory of, if Elaine's book is next with Lucian, and they find Koche, and Koche gets released from the
lake,
the lake, okay, but they in the process did the time walking to find out how to kill Daglin, or who Daglin are, because they find out the truth. But then Amren is trying to keep them from bringing it to Reese and Feyre, and she shows up at the lake, releases Koche, but uses the book of breathing because, oh my god, who was in the cauldron and who came out of the cauldron, and what if Feyre throw in the cauldron? The book of breathing.
But it was in Jessica's library.
But Jessica, what if there's two books of breathings? Like, I don't think that book of breathings is the same as this book of breathings.
I don't know.
I think each world has their own each world that uses the void, which is the cauldron, in
as a book of breathings,
has a book of breathings. Okay, so what if Amren was able to get the book of breathings and hide it, and then she uses it on Lucian and Elaine, but their Starborn power has a rebound magic paired with her cauldron magic, has a rebound magic, and it sends them to Aelin.
Too many magics a mix in here.
It's not too many magics. But we need to meet Aelin.
There's the book, and there's Amren, and there's this.
But we need to meet Aelin because she knows how to kill Daglin, and Prithian does not. They know how to put Daglin to sleep.
As much as I really, really wish that Nesta did not have to share the trove with people, I feel like she would if it was for Elaine. And I feel like because we've already established that the harp can change worlds and go through times and I feel like because the harp is the only thing currently that is said to be able to actively help people walk through time and through worlds and stuff, I feel like they're going to have to use the harp. And they're going to have to keep it with them while they're there in order to get back to, technically.
Well, I mean, I know you don't agree with it. You think that all three trove items have to belong to one person and that they have to stay together.
Well, because of Thea. Because of Thea.
I don't like Thea. Thea can go suck
I don't
herself.
like Thea. Yeah, we don't like Thea, but Nesta's better than Thea, so.
Yeah. But the cauldron now Feyre's not cauldron made, but she is made. But
there's an argument about that too, which I was like, because technically she's like, oh, I was drowning in water like champagne and it was bubbly.
It's it's like the void. Yeah. It's like she went through her own.
I was like, she was in the cauldron, but the cauldron didn't make her, so it's weird.
Yeah. But either way,
yeah,
the dead trove, the sisters kind of represent the dead trove. We have Feyre, who's a Damati, the crown. We have Nesta, who is death, the mask. And we have Elaine, who has seer ability, which is time magic. The harp.
Yeah.
All three sisters represent all three dread trove items. And I feel like we know what happens when all
I know Nesta can summon them and wield them. I'm saying if she has to, she would share them with the sisters.
Yeah. But we also know that when all three dread trove items are used on a person at once, it's overwhelming. What happens if it's used by three different people all at once?
We don't know.
Which
again probably destroys the fucking world
sisters.
Like the cauldron.
Yeah, but it brings us back to the whole thing of the three sisters do need to get along.
I know.
They're living separate lives, if you ask me. They get together, but they're living separate lives. And it's like, you guys need to be friends.
I know. So I had a little bit of a theory. And in Hofast, if you remember, they see the planets on the floor and they're talking about the planets and all this, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so they're saying oh, this is Midgard, this is Orestes, this is this. And so when Bryce says Orestes, Nesta looks to Azriel and she's like, is that the warrior? The same thing? And he's like, yeah, but and then I don't know, he gets cut off or whatever. And I was like, yeah, but what? So the three stars above Ramiel that appear for the blood right are Arctos, Carinth, and Orestes, which is why they ranked, the blood right winners Orestian, Corinthian, Arctosian or something. Mm-hmm. And my theory is okay, so it could be for those three worlds, those three warriors that took those names, but it also could be for the three dread trove and the three sisters.
Yeah.
That were prophesized to, I don't know, whatever they're prophesized to do. Because we really don't know when the blood, we know what the blood right started with Annalius betraying Vesperus and the Daglin. And then they had the blood right in honor of him. But we don't know why the stars started showing up, which I thought was funny. So I was like, did they start showing up when the trove was made? Or, I don't know. And they only show up the night of the blood right.
Oh, okay. I thought they were always in the sky. But yeah, you're right. They're only on the blood right.
Which is so weird to me. So I'm like, what do they actually represent? Because it would make sense if they represent the three dread trove, the, I don't know, powers that be, or the three sisters, but
there's four dread trove, actually. So it's okay.
But really quick, which I wanted to mention, is, again, we know that there's three sacred mountains, right? But there's actually four. And they don't know about them. When Cassian, I think that was the point. I think that was the point of Cassian's story about Tanwin. Because he says they went under the pass in the Gallian mountains. They never came out of them. So everyone assumes that they're dead. And he says, the mountains are wholly barren as if mourning them. And we know
Yeah.
from Vesperus that all of the barren mountains have first light cores / probably other Daglin under them.
Yeah.
So if the original 3 are barren and they have first light cores or they have Daglin, then it would go to say that like the Gallian mountain is the same and they just didn't know about it, which would heavily mirror Thread Trove.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm so convinced the original Valkyries are not dead, but they're being kept there, kind of like Amarantha under the mountain, which she drew everyone in and fed off their magic too, and their magic is just being fed off of by whatever Daglin is there. And they're just trapped there, like everyone was trapped under the mountain with Amarantha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I know. Oh, I just want to. So Prithian, like I was saying, need to find out how you killed Daglin because it sounds like they don't know. You know?
Yeah, you behead them. You behead them and stab them through the brain or something like zombies.
But you have to use a magic. You have to use
a made weapon. Yeah.
Yeah, for that to happen.
Yeah.
And it's just like, but up until this point, nobody's killed an actual Daglin. Like Vespa was found underneath her mountain by Thea. There's possibly a Daglin underneath Ramiel. There's possibly a Daglin underneath the Valkyrie mountain. There's possibly a Daglin underneath the freaking sacred mountain
under the mountain.
Yeah.
I think there's no fucking way Amarantha didn't know that. Yeah. Or Amarantha was the Daglin that got released by Hybern and she went back under the mountain.
But why would she work for Hybern all those years unless he's a higher Daglin?
Yeah, I think he is. Because Rigelus is like, oh, some of our siblings got left behind in the other worlds.
Yeah.
So
and then we have Koche. But why wouldn't Hybern try and go release Koche?
I don't know.
Unless he's afraid of him.
I mean, I think it's a hierarchy. I still think that Koshi is one of the Valg kings from Tog. So I think it would be like king, prince, like general, things like that. So I think he's probably the king. Hybern was the prince because we know the black eyes and all this. And maybe Amarantha was even a princess. And, they have to, whatever. They work together. But I'm like, it's just weird that, which I've mentioned before, but it's weird that Amarantha wanted Tamlin, which is the same way that Vesperus wanted Thea. Like, they wanted to control their magic. And I've said it before, again, I'll keep saying it. Amarantha was killed with Lucian's sword. I'm convinced it's Narbin. It has to be because it killed her. And what did Tamlin do? He ripped out her throat and he stabbed her through the head.
Yeah.
So he fucking knows something.
He has to.
His father was friends with Hybern. You can't tell me he doesn't know that they were Daglin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just, and
also Lucian already having a made sword and then the Kingmaker choosing him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god. If we don't find out that his bejeweled sword is Narbin, I'm going to be so upset.
Well,
because it's just harped on so much.
People talk about like the dagger, Truth Teller, and Gwendion, and how they're supposed to be together, which means that Bryce and Azrael should be together. But even here's the weird thing. So Bryce is able to use Truth Teller and Gwendion the way they're supposed to be used. But Theon gave Truth Teller away when he made it.
Yeah.
So
Vesperus gave it to an alias.
So he didn't even know that the two of them together could do what it does, which is kill Daglin the way it does, which is open a stupid black port. That is the dumbest shit ever. First of all, I was telling my friend about it because she's like, oh, yeah, because you have to stab and they have to be point to point or something like that.
And it has to be someone. And it has to be someone with light and shadow who's done the whole prism thing to get the whole Twilight power.
But also, like, have you ever looked at, like, trying to stab someone with two, like, different swords? And then having to make sure that they meet. Like, the dagger is maybe this long, okay?
I know.
Let's say the dagger is this long.
It's difficult, okay?
But you have to get one in, like, a certain way.
They're like, it's possible, it's just difficult.
It's the dumbest thing ever.
But
this is the stupidest plot point ever.
But I will say, if they are like truly deathless, aside from the made weapons, then I mean, it kind of makes sense. The ones that you can't kill, you throw through a black hole because it'll just dissipate them.
I just hate it. I mean, and I love Crescent City, but this is so stupid. It's so convoluted. What you have to go through to open up a black hole.
Sarah got very intrigued by light theory.
I was like, a dagger and a long sword? Are you freaking kidding me? Like, you should have done it with 2 short swords, like freaking knives of Legolas. Give me the knives of Legolas. I can see the knives of Legolas opening up a black hole when they stab someone through the jugular and meet in the middle.
Yeah.
You know, but to think of the long ass...
It's...
Because think of Rune, that goddamn Windion sword goes down his entire back. He's 6'5". That's a long fucking sword.
It's like Goldrin with Aelin. It's like her whole body.
I'm like, are we for real? This is the sword that Gwen
These
has
people
to
are
stick up
hefting.
into someone, and then she has to get the dagger to meet, and they have to touch.
Okay, and they say how fucking heavy it is too. You're not gonna be able to lift that with one wrist.
I can understand. It would have been so much better. It would have been so much better if Gwen is using the dagger because it's easy for her to use because I mean, not Gwen. If Bryce is using the dagger because it's easier for her to use because it's a fucking dagger and Bryce is literally 5'5".
Yeah.
Okay. And Rune is using the goddamn Windion, and he took that potion, and now he has all of his Starborn power back, and the 2 of them together go against the stupid fucking Asteri. So you have Rune coming from above, stabbing this freaking Asteri through the head, and then you have freaking Bryce coming from the front, stabbing them through the chest. The 2 swords meet, and ta-da, we opened up the freaking black hole.
Yeah.
That looks a lot better than having to imagine Bryce with the goddamn sword and Bryce with the goddamn...
And then she throws in the freaking... But then she throws in the, Hunt is a Thunderbird, so he can electrocute them at the same time. I'm like, what is happening?
Yes.
What? And then when she's like... And then when she's like, oh, they have black blood, and like Vesperus has black blood, and the Falcon have black blood, and Amarantha probably has black blood, and then she's like, Polaris's red droplets spilled down on them, and I was like, you fucking bitch. I'm like, okay, I understand that they're probably glamored because in Tog it says that Maeve glamored her blood red to smell, taste, and look like regular blood, but could you allude to that so we're not guessing?
Yeah. Oh my god. But yeah,
she doesn't even mention them like when they switch bodies, because literally it's one or the other, but literally in CC2 Octardis is a male and in CC3 Octardis is a female. And so she jumped bodies.
Yeah.
And it's just never she's just a female now. I'm like,
I always assumed that was because Cormac eviscerated himself. He set himself on fire,
and he destroyed some of them.
One thing, and that's the one thing that can hurt Asteri is fire.
Yeah,
and nobody noticed. Like,
she needed another body. It needed another body.
Had to jump a body to survive the fire that Cormac used on him. You know, he incinerated himself, ignited himself into a bigger fire than what I feel like. I think Tharion says it's the biggest fire he's ever seen.
It's literally Aelin, and they both have the word marks on their skin. Like, come on. The fact that anyone in this fandom actually thinks he's dead, especially after they're like, Aelin, and the godly fire and the word marks, and she fell through worlds. I was like, godly fire, check. Word marks, check. Weird, creepy light when they fall through a portal, check. How do you think he is dead?
I'm just waiting. I want him to be happy in like the heavens with Sophie because I need him happy with Sophie, but we'll see.
Sophie, like the thing is, he wouldn't have been able to be with Sophie anyway because Sophie was human and he was Fae. So it's like it's kind of good that she kind of.
But Sophie was Thunderbird.
Yeah, but they still have human lifespans because they're still
But she made the drop. No. Sophie made the drop.
Did she? I thought they said that she didn't.
No, she had to go to a back alley drop zone to do the drop secretly.
Oh, okay.
So she was immortal.
But do we know that it works on humans?
She said it did. She did the back alley drop.
And also the back alley drop. Like, do we know that it worked? Come on. Because the drop is basically just the Asteri feeding off of people. But the Asteri were terrified of Thunderbird power. So if she did the drop, the Asteri would have had to feed on Thunderbird power, and that would have kind of destroyed some of them. So I feel like it didn't work.
I don't. She said she did the drop.
She said
drop zone.
She said she did the drop in the back
Not
alley.
control. But we also have to remember, like, Hypaxia has a way of overriding going to the bone quarter.
Yeah.
So there has to be back alley drop zones not associated with the government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
we saw her body. I was like, I think they were adorable, and I love how much he loved her, but he deserves a fate mate. Like, he just, like, okay, it's Sarah's pattern of not the first love interest. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, Sophie was Cormac's Connor here. Nesta's gonna be his Hunt. Let's go. Let's go.
We will see. I mean, there's only 2 books left, and there's so much content I could possibly put. This is why I really would love it. Love 9 books.
I know.
I'm like,
did you see my most recent Korsta realization?
No. I mean, I saw it, but I didn't watch it. I had to go to work.
Oh, okay. So just really quickly recapping, I said that in CC2, remember, Rune tells us, like, Cormac was adamant, like, he was so certain he was going to get the Star Sword during our ordeal, and he was, like, stunned when it went to me. And so if we're playing with this whole fate thing, if you think about it, the Star Sword had to choose Rune, because then it had to be given to Bryce to defeat the Asteri. And then once it was with Bryce, it went to Prithian. And once in Prithian, it went to Nesta. So, if Cormac is destined to be with Nesta, ultimately it would end up being Cormac.
Yeah.
So if we're playing with this fate thing, and he was so adamant, and he was pouring himself over the lore and the powers and the archives this entire time, and he's like, oh yeah, it's destined for me. It just took the long way around, son. It just went, sorry, but we need a detour.
Yeah.
Rune, Bryce, Nesta, then you.
Then you.
When you become king.
No. Cormac is not allowed to be king.
No, King of Dusk, not of all Prithian. Because I was fooling with the idea. I was like, okay, but if Nesta has his sword, then if the Kingmaker isn't for High King, but just like in general, like King of Dusk, maybe her sword will choose him, and then that's like a little mate thing there. I don't know.
I wonder what. Okay, so we know what ataraxia means. What does Gwydion mean?
Gwydion? Hold on. Gwydion meaning born of trees.
Oh.
I mean,
makes sense.
Well, I mean, yeah. Refers to a powerful magician, hero, and trickster known for his magic, cunning, and connection to nature.
Oh, well.
Huh. Kinda,
I don't know.
Kinda sounds like Morven there, honestly. Born of trees, caller of trees. Huh. He's a magician and a shapeshifter, known for his ability to transform and manipulate the natural world. Could be Koshi.
Could be. It sounds also a little like Hamlin with the shapeshifting.
Yeah.
And
but then, like, he's a trickster known for his cunning and ability to outwit his enemies.
Yeah.
He is closely related to his nephew and his sister, with whom he had 2 sons. Gross. Okay. I mean, that's kind of giving, like, Bone Carver and Weaver. Or, like, Koshi and the Weaver.
Yeah.
Honestly, it would be hilarious if the frickin' twincests were, like, the Weaver's children.
Oh my god.
Because how are they Hybern's nephews? Because I know that the Valg and everything calls each other brothers and sisters, so it's like, it's not that far out there that he would call them nephew and niece.
Well, we don't know how the twins in Avalon were the nephews of Morven either. Like,
still convinced that they were his real sons, and Lauren fucked with it, and she's like, no, Cormac's your son, and they're your nephews, I guess. Orphan nephews.
You get this blonde, weird child. This blonde, blue-eyed child is yours now.
She's like, I can't take care of 2 children.
That has fire.
I'm already pregnant. I can't take care of 2 of them.
I have to marry this other fire wielder just in case my son I
gotta sleep with this dude to convince him this pregnancy is his. But also it kind of makes sense, because if she wanted both of them to have like a good life of nobility, then it would make sense that she would give Cormac to Morven, because he would be a prince, and then Rune to Einar, he would be a prince, and they would technically still be cousins.
Yeah.
Because Mor and Rhys are cousins. Their children would be cousins.
Yes.
I just love that so much. I wish Sarah would just confirm. Like, I just want her to think the way that we do. Like, can you just confirm? Because the fucking, oh, she looks just like Reese's sister line pissed me the fuck off. Because now you're teasing and you know what you're doing.
And then they didn't have Lauren at the wedding, which means that Bryce didn't get to see Lauren, and she has no idea what Lauren looks like because Autumn, Einar never allowed Lauren to be included in anything.
Yeah. And the fact that Bryce was like, oh, we'll make sure she's safe or whatever when they were getting everyone to Avalon, and like Lauren never showed up to Avalon.
Yeah.
And then after that was liberated, Rune was like, oh, I have to tell my mother that the Autumn King is dead and she's the only one who will mourn him. Like, the fuck she will. She'll be celebrating.
Well, actually, she probably would be mourning him because she's
I don't. I think she's playing them. I think she's had to worn the same mask that Reese wears. Okay. But her mask is the poor little victim. And I loved Einar. I fell for him because when Rune is questioning her, and we did a whole episode on this bonus chapter the other day, when Rune is questioning her and all this stuff, she shuts that shit down because Rune's like, oh, I think she actually fell for him during their conceiving me and all this stuff. And she's like, what is this about, Rune? And she like cuts him the fuck off after he's like, is there like a way to get around it? She was like, why would I want to? It was my duty. Like all the little scripted shit. And then she's like, what is this about, Rune? I was like, oh, the mask has come off. She gets pissy. Yeah, and he's asking questions.
I read her with a very wispy tone of voice. Like she's very like
demure, very mindful.
she's almost like an airhead, like a flaky airhead.
Yeah, she wants people to fucking believe that. I don't believe that for 2 seconds.
Like her saying to Rune, well, I didn't want to bother anyone about my air conditioning. And I'm like,
that's like she just doesn't understand tech because she's from Prithian. But you cannot tell me she's this like timid little, like, no. There's no way.
I would like some more information on Lauren. Like we definitely need more.
If Reese is so good at playing a villain.
We have so many dead mothers. You can't just say that a mother is still alive and not do anything with it.
Yeah.
Like, come on. You have to do something with this mother.
I just think it's just so funny because if Reese is so good at wearing a mask and being a villain, Lauren would be equally as good, but wearing a mask and being a victim. Well, brother, sister. I don't believe her for 2 seconds. She's a Night Court daughter. There is no fucking way. She's demure and mindful.
Yes.